Maybe Ziggy gets that joke now. He's a programmer. Wait, what joke? Oh no, a dev stream. Yet another streamer becoming a game dev. Is this a pipeline I don't know about? Did I fall down the same rabbit hole that other people were doing? Is this the typical video game streamer to game dev making a crappy game pipeline? 5 months, 101 equals 5 months? No, I don't get that. It's probably based on some sort of fundamentals of programming, which I have no freaking clue about any of that. And I'm multiple streamers now making games? That's cool, that's cool. It's never been more accessible. I started doing stuff on boot.dev and learning some things. Hold on, let me get started here, hold on. Alright, give you my whole backstory. Adjust the audio smidgen. Oh, Weddy! Thanks very much, mate. Insert month's meme here. Thank you very much, mate. And Nova Odin. Thank you very much for the sub, mate. 128 or half a byte of sub months to a developer. Yo, thanks. I don't know if we can go so far as to call me a developer just yet. We're gonna put everything in quotations marks, please. Put everything in quotation marks, right? As I've found, many things don't work unless they're in quotation marks. So we're gonna say developer, programming, coding. That's what we're gonna say. Hold on. I'm very blue today. That's not the right thing. I need Elgato. Script kitty. That's me. That's much more accurate. That's old school, that is. Why is this, look at this UI on 4K, it's just non-functional. Huh? Automatic white balance? That's very terrible automatic white balancing. That's very red. Oh, I know. I usually have one of these things on light, something like that. There we go. Lighting. Excellent. Oh, hello. So depression and game dev go hand in hand, and so being blue isn't a surprise. Thought you were actually making a personal comment about me then. I was like, I wouldn't say like depression exactly is just ADHD going through its cycles. But the two can be a little bit linked together, but unironically, Ziggy, why are you making a game now? So whenever I have like some mental health time off, it happens once or twice a year that I end up being off for a few weeks or a month or something, where I just kind of, and I'm able to do my unusual work. I usually in that time take up a new hobby of some description. It's been many things, but this time it was programming and development. I have always wanted to make a game, but never felt like I could commit the time to do anything like that. But it's never been more accessible with all the various cheating you can do with AI and various tools and so many good resources out there. Learned some things on boot.dev, have tinkered with a few different things, a few different platforms and stuff like that. And yeah, shut down for factory maintenance. Exactly. I go through some critical errors and need rebooting. Oh, JavaScript. I don't see TypeScript encapsulation. Most likely basic JavaScript plus HTML app. See, I barely even know what any of that means. It is JavaScript HTML5 web game, yes, which I believe is the kind of the same way that games like Melba Idol are made, which is pretty should be fairly much everything I would need it to do. Should be able to be done pretty easily. So far, it's been pretty well. So far, it's been done pretty well. Web dev. I gotta get that boot dev sponsors back again. I should tell them. Like, guys, I'm actually doing some stuff. You should sponsor me. Sponsor me again, please. Let me show you Exile Manager here. I'll reset my save. This is what I have so far for my prototype of Exile Manager. So backstory. I have always kind of wanted to make a few different games, often inspired by action RPGs in some fashion. One of them is to make a kind of like managing exiles guild manager style game Football Manager, but Exiles. The Dark Souls of Football Manager. Although Football Manager is probably the Dark Souls of Football Manager, to be real. But what if your football players in Football Manager could die, and they did die frequently? What if? That's one of the things. And then GGG, very well, I want to say recently, it's the current league. In the current league that GGG released, Citadels of Kalgor, they added this thing where you got map crews together, and I was so excited. You assemble a map crew and you send them out to do maps, and I'm like, oh my god, and we're gonna give them gear and we're gonna make their builds do things. I'm getting so excited. And then you just hire the people and drop them in maps, and they randomly generate gear. I was like, boo! They could have gone so deep on that, but they just kind of threw it in as an added extra. And the fact that they did that kind of, to me, unless this is the reveal I see in a couple days' time when I go to New Zealand, unless they're like, you know what, we decided to make it a league. Unless they do that, I suspect they're not going to do it, right? I suspect they're not going to do that. And die randomly? Yes. Well, I've definitely got the die randomly part. But I wanted to be able to allocate their passives, give them gear, fine-tune their builds, recruit and talent scout them, have them die on me, send them on different missions, manage their morale, eventually form parties and manage their relationships. I wanted to like run a guild of exiles. I imagine the main character, the player, is like an exile who can no longer fight. They're past their prime. Both their legs are crangled. Their arms are crangled. But they're hella experienced. And there's this new generation of pleb exiles that just don't know. They just don't know how to do it. They just don't know how to do raid class like the rest of us. Like the good old days. So I thought I'll make this. I don't want it to be an idle game or a clicker. It's currently, in its current prototype, it is kind of a clicker, I'm not gonna lie. But I do have plans for that. So that's the pitch. That's the idea, is like you scout and hire exiles from their humble origins as level 1 plebs washing up on the beach. They have kind of like growth potentials, different stats, different traits, different personalities down the line. Something I'll implement. I've just implemented a bunch of things for like classes and randomized growth potential, but I have to update the UI for that. That's my very next task after I fix a bug. And then as they level, you allocate passives. I'm doing kind of slot machine random, kind of like deck drafting style passive tree, but with the growth potential affecting what sort of things they typically get passive-wise. And then actual gearing and sending them on different missions. Right now, this is obviously just basic prototypes, so we've just got super basic missions, but the idea will be like, some of them will be specialized towards doing certain content, even in more of a sense, even more so than you are as a player in Path of Exile. Because we don't have to worry about any of that pesky gameplay stuff. I don't have to worry about making the gameplay fun. I can just make the menus fun. That's my plan. And the idea is that you'd be like, oh, this guy's specialized in fire resistance, so he can go fight the Fire Fury. I don't have elemental damage implemented yet, but I did set up for that. For the info on the weird word, I used TypeScript is something like a wrapper around JavaScript. Okay, I understand the concept of wrappers because I had been using those in some. I've gone through a few different things. When I was messing around, with Twine, which uses JavaScript as well as a crangled version of JavaScript, but it's not really appropriate for this project. But I understand the idea of wrappers because I was using that to fix my spaghetti code. I'd have like an old function that was like critical and would break things if I took it out, but I needed to replace it, so I'd put it in a wrapper and then like call it in the new function or something. So I get the idea of that. Used in a more modern framework of front-end, the web page development called Angular. That's a bit more advanced than what you did there. That's down the line if you want to improve your dev skills. Oh, you've definitely shown that you are an actual developer who knows what you're talking about. Oh, Daniel, thanks for the 61 sub, mate. Now I can review Ziggy's code while I review my coworker's code. Please. Please. I expect to learn more rapidly by streaming this as well. I don't expect to develop and improve things as rapidly, but you guys will help me get some more understanding of some of the things, I think. TypeScript is an extension of JavaScript. Gotcha. Ew, Angular. We're all couch devs now. 100% a couch dev. So yes, I know very little about the actual like how to write the language, but I do understand how to interact with this and what each thing does. It's like git repositories turn in the power. Oh, it does this automatically, does it? Would you like to open the repositories? I don't know what that means for this, but I know how to update the git. So that's fine. That's all I need. So whatever that's trying to tell me, I don't care about. Here's my... I'll show you the game first, then I'll show you what I've got so far. So this is a fresh start. We have, at the moment, just one exile. The intention is that you'll be managing a guild of exiles. So that's on the way. That's probably like almost the next thing to do. He's supposed to have a randomized class between 3 different class options that I've implemented so far. But there's a bug where he's not. He's just defaulting as a brawler, so that's not quite working. So I have to investigate that in a second. But that gives a starting stat distribution and a growth potential, which I need to UI somewhere. And that determines what passives they're more likely to see. So a brawler would have like damage and life, but lower defense and lower utility. They would see less of those passives when they level up. And then when you level up, you'll be drafting from like left or right. Which of these passives do you want? Or spend gold to reroll, which I don't have the UI for that yet. That's actually working, but it's being your passives are being auto allocated currently, which I'm like, that's actually fine. You could actually do that. But we have gold. I have orbs of chaos and exalted orbs, and they work. And they work, kind of. kind of. Fix the lowercase b. Yes, that is annoying me too. This is because I haven't updated the UI yet. In the new UI, I should be able to fix that. Well, obviously I'll be able to fix that. You know, you use Git, you already know, I just learned that before stream. I was like, I really should set up the, because I keep putting it off. I was like, okay, it's actually really easy. Because I'd gotten Git before, but I just couldn't be asked to kind of look into figuring it out. And I have several times made mistakes that I had to then go and undo, and that was annoying. So now I'm actually going to use it. I just saved my 0.1. Okay, so this is the gameplay currently. We send our exile on a mission. Later, I think I'm gonna like drag and drop them or something, and then have them kind of like do the thing as you advance time via other actions maybe. But I'm still kind of tossing up about how I want to do like the time management aspect of it. But we will send them to the coast, which is the easiest zone to scavenge some loot. And let me tell you, it has been tuned a little bit difficult. I just made it a bit easier because they were dying repeatedly. So we have an action log here. This is terrible UI, right? Because we have to scroll so much. Usually I play about here. I'm fixing it. Grimgor went to the coast. The coast has been cleared successfully the first time. Very nice. He got 11 gold and 43 XP. He took 32 damage as the heaviest hit. I'm tracking heaviest hit taken, so that the player can build, and I want this scouting system where you learn about a zone or a boss or a map, and you can learn more information about it so that you can then make better decisions about which exiles to send where. The idea is that in a football manager style game, right, what do? Is like after the match, you review the stats. Like the stats are everything, right? Yes, I have a death recap. I want to expand it with a lot more detail as we add more mechanics and things. But yes, if I can do a death recap, surely GGG can. So in Football Manager, you look at the stats, right? The statistics are everything. It's like, oh, this guy scored this many goals. He was tackled this many times. That sort of thing, right? I was like, so we need that. So he took 32.8 damage as the biggest hit. He comes back and he says, oh mate, fuck, I took 32 damage. There is the chance that you can just send them. Let me send him off to fight the warden. Sure, I want to make it so you don't unlock the higher tier missions to actually, beat the first one of these first, and then you unlock the next one, obviously. But for now, let's just take on the warden. I got one shot. Grimjaw was obliterated in the warden. I need to change that language. 214 damage in one hit. So obviously that's not good. So then we restart from the beginning. In the future, you won't ever like game over. when all your exiles die, there's always a new round of plebs to hire, and you'll be able to use whatever you've got, gold, currency, gear, to pass on to the next generation. That's the idea. Yeah, that's just a placeholder, because there won't be a reset. There won't be a reset at all. It's just kind of for testing. That's a big question. Do you store all that data as in saves yet? It is saving just in local browser cache. Because if I close it and then reopen it, it picks up where I left off. But I don't have like a save menu or anything. So that's fine for now for testing. So far I haven't had any issues with that. So we go into the coast, and here's what this time Grimjaw retreated from the coast after a prolonged fight. 5 rounds with 29.9 heaviest hit. So this meant that he backed out. He portaled out. Like, he used all his portals, basically. he had several rounds of bad combats and then retreated unsuccessfully. I'm thinking about making like a partial loot if you do that. If you retreat, you bring some loot back at a reduced rate. I should start a list of things to implement. If this means using AI to code, by the way, 100%. 100%. Are you vibe coding? I had to look up the definition of vibe coding earlier because I was like, I don't actually know if that's what it means. Because I was like, I saw it kind of describing some other thing. I was looking at definition. I was like, is that actually just what it means? Apparently, it's basically what it means. Yes. Yes. I know like a little bit from doing some boot.dev and some tinkering with some other things, but for the most part, vibe coding. Again, complete utter noob. We're going to put everything in quotations. Developing. Coding. Goovin, thanks for the 97-month sub, mate. Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you. So yeah, let's make a thing. To-do list. Right. To-do list. Yes, the thing that I've had to be strict about myself, though, is that whenever I'm implementing something, I'm learning what it is, what it does, and how to change it, and making sure that I can expand upon it. Because if you are going to do the vibe coding route, you can kind of hamstring yourself a bit in terms of learning. If you like just black box your game too much, right? Like you won't know what anything does. You're like, I don't know how any of that code works, so I can't make any changes. I want to know how everything works, so that I can go in and make a change, but I don't know how to even, like, I don't understand the language. Like, I don't speak the language, but I can be told the phrases, and then I can put them in my phrase book, and then I can mix and match those, right? That's kind of the idea. And eventually you learn the language doing that. It's kind of how it works, right? There's an MCP for Obsidian that could be helpful for creating your own knowledge base for future reference. I was kind of messing around with, I do use Obsidian. I was messing around with that earlier. I might make an Obsidian doc for this later. For now, I'll just do a basic to-do list here. To-do list, ideas, bugs, and maybe an improvements as well. So bugs is the capitalize capital on class name. I also noticed supposed to be 1 decimal for damage taken. One of them showed it more than that. What was it? I think it was when he died. Death, maybe, isn't doing it. What was the just? I just said an idea. Oh, partial loot on fail. Partial loot on fail. Like you run out of portals, right? Partial loot on fail, run out of portals. Can I make this text font bigger? Oh, I can, nice. Great. Make that bigger for you for stream, eh? AI as a tool is a fantastic tool, but yeah, you wouldn't hire someone if they were like, they didn't know how to, if you were hiring a developer, you wouldn't hire a developer that didn't know how to develop, but they could only use AI. But if they were a proficient developer who also knew how to use AI, well, then they'd probably be a more efficient developer overall. Are there any VODs of development so far? Has been off stream? No, this is the first one. This is the first one. All right. Mentioned you wanted to change the text for fighting the warden in the warden. Oh yeah, thanks. This is effectively a bug in the warden. Yeah, it's because I changed the kind of from the original code. I changed the structure of how I'm naming these things for bosses. So I don't know. I might want to create like a separate. I'm still learning the name. So the object is the outer, the major component. So like an object is. This is a bit crangled because of the size. I go to my game state. No, game. So an object is like this one, constant game. This is the game object, which is massive. And then these things were called something which was a weird term. I can't quite remember what they were. I'm trying to learn the terminology properly as well. What are the things inside of an object called? Methods. Methods. That's right. I was like, oh, that's a weird name for it. Methods. I guess because, oh, well, this is what I did. I wrote it here. The game object is the game's verbs, aka the things that do things, aka macros and widgets, which is referencing some stuff I know from the past. So methods of doing things. Makes sense. I should remember that now because that is kind of logical. As this is a markdown document, I can always just export it to Obsidian later. You would have such a better time if you converted this to TypeScript. Easy to do. You get type checking everywhere. I don't know what that means. What's type checking? Like if I can do things and make some stuff happen on the browser screen, and I can click buttons and the buttons work, I'm happy for now. I can find the better ways to do things. Hello, AFK for pizza. Thanks for the 83 months up. Appreciate it, mate. Appreciate you, bloody legend. All right. Okay, let me show you the game as I was originally planning on doing. Crypto retreated from the coast after a prolonged fight. Going to... there's too many messages happening on separate lines right now. These are 3 separate entries, but this should just be 1 entry. So that's the thing. We're going to go through here as well. That's an improvement. Log entries should be combined for single map actions. Not be 3 separate lines. The coast was cleared. Combat report took 30.9 damage. Heaviest hit. Finished with 70 life. So I've created a system where they can die. They can fail in several ways. So if they go 5 rounds without succeeding, they have kind of been DPS checked or skill checked and are forced to retreat. So they don't die in that situation, obviously. That's good. But they don't get any loot or any XP or anything currently, which probably will change a bit. The other way that they can die is that the simulation, the combat sim currently is the very foundations, just the very, very basic foundations of doing a rich combat sim. The way that it currently works is the game rolls a damage range, and I can and should show you the code as I do this because it's helpful to just reinforce my understandings of how we're all working for everything. So if we're going to our missions, these are the zones. Let me zoom in. So the coast has a damage range of 10 to 35. So it'll roll a value between 10 and 35 damage. And that is the biggest hit that the character takes in that map. This is to simulate the idea of getting one shot in Path of Exile. So if you've built your character in Path of Exile correctly, there should basically be nothing in a map that can one shot you, right? Apart from like very crazy edge cases. And I might experiment with that later, but anyway, getting off track. So that's simulating the idea of getting one shot. So if you go in with an exile who has only 9 health, they're guaranteed to get one shot. Because even if it rolls the minimum, they're still going to get one shot. If you go in with an exile who has 33 health, then they're probably not going to get one shot. But if you ran like 30 missions, they might just get one shot at some point. Otherwise, there's the second layer where there's currently 5 rounds of combat. I'm tinkering with the success rate and the rounds of combat. There's 5 rounds of combat get simulated. So you could call that 5 enemies, effectively. They go in and kill 5 zombies. Or try to kill 5 zombies. And each time they take damage, on this same scale, which seems to be working fine. There's a lot of tuning to be done here. This is, I feel like, somewhat of a novel system. I don't know, like, this idea just kind of came up over time as, like, by solving problems, which is an interesting process. But, so there's 5 rounds of combat. They take one amount of that range damage every round. And they have a chance of success currently based on their power score, which is a abstraction of their damage values effectively, but also does include defense. But offense is the thing that affects it primarily. Later on, we can make that actual DPS, max hit, things like that. Even life recovery. Ooh, yeah, we can sim life recovery. That's cool. Anyway, to help them with attrition deaths. Oh, put it in ideas. Sim life recovery for building around attrition deaths, and then design content that rewards this build by being dangerous for attrition, but not one-shotty. That's the idea. Have you chatted to Neversink about this at all? No, I haven't. Neversink was working on something too, yeah? What is Neversink working on? Missions. Yeah, I just googled like what's a code editor because I needed to like find issues where I was like missing commas and stuff because I was just using Twine before, and Twine doesn't have like, Twine is awful for coding in. So I was just like copy pasting from Twine into this, but yes, I don't know like what the other options are, if this is a good option. Seems fine to me. Seems pretty good. I don't know 99% of the features. He's making a roguelike game? Oh, fantastic. Yeah, for sure. Roguelike with backpack management elements in Unity? Oh, sick. Yeah, I love a backpack management roguelike. That's awesome. That's awesome. So, yeah, so there's 5 rounds. They take damage every round from this damage range here. Currently, we just have physical type, but I'm going to add different typing with resistances so that you... And I want to make that really important as well. So, like, in Path of Exile, you can't really, like, build for fire resistance, so you can go take on fire maps. But that's a totally thing we can do here. Because that's just not fun gameplay from the first-person perspective, quote-unquote, of Path of Exile. But for here, that is, because you can have a team of exiles, and you have like a solo exile who's built for doing this stuff, and then you have a party of exiles that's built for kind of doing more general content. You can go do that sort of thing. You Twine? Yes. 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 Uh-huh. I understand that now, after messing with it for a while. Apathetic Wombat, thanks for the tier 3 sub, mate. Yo, big quintuple sub, you bloody legend. Just remember that Aussie phrases aren't generally accepted in coding. Test in coding the value true and false, not should be right. Bloody cactus. Dead as a doornail, mate. Equals dead as a doornail. Not accepted, no. No, yeah, I keep throwing up syntax errors whenever I type. Don't worry about the bug, mate, she'll be right. It just doesn't accept that for whatever reason. Okay. So, oh yeah, did I finish my combat explanation? No, I'm getting super sidetracked. That's gonna happen a lot here. Yeah, so five rounds taking damage. There's a success chance based on their power rating, which is mostly derived from damage currently, but is a factor. It is everything combined. It's an abstraction, and I actually feel like as an abstraction works somewhat well right now, but I probably will go more deep later. And if they don't succeed in 5 rounds, they retreat, and that's the idea of them running out of portals or kind of like getting overwhelmed and thinking, no, I'm gonna die sooner or later. Like, there's also, if they go below 20% health, they have a chance of logout macroing. I incorporated that into the game. They will portal out. They'll like have a chance of kind of be like, I'm gonna die, get out of here. And then there's the whole one-shot thing as well. So they can indeed be one-shot. I've also developed it so that the bosses are much more risky for one-shots. I actually made this way too high. So like Mudflat's max damage is 65. 10 to 35, 30 to 65. The power growth is really exponential with the gear the way it is right now, but this is way too high. 30. But the idea is that the bosses are supposed to be riskier, but far more rewarding. So like the boss is actually, on average, easier than the next map, but riskier for like being one shot or having an unlucky death. But you have much higher currency drop rates in the bosses, but that needs tons of tuning before it's really a thing. All right, so let's go. Grimjaw retreated from the coast after a prolonged fight, so he went 5 rounds and was not able to be successful. You'll notice I also have a morale system. So currently there's no morale effect just here from that action, because that's a neutral morale action currently, which I feel like that could probably change, but anyway, that'll need reviewing. But he had a fair and reasonable fight. He got Wayne morale. Something that I figured would be a problem, and watching Amy playtest, was that she would spam the coast endlessly to gear up. I was like, okay, there's a bunch of things we can do to improve upon that, and I want to like bait people into the higher content with rewards, of course. But you also want to, I also want to think like manager style. I think like an exile would get bored, right? Like the exile you're sending into the coast again, they're going to get bored. So I have a morale system where the closer they are to dying, the more morale they get. Like they love the thrill of they love the thrill of something that's challenging them. They get bored. They get bored if you send them in if you send them into too easy content. So a fair and reasonable fight improved his morale. It's up to 77. At high morale, they get bonuses to their stats. At low morale, they get penalties to it, and I'll likely incorporate this into a relationship system and stuff like that in the future as well. So let's go into the coast. So we got some gold XP, no gear just yet. I don't think we've gotten any gear just yet, but he gained some morale, which is nice. So this one, he did level up. We had our first level up. Currently I'm auto allocating passives. We're gonna have a drafting system. I actually just need to implement the UI for it and fix a bug first. Grimjaw hit level 2, which gains flat life, and then you get a passive. The passive was allocated automatically right now as a debugging. And he allocated brutality for 15% increased damage. The passives that are available to him each level up are based on the class, so Brawler is much more likely to see things like brutality. So his damage has grown, which is really good because that's a big power rating spike. We didn't get any gear, but that was like a really easy one for him. So he's like, this is too easy. I need a real challenge, -2 morale. So naturally, as you get more and more powerful, your character will start to like get more and more bored, and eventually they'll get weaker, and then things will start being dangerous for them again, which will somewhat rubber band their morale back. Exile dating sim, totally going to put some of that in there, yep, for sure. Could also implement a level cap. If an exile hits a certain level, can't return to that particular zone. Probably not like a can't return, because I think the morale system can do that, but also could do XP penalties as well. Like, that's probably a good thing to do as well. Oops. In addition to morale, XP penalty for low level zones. Level cap feels bad, just apply scaling penalty. Yeah, I think so too. Too easy, but successful. A fair and reasonable fight. So the fight was a little bit harder for him this time as well. There's natural variance each time you're going, right? Sometimes it's a bit harder, sometimes it's a bit easier. Fair and reasonable fight. We found a common robe. We got our first item. Have I got any currency yet? No currency. We got a common robe with 32 life. Right now we have 3 rarities. We have common, magic, and rare. Common items have 1 affix, magic 2, and rare have 3 affixes. And guess how many affixes are in my game currently? I'll give you a clue. I already said the number. It's life, damage, and defense. That is the affix list currently. So that needs expanding upon dramatically. There's at least 3, which actually introduces a funny bug where you can't Chaos Orb an item that has 3 affixes because there's no 4th affix that it could roll to. It can't change one of the existing affixes because all of the existing affixes are currently present on the item, which was a funny and unexpected bug. But nonetheless, 32 life sharply reduces our chance of getting one shot and increases our combat power a little bit. We could still certainly die to attrition deaths from that, but if we're averaging about 30 damage each round for 5 rounds, I don't even know if we can attrition death from that now. From that life. Successful, fair and reasonable fight. Retreated after a prolonged fight. Fair and reasonable. Level up, level 3. I'm totally gonna get some like beams of light when you get loot and level up. Oh, I was going for sure. Allocated resilience for 18% defense. Dude, what are you doing? That's a terrible level up. You have 5 defense. It probably rounded down. Nice build. If I go into 5 Fury Mudflats, I'm definitely going to die right now. We did get a Chaos Orb, which that one is 32 life is pretty good, so we're not going to Chaos that. Found a Common Leather, 15 damage. Actually an interesting decision. 15 damage is probably higher power rating, but more chance of being one-shot. But we have a couple levels under our belt. Life goes down quite a lot, but power rating spikes up, which means we can kind of be a bit more likely to have successful runs, but a bit more likely to die as well. Well, we'll take that. We'll go Glass Cannon Brawler mode. There we go. That's making the lower health is actually making him have a bit more fun. So he's getting more morale bonuses, although he's hitting penalties now. Oh, he probably just went into no, I think 75 is still in the content range. I think it's 85 or 80 for when they start getting bonuses. Can I propose changing armor to chest or chest piece in order to preserve the notion that your exile doesn't wear pants? I'm definitely not having pants. I'm about to implement a paper doll very soon. Fair and reasonable fight. We got ourselves another level. Allocated toughness. That's substantially better. 12% life. Very nice. Very nice. We really need some more gear though. I'm thinking about another Chaos Orb doesn't help me right now. Found a common dagger. Oh, yo, the daggers are working. Great. Because I was like, I don't actually know if I fully am supporting the ability to just throw in extra weapon types and gear types right now. So I just did it anyway. I thought I'd see what happened. I was in the process of testing that. So I didn't know daggers would work, but there you go. Daggers work. Because I didn't have daggers and bows and I just added those. They work, poggies. The dagger has 17 life. It's terrible. I'm going to chaos it. 4 defense. 36 damage. That's amazing. That's a huge roll. I love this little report here of the swirly Chaos Orb used. And it tells you life to defense. Playing, was it Last Epoch? Recently? No. It was, what was it? What did I keep crafting in recently? And I was like, what did I even get in that craft? I don't even know. Like, I kept forgetting what I was crafting. No, it was PoE 2. It was PoE 2. I was like, oh, I need to pin the item because I keep forgetting what actually changed on the item each time I craft. Probably scale values such that getting nothing from a passive shouldn't be possible. Oh yeah, like it doesn't round down. I mean, that's pretty common in action RPGs though. If you get 10%, you only have 4. You're gonna end up with 4.4, which probably does nothing in most cases. It just kind of solves the problem once you just get higher values anyway. That's a big improvement in our power rating. Massive power rating spike. I'm gonna try and take on the 5 Fury. Watch me die. Success, and we got an exalt. Oh my god, rewarded. The risk reward actually paid off. I'm gonna exalt the dagger. So here's the current problem: is it doesn't turn into a magic. Doesn't really matter. It's just a UI thing, really. But it does add an extra affix. I don't have that same logic though. 4 defense is not very good, unfortunately. Well, I don't have any defense, so it certainly is better than not having it. Do I go for Mud Flats or more 5 Fury? A couple more exalts would be good. So 5 Fury has much higher chance of getting exalts than Mud Flats, but is a bit riskier being a boss fight. Boss fights are dangerous. Boss fights are hard. We took 45 damage as the heaviest hit, which is fine. We finished with 164 out of 209 life, so that's our attrition kind of score there, right? Like we portaled out with only having lost 40 life, which is pretty good. We found a magic leather, so I like to hear 45 life and 7 damage armor. Hell yeah. If we can get the other slot filled up, we're totally ready to move on. Allocated Juggernaut. Oh, we just hit level 10? No, level 5, notables. So you get a notable at level 5. We got Juggernaut, 45% increased life, 25% increased defense. Hell yeah. Massive increase. All right, we're ready for Mud Flats. Oh, that was a pretty... We almost went down to half life. So the Mud Flats are still a little iffy. Too easy, he says, on that one. We got ourselves a Chaos. Oh, we have an Exalt too. This one is pretty good. Let's exalt that. That's a lot of defense. That's a huge defense. Just doubled my defense. And 2 chaos, which we'll save for now. Mud flats. Too easy. Chaos Orbu. Losing morale because it's too easy, eh? Found a common belt. There we go. That's what I was looking for. 5 damage. Alright, that'll have to do. Let's go into the climb. Bonus Chaos Orb. He says too easy in the climb. He says it's too easy. He's doing alright now. He just got lucky. Beginner's luck. Allocated fortune. Gold find not yet implemented. The guy can't read. He took a passive. It literally says not implemented and he took it anyway. He's just thinking about the future. That's all. He's doing his gold finding build. It's funny that he even saw that. He has a very low chance of even getting that passive. That's kind of more rogue gets that much more often. Most action RPGs use decimal in the back end. Yeah, I am. I've got like 8 decimal places or something. It was a problem where it was actually showing in the UI. I was like, we don't need that. Hey Omar, thanks very much for the 10-month sub, mate. Appreciate it, buddy. The streamer of that character is making a video complaining about the broken skill. Nice. We're farming climb, mate. We found a magic maze. Ooh. So there's scaling for the quality of the stats that you can get. And this makes the exalt thing actually not that bad, but magic items can have like a higher stat value. There's a multiplier applied to the stat value ranges. And then where they're found, mission difficulty wise, this is easy, medium, hard, nightmare. Where they're found also has a multiplier as well, just simulating like an item level system. So the magic mace can roll much higher. It actually didn't roll much higher though, but if we chaos it, we should be able to hopefully get some better stats on this thing. 19 life. No, 45 damage. There we go. That's much better. I got lucky on the last chaos orb. I don't currently have a way to get rid of gear. By the way, I don't have a way to sell gear. You'll notice it says out of 20. Earlier Amy had like 200 out of 20. Also don't have a cap on the inventory. Who needs a cap on the inventory when you're testing, right? A fair and reasonable fight. This is too easy. You want to go into the prison, bro? I'll send you to the prison. He allocated glass cannon. Oh, wait, why did he get glass cannon? That is a keystone. You shouldn't get that at level 7. You should get that until at level 10. You don't get keystones till level 10. Huh? Huh? Excuse me? This is probably handled in the game object, not here. This is our passives. Toughness, brutality, resilience, fortune, keystones, glass cannon, stones. Oh wait, no, Juggernaut's not a... Juggernaut's a notable. Ah, that's fine then. That's fine. Why does it say... Oh no, he allocated glass cannon. Yeah, glass cannon is a keystone for sure. How did you get glass cannon at level 7? He's cheating. This guy's cheating. He's hacking. This guy's hacking. What the hell? We got 60% more damage, 30% decreased life. But how did he do that? Let me see if I can remember where this is. So this will be allocated berserker starting with 1 notable. That gets overridden. It's supposed to at least, if they roll different class. Calculated stats. Yeah, this is our base starting stats. Down. It mustn't be under passive. Oh, it's oh, this is game state. Wrong one. Of course. Add to allocated passives. I'm gonna have to ask Paul about this one. It's gonna take a while to find it. I drew you a shitty paint item, art for bows. You can use it for free. You're welcome. Amazing. It's perfect. It's perfect. Beautiful. Thank you. I absolutely should. I actually don't know how to implement images into this current version of the game. But you can be sure I'll save that for later when I do know how to do that. Lol. This is part of Exiled 2T. Abuse early, abuse often. Yeah, this guy's taking keystones at level 7. What the hell? While you have it commented as a keystone, is there a tag for keystones? Is there any logic that doesn't let it be allocated until level 10? That was the idea, but I think it has been misplaced or is currently non-functional. Get passive tier for level. If level 10 equals key. Yeah, it's right here, right? Get passive tier for level. If level 10, return keystone. Level 5. This is the idea. Every 10th level, you gain a keystone. Every 5th level. It might have been, unless my logic is screwy here with the math. I don't know how this, like, kind of every X level sort of situation works in code like this. But that needs to go on the bug list. Bugs. Allocated a keystone at level 7. Consider my flubber gasted. The flubber has been gasted. Is keystone also notable? No, they are distinct from each other. Notables are notables and keystones are keystones. They're not defined with some sort of like array for that. If we look at passives, you can see we've got... Wait. Have I even defined what they are in here? Wait, hold on. Hold on. Unless I do... I don't think I actually defined anywhere. which they were. They're separated by comments. This is keystone tier passives, but there's no actual... We have tag system, but that's for the biasing stat growth system. The growth potential. I saw tier. Oh, tier keystone. I was right there. I'm blind. Okay. So there is tier keystone. Oh, great. Let's see. Keystone. He's mentioned down here as well. Get reroll costs. That's for gold rerolling. Tier. Snap passive selection. Const tier this. Get passive level of current level. Generate 2 random choices. Choice 1. Yeah, this. Select passive for this level up. That's this. Wait, no. Start passive selection. You might want to look at this. Yeah. Store choices. This one. Choose your tier passive. For now, auto select the first choice. We'll add the UI next phase. Yeah. Okay, passive. Select passive for level up. Get weighted passive pool for this class and tier. Yep. Filter out already allocated. Do we want to actually have repeated passives? You know, I think that's I literally think this is what's causing it. I think I had an aha moment. You know what I reckon's happening? Every passive's been allocated, so the only passives left are keystones, so it defaults to allocating a keystone. That's what I think might be going on here. That's one theory. To allocate, running out of passives to allocate, so are we allocating the remaining keystones early? We should add that normal passives can be repeated and ensure notables. Ensure enough notables for 100 levels, right? How many notables is that? 20? Need more than that, though. You want some variety. 50 notables? That's a few. That's a few. But you probably don't need 100 levels right now. Amy got to level 50 earlier. She grinded pretty hard for that. Later on. For now, maybe 50 levels. Check if you only have 5 passives. I do have a console command for that. Let's ask Claude Chan what the console command was. I'll come back to that. Was that for a sec? I need to write down my console commands. What is a console command for checking currently allocated passives? Check if you only have 5 passives in the code. Oh, I guess I can do that. Well, I can actually check what my character is allocated though. That is the thing I can do. But I think I think we have we got toughness, brutality, resilience, fortunes. That's 4, 5, 6, and then 7. Yeah. It's literally the right number because the 7th he picked a keystone. So next level we can test. Next level he'll pick another keystone. Ready? If we manage to make it another level. I'll do some easy grinding in here. Do a couple climbs. You can make it, mate. You can make it. Go on. Allocated slow and steady. Yeah. Allocated the other keystone. Okay. Nice. All right. Yeah. So now next level, you'll probably return an error when he levels up again, right? Demoralized. You need a real challenge, do you? God, prison's gonna murder you, bro. Level up, no passive allocated. No more passives available. Aha! Oh my god, I actually bug fixed myself. I don't know how to fix it at least, but I bug identified myself. Yep, confirmed. Running out of passives. Lol. That's a good one. That's a good one. That makes sense. So we can fix the code, or we can just add a shitload of passives. That's another choice. I could just not fix the code. But, you know, I probably should fix that anyway, but, it's one thing. That's one thing. Demoralized. Shall we send him to his death in the prison? He's okay. He did all right. He went down from 470 life out of 700. Doing okay. We've got a couple exalts here. Let's exalt this. Got like 3 defense. Did I? Added 3 defense to the magic mace. Nice. We retreated from the prison. This is too easy. Fair and reasonable. Fair and reasonable. More exalted orbs. I want a higher item level belt. Let's go to the warden. I'm scared. I'm too scared for the warden. Come on, I need a ring. Let's try and exalt the ring then. 15 damage ring? Okay, let's go warden. Go. He did it! A fair, reasonable fight, mate. He crushed the warden. We're ready to... Oh, he retreated. I'm ready to... I need to put an Uber boss in the game, apparently. Found a magic bow. I got a bow. It's bad. It's terrible. There's no damage. There's a really good application for Claude Code that runs in a terminal window. Oh, I was looking at that, yeah. But I figured that would be like a whole extra thing I have to learn right now. Runs an internal room window directly inside VS Code, has access to all the files in your repo, and can dynamically pull them into context. It can do git commits for you from prompts. Okay, that actually does sound amazing. I should probably get that set up for next time. You can create a set of system instructions and to-do list. Yes, I already have it set up as a project with like project goals and practices and my somewhat recent files, and I just update this in between chats, but that sounds way better. That does sound way better. Great. You should maybe consider something like this and using fix me or to do type markdown for bug tracking rather than text file manually. Here we go. I'll save this link in my bug fixing. Put this under here. There we go. Thanks. You can create a set of system instructions and to-do lists for it to execute on. You can watch it work and learn what it's doing. Yeah, every time I like just tell it to go for it, it goes nuts and it implements so much stuff, and then some of that stuff just doesn't make any sense. So it's really good as long as you do some back and forth at each step. So I've explicitly, normally it'll just do a whole bunch of stuff all at once. If you just prompt it to, it's like, yeah, I want to make a game, and it's like, great, let me make a game for you. And it's like, here you go, I made you a game, and you're like, what the hell? Calm down. Want to have a bit of a discussion about it first, maybe. Like you made me Roller Coaster Tycoon. Interesting. Not what I was going for. I was trying to make Dark Souls, but okay. Maybe this can be the Dark Souls of Roller Coaster Tycoons. Um, that sounds really good, Single. I'll take a look at that later, yeah. Rather than digging up the problem area based on your notes. Yeah, that sounds awesome. I'm very impressed with the sorts of things that have been created for this, but it's hardly surprising that people who are doing, like, who are developing have developed themselves very good tools to do so, right? Kind of makes sense. All right. So I wanted to fix a bug where I'm supposed to have classes randomly generated each restart, but that's not currently working. And I did have, no, further down, coming back to this. Where was it? Let's pause that for a moment. Yeah. Every time, here's the brawler. In Game.js, I couldn't figure this one out. Initialize exile has this logic. Yes. If game state exile class, game state exile class equals marauder, this random exile class. But in game state JS, the default exile class is set to brawler. Yes. Is this why it's... Oh, it's trying to randomize a marauder, but we set it to default to brawler. Okay, I'm gonna blame Claude for this one. I didn't make that decision. Agentic AI is very over eager. It's super eager to please, yeah. But once you kind of know that and know how to put the reins on a little bit, it seems to help a lot. Make a to-do list and prompt it to talk to you before each implementation. Yeah, I've set that up in the project as like, that's like primary project things is like, we talk it over before we implement anything. It's been doing a pretty good job of that. I noticed as the chat gets longer and the context window fills up and it starts to have trouble finding that, and then it sometimes forgets, but it does a pretty good job. Claude will remember this. I was speaking it to with my mic earlier, so who knows, right? So we can change this by just changing the starting class to Marauder, or we can fix this, which is probably the go. This is more future-proof than doing this because we want it to be working for every new exile. So randomization only happens if no class is set. Or the class is Marauder, but it's never Marauder. Yes. So let's fix the initialize exile method. Yeah. Replace this section, the Marauder one, with... So you're just setting it to Brawler. Oh, but you've also got other options for if it's not a Brawler, right? And game state exile equals level 1. And experience is 0. This randomized class. Or even simpler, in GameState.js, we could just change the default trigger to randomization. Will be randomized on creation. GameState.js changes this line to this. Yeah, I mean, this seems dodgy though, right? This seems dodgy. Code short code? Yeah, I've never basically done any sort of coding in my life, and then in a very short time frame, I've been able to learn a lot about how JavaScript works and things like that by being very inquisitive and having lots of back and forth and things like that. As long as you don't just kind of let it do everything and then have no understanding of how stuff works, I think it can be a really, really good tool. It's amazing. Do-do-do-do. That seems dodgy to me. Force randomization on new game. Let's be explicit about when to randomize. In Game.js, replace problematic selection with... I like how it's like countering its own initial suggestion here. It's good. That's good. That's a good way to go. It's what you should do yourself in your own brain, right? Problematic selection with... exile level, experience 0, exile passives allocated length 1. As long as there's not like a refresh here, which there wouldn't ever be. This would be a problem with like a passage-based system like Twine or something where you were like refreshing, taking some action, it would probably like reset your class constantly or something like that. But this seems good. This seems like the play. We do need to find... It was set to... this first. Randomized class. You should really enable Copilot chat extension in VS Code. It's like a couple clicks. You can have AI always have context of your whole project and not need to constantly copy paste over. Yeah, we were just talking about that. Apparently Claude even has a thing for that too. So there's a few things for me to look at there. If you want to make a roller coaster tycoon, you might need to learn assembly. The original was made with assembly to make it as small as possible and work on as many systems as possible. Assembly is also incredibly difficult to code anything super complex in. Since it's very close to machine code, yes, I remember it's not far removed from typing in ones and zeros, right? The entire lexicon for the language is only a few commands. Wild. Claude Code's a bit more set up, but you can have Copilot chat use the Claude model. Oh, really? I thought Copilot was its own thing, like, because it's Microsoft, right? Isn't it? Okay, let's come over here, and we're looking for not reliant on initial class name. Is that variable, like, is that, I don't even know if they're called variables in this, it's just what they were called in the thing I was doing. Is that even, like, so this is the initialization for the character. Does that even need to be here? If we remove class brawler entirely from the game state, then game state exile class would be undefined. But can't you do these things usually where you just set like a box, like an empty box? Remove it entirely. Wait, hold on. Does it save or overrides yada yada yada? Condition game state exile class would be true. Randomization would trigger correctly. Well, isn't that's fine, right? Remove it entirely. Set it to null, undefined explicitly. Keep it as a fallback, but fix the logic. Let's see what happens if I set it to null. So I don't do quotes for nulls, right? You just type null. I'm pretty sure. We'll test if that works. Oops, sorry! Twitch snuck up on me there! Here's a random snippet of assembly, is it? Let me see. Oh god. La, is it do, re, mi, fa, so, re? Okay, yes, not good. It looks like at least there's commenting. Imagine if there was no commenting. You need to like write on post-its on the side of your monitor or something. Oh. As a senior engineer of 10 years, juniors are cooked with how good AI is getting at the more simple tasks. I mean, you wouldn't hire someone who doesn't know how to properly use the tools, but also understand what they're doing, right? Use it to like, but rather people who knew what they were doing and then able to. I don't see an issue there. It's like if you get some people into coding because it lowers the barriers to entry, and then you know they're encouraged to learn as they go and understand each thing they're implementing, which is the approach that I've been taking, which has been pretty effective. Tell that to HR. Yeah, I'm sure hiring practices will have to change a lot based on AI, because you can't just be like, submit a sample of working code, because obviously they're just gonna be like, Claude, make me a sample of working code. Obviously, right? You need to know that they understand. Lowering the barrier of entry is bad because then I have to compete with them for jobs. Gotta keep getting better. I mean, there is a question at the end of that train of logic, though. Is the I'm reading / listening to a book. What is it called? It's called it's by Tchaikovsky. It is Service Bot, I think it's called. It's about a robot valet who loses his job at the end of all things. But it very much directly kind of covers that, addresses that idea. Is like, if you make robots that can do all the jobs, but then continue to insist that people's value is based on their productivity, and they can only exist if they are productive, then yeah, you eventually run into a bit of a problem there, don't you? Yeah. I was late. I'm not doing anything. I'm just waiting. Ugh. I'm coming up with technical interview questions for new hires at my job and facing that problem. How to create questions that applicants can't simply solve with AI. In my first experiments, I was very reliant on the AI doing bulk coding and not really understanding how. I was just looking for the results. I wasn't really looking to understand how the stuff worked. And it very quickly cascaded into a whole bunch of issues where, like, I'd want to change one little thing and it would break several other things, right? Full spaghetti code with me not really understanding why. Starting fresh with this one, it's much better. I feel like I understand pretty much everything that's going on. Like, I don't fully understand. Like, I would have to... There's a few things I'd have to look up, like if I went through... Where's an example of something I don't understand? Some of these like double line things and stuff, I'm not quite sure what they mean. So that's the thing I still have to learn. Let's see if I can get it from context. So this is used Chaos Orb code, how Chaos Orbs work. Game state inventory backpack find. So if you have a Chaos Orb, otherwise false. If you don't have a Chaos Orb. So wait, where's the double thing? It's over here. Need at least one current stat and one available stat. Yeah, so this, if current stats length equals 0, is this just otherwise? If available stats length equals 0? Or is it's just or? It's or, otherwise, or, okay. It's not otherwise, because that's more like else. So that's or. Okay. Cool. Why does JavaScript use 3 equals signs? I was using one before that was like 2. It was like plus equals, and then sometimes just equals. So if it was Boolean, like true, false, it was just a single equals. Why do these use 3 equals? And so the double, I don't even, what are these lines called? Vertical lines? They probably have a name. So that's or, and then, oh sorry, whoops. I forgot to change back. And is logical. What does logical mean? Triple equals is equivalence and not equality. Equals and same type. 2 equals just compares the value. And then 3 equals makes sure that it's the same type. Oh, okay. So it's strict, it's more stricter. Interesting, okay. What does the double and mean? The logical thing? 5 equals 5 is true. 5 quotation marks 5 is different to 5. Is that what you're saying? In that second one there, second example. JavaScript has both equals equals and triple equals, but double equals I check different types, so it's incredibly stupid to 0 equals. Okay. All right, cool. A or B, and A and B means A and B. So it's just and is just and. Why doesn't it just use a single ampersand? There's probably a reason, but this is the stuff I'm like learning as I go. And is used to check. It's just used to check for the value of multiple things in an if statement. Yeah. Okay, so cool. So it's like this and this need to be true. Okay, cool. So yeah, there's a few things if I go through like that I don't understand yet, but it's just a matter of asking the question and then getting it. Got it. So let's test the change we just made. So if we reset, you should go to null, and this will either cause a massive issue and break the game. I could probably see if I can get him to die first, though. Hold on. See if I can get Grimjaw to die. We'll get some rares. I don't even think we had any rares, did we? I haven't got any rares yet. I need to increase the rare drop rate, I think. Especially if we're doing the warden and we're not getting any rares. What the heck? Amy got so many rares. What the hell? Go. Like I said, it's a bit of a clicker game at the moment. I want to move away from that. Make each action much more meaningful. But for rapid prototyping, having it be a clicker game is really good. How are we not getting any rares though? Excuse me. I'm actually like worried there's a bug now, but I think I'm just getting unlucky. His morale is broken. Even the warden is not enough to challenge him. He's finding no joy in life. Grimjaw is destiny is delete. He's just so unhappy with the universe, the world. Look. Morale completely broken. Excuse me, why no rares? Something's... Oh, wait. Hold on, let me check prison, because it might be that, I'm pretty sure I didn't do anything weird with my missions. Well, drop rates aren't actually defined based on missions, which might be something I want to change. Improvements, possible improvements. Drop rates for gear isn't based on mission type. Oh, actually it might be, but it just might be, that might be done in Game.js, possibly. Something to look into at least. Because just like PoE2, for real? Can't get a single rare. Morale completely broken. Morale completely broken. Can't find a single rare. Why am I not getting any rares? Let me try this one, because Nightmare is a new implementation. I'm wondering if the code isn't set up for it yet. Well, we're getting magics though. Oh, are we just at 20? Oh no, we're at 31 out of 20, so it's not that. Go, 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 go. Grimjaw's about to be done, man. He's about to take it out on me. There we go. Okay, it's working. It's just, I'm so incredibly unlucky. What the hell? Okay, I got a rare belt. Nice. All right. Good job, Grimjaw. I will retire you now, my friend. Grimjaw default. Oh, I haven't refreshed. Should just be a refresh. Rogue, yeah, look. Oh, yeah, classes. Rogue, Brawler, Survivalist. Do we get an error when we refresh? I don't think we do. Reset save. Oh, great. The null for that does work. Brawler, Survivalist, Rogue. Hell yeah. Oh, mate. Oh, mate. It works. And let's just check their stats are changing. So Rogue. Yep. Brawler, 120 life, 114 damage, 5 defense. Rogue, 100. Yep. High damage. Lower defense and life. Survivalist. Nice. Small balance. Cool. Yo. Hell yeah. Grimjaw is a brawler. Amazing. That's the first step in having a multiple exiles, is implementing the ability to have them have randomized starting classes. If we see their existing passives now as well, over here, it was console. Passive is allocated. Let's just double check that each of the different classes is getting... Berserker is allocated. Very nice. Reset save. Grimjaw Survivalist. Do you have Berserker as well? You shouldn't have Berserker. Wait, no. I think Berserk... That's not working right. I don't think that's working right. Because each class should... Oh, I think that's defined separately as like a starting one. It's not randomizing though. It might be the exact same issue. Let's see if I can find it then. Okay, so it was the fact that we changed... Why does this thing come up here? Look at the top of my screen. It's like pinned to the top or something. Did I like click on it or something? I don't know how to use this software. I could definitely ask Claude, you know, just it'll find it in like 3 seconds, but I want to make sure I'm learning it too at the same time, yeah. That's it, Hellfish, how you doing, mate? But it's a quote-unquote developer, though. I definitely need the quotation marks there. Okay, so that was... Oh, God. What was the code I just looked at? I'm trying to remember off the top of my head is no good. It was... randomization. This one, if game state exile class. So it was looking for brawler. If we just look for brawler in here, there's any other references to it? There is no other references to brawler, so it's probably not that then. I don't suspect that brawler then. It should be in game state. Passives allocated berserker starting with one notable. Yes, okay. So that is not randomizing. We might want to fix that before we do anything else. I'm going to do UI after this in a second as well. It seems no matter the class, the starting passive isn't randomizing. I did in fact set that, I'm not crazy, I did in fact set that to be per class. They have their own starting passives, right? Rogue. They have unique passives. You know, I don't think we have. They don't have a starting passive. Okay, so that's just not implemented yet. All right, so that's a to-do. Improvements. Random starting passive for each character. With biasing based on class. And I'm going to ask if we have that. That's my new question. We currently have this just set at init. But random starting passives for each character with biasing based on class. Do we have support for this yet? Exile Manager Simulator, that's the one. Football Manager, if your football players could actually go out and die on the field. Is there a game that does that already? Is that already a thing? It's like Football Manager, but it's like soccer hooligans, football hooligans. Blood Bowl? Oh my god, yes, you're right, Blood Bowl. Except you actually play the games in Blood Bowl, don't you? Dark Silver, thanks for 31 months sub, mate. Appreciate it, buddy. Feel free to ask questions, mate. I'm 100% learning as I go here. Anything you see on top, view appearance, sticky scroll. I hate that too. Yeah, I can see how that could be useful, but it must have been what I had selected or something, was it? Thing you see on the top, view appearance, sticky scroll. Yes, I don't know. Don't want that. Get rid of that. There we go, thanks. Appreciate you. Current state. In game.js, in our game give starting notable method, it has give a random notable passive as a starting point. Constant notable passive helpers get passives by tier notable. Yeah, so it's fetching the list of notables. Random notable math flaw, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it's just doing math for the random. This slug, but what's actually causing it? This picks a completely random notable without any class biasing. It doesn't use the class weighting system. We should replace the random selection with the weighted system. Well, we can definitely do that while we're at it then. Also fix game state. In game state, we should remove the hard-coded starting passive. Brawlers are more like, oh, and it will still allocate. It's just the fact that the hard code is overriding it. Normally I thought like functions, these called functions, right? Functions usually, I'll make this bigger. Normally I thought functions override like initializations, but perhaps not. Give starting notable. Ensure exile is a starting notable if none allocated. Oh, well, this does it anyway. There you go. So this will like initialize it, right? Just via JavaScript. And then there's this one, give starting notable. Initialize passives if missing. So that's initializing the passives, yes. Give a random notable as a starting passive. Here. This one. And we're just expanding upon that to include the class biasing, which, why did I just, hold on, what did I just do? I might need to replace the whole thing. Give a random notable. Give starting. Why is the comment in there like that? That's weird. Wait, why are we getting a... There should be a comma here, right? No. What's this one about? Why is this expecting... Is this supposed to be inside the other section? Oh, it's this give starting notable. I'm duplicating it. I see. Aha. Let's move this comment. That's stupid comment. Well, I guess actually most of them are done like that. I think I like having these above instead. If you wanted to learn coding, where would you recommend I start? If you want to learn from more fundamentals and have a much better fundamental and learning process, I highly recommend boot.dev. I have been sponsored by them in the past. I've done some of their courses in the process of doing those sponsorships, and I rate it. I gifted a code to my nephew, and he's 13, 14. He's really taken to it. he's been really enjoying it. He's kept going with it months later, which is more than you can say for most things at that age. It's really good. It's really good. Not currently sponsored by them, just recommend. Otherwise, you can go with the route of using AI as a tool to help. But my recommendation is there's a few things that have made a really big difference for me. It's having the mindset of whenever you're making sure you're back and forth about anything you want first to nail down the design and specifically how things work. Ask how, then ask the AI how it works. I should maybe show you this process real rapidly. Let me just leave it like a good save point and I'll do that. You ask them in a back and forth what that thing that they're linking you, what that bit of code does, how it works. And then you think about, oh, okay, does any of this make sense? You ask it questions back as well. So you say like, how would this be expanded upon in the future? So let's say we implemented a system of, what don't we have right now? Let's say we implemented unique items. Okay, cool. And it gave me some code. I was like, okay, so what's this doing? And how would I add more unique items in the future? And it would say like, okay, we can actually make these changes to make it easier to add more things in the future. I'm like, okay, cool. What if I wanted to add unique items that did different things? What if I wanted to add dual sockets to my passives? And then how do we handle unique for that? Wait, maybe the problem is just that it's checking if none is allocated, but you're allocating one directly. Yeah, which we're gonna get rid of. That was our next step, right? Gonna go play Blood Bowl now. Nice. Nice. So we should replace random selection with a weighted system. Yep. Also fix game state, which we're just gonna remove the berserker. Yeah, and this is more typical of what I expect with this sort of thing, is just declaring allocated as like a thing, but there's nothing there, which works in initializations, I guess. Also, so we don't allocate berserker, we allocate nothing. Starting with nothing, no passives, given a random one. The game.js. So then the next thing I recommend doing your own commenting. Unless you explicitly tell it not to, a lot of the time various AIs will put a lot of comments in your code that telling you what to do, which is really helpful. But if you just leave that in your code, it will be very confusing later on and very messy. You'll notice that all of my comments here, I modify many of them. All of these comments are actually explaining what this thing is, what it does, or how it gets used. Not like, this is the thing we need to change with a pointy arrow. It's not very helpful. What if I wanted to implement an auction house? Funnily enough, that's exactly what I plan on doing. I plan on simulating like an item economy as well. That is on the cards. Let us just do a quick test to make sure this is working, because this is a good leaving off point if this is functioning. So we will go ahead. We might. Juggernaut. Oh yeah, wait, Juggernaut's new. There we go. Juggernaut. Well, it is. I don't have many notables, so we're gonna get a lot of repeats. Do I need to refresh this? Okay, Juggernaut again. Rogue. Berserker. Cool, it's working. Hooray! We have Berserker allocated. We'll have a UI for this very soon. I don't have many classes and I don't have any passives. Makes it a little bit trickier to test. Alright, cool. Great. You're doing code commenting right. It's so hard to get into the habit of doing that correctly if you don't start learning that way. It's like such a good learning tool. Because like, you don't want to be like doing something one day later and then being like, what the hell is this thing? What does this even do? What does it even mean? Or like, it's something I found helpful. This is probably non-standard practice, but quite often when I'm like pulling out chunks of code and then like trying to replace them, I have trouble like knowing where is the start and end of things. Like, these tools help. Like this is yellow, which probably means it matches to like another yellow one somewhere or something. But still, I want to be able to like, okay, this is where the game object starts, and then at the end of the game object, I have another comment that's like, this is the end of the game object, Z. So it's like, this is the start of where item like crafting math is done, and this is where the end of crafting math is done. So anything longer, I'm putting like an end cap on it like that as well. I don't know if that's like a thing people do, but I've got like end of crafting session, end of gear. So there's even nested ones. I should probably like nest them in like this. So this is the gear section. I know that this is the end of the gear section. And this is the end of use of alchemy orbs. Use chaos orb, use end of use of chaos orb. Put a space between those. Crafting, use chaos orb. Nice. Let's probably indent those maybe. And use end alchemy. No harm in making this a bit better as we go. That literally say Ziggy? Not that time, but if it helps me remember. Did you consider using TypeScript? I didn't consider using TypeScript, no, because I didn't know what TypeScript was when I started. I've only just, people have been talking about that a little bit. It was explained to me earlier that it's a wrapper for JavaScript. I don't understand why it's good. Apparently it might make it a bit easier or better in some way, but it's not something I'm familiar with at all, so no. The first thing I was learning to code in really was like Twine, so there you go. I think it doesn't matter where you start, just start doing something. You can always start again. You F'd that comment? What'd I do? Do. Austin, the most important thing to comment is actually why something is the way it is. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay, so that is working, which leaves us at a good state, which means I should probably do a commit, right? Commit, combat, whoops. Hold on, how do I, oh, can you not like this thing? I need to do what chat was saying earlier. I reckon like, I don't know if this, I don't think it shows anything that matters, right? My email address, it's fine, it's public anyway. Okay, hold on. Oh, Control X doesn't work in this, does it? Oh my god. Huh? Why is typing in Git Bash so... You can't control V, you can't control C. I gotta set up, because you can probably just do it in here, can't you? I gotta set that up. Okay. Commit and then it's git tag. Okay, alright. Oh god, let me backspace all the way then. You can't like select and then delete. Ugh. So this is class randomization working, UI not imp. And then new line. Oh, that just, I tried to do shift enter and it just sends the, it just sends it. 4 files changed, 22 deletions. It didn't add a version. Do I just go git commit version? No, wait. Maybe if I scroll up I can see it. I go Git tag. There we go. Git tag v0.1.1. Okay, and then I do ls, and then it tells me what it is. No, it's log, isn't it? Log. Log command not found. Oh, it's not log. We're trying to do. At the moment, I'm just trying to do a backup because I only just learned how to use this. Git log. I want to get the log. Okay. There we go. Class randomization. UI not implemented. Tag. Oh, there we go. And then there's the earlier one. Okay. So 0.1, 0.1.1. Great. All right, phenomenal. Could definitely make that easier later. Later on, you have thousands of lines of code and lots of different data types. TypeScript will help you make sure variables are actually the type that a piece of code expects them to be. It stops you accidentally using a passive like an item, for example. Oh, how? If you work in terminal, if you mark text and right click on it, it copies the marked text, and you paste it, you just right click again. Really? Oh. That opens the, when I do that, it opens the right click menu. I copy it. I guess I'm not using the terminal actually, but I can right click and copy anyway. To git log, just git good. Exactly. Exactly. VS Code has built-in Git tools. Yeah, someone was saying earlier, that sounds amazing. I'm totally gonna change to that. That sounds amazing. All right, let's do the UI. I want to see the passive skill system working. I want to see that working. All right, I have this like back here. All right, let's return to the UI implementation now that the class randomization is working and passive allocation is occurring. Don't forget that we need to disable auto passive allocation and set up player choice system instead. Don't forget. You need to git push after committing. What? That's probably to set it to an online thing. Is that what that is? I haven't set that up yet. This is just local backups. Yeah, I'm gonna go back. I only just set up this morning. We do need to disable. It's so like it's such a bootlicker. It's like you're absolutely right to ask that question. Wow, so clever. Thank you. I appreciate the affirmations. What allocation issue? Yes, let's go find our. So there's currently a bit that's just allocating it automatically. We're going to go ahead and change that. That is in game object. So it's if 0 passives, if game state exile passive spending points equals 2, return. Wait, hold on. This is start passive selection. Find the start. Remove the auto allocation at the end. Yeah, I was going to say that's not the part we want to remove there. For now, this part. We'll add UI next phase. Here it is. This allocated passive choice ID. Let's go ahead and get rid of these bits here. This log, choose your tier. This is just the printed message in the log. That's good. So this is start passive selection. Here we go. Game state exile passive spending points. Generate 2 random choices. Yep. So passive for level up tier, and this part earlier defines what those are based on class weighting, which we do have working. So we know this now is or, right? If choice 1 or choice 2, no more passives available. Failure as a backup. Okay, got it. Store choices in temporary state. Choose your tier passive. Notable, keystone, normal. Actually, I wonder what it prints for normal. Remove this line, yeah. This current passive choice, gold, legendary, yeah. Excellent. So this is an example where it's like, we don't need that bit of comment. We do not need that bit of comment there. We have our end bracket already. I don't like when it jumps around like that. I'm just control, make sure I'm doing the right thing here. No, there is an error here. What have I done? What do you, Okay, let's go back a step. Oh, is this replacing a larger chunk again? You're doing this to me, aren't you? Oh, it's got it here. It's got it here. Oh, we've actually got a bunch of this code already. Wait, were we literally just removing it? Oh, we were literally just removing it. It's already here. We already did this. Okay. And this is identical, right? It's identical. Yeah, I haven't changed anything about that. Okay, there we go. Great, so that should work just fine then, as is. Basically, you declare what your types are and what fields they have, then annotate all your variables and function arguments with what type they are, and the TypeScript compiler checks that all type annotations match up properly. That sounds good, but I'm only just barely beginning to understand any of that. Is it just kind of, it sounds like it's idiot proofing your coding a bit, right? It's not the idea. Or is there another kind of layer to it there? Types are like affinities in the PoE tabs, kind of making them order, make sure they go to the right place. Okay, gotcha. All right, now we're starting to work on the actual visual components of things. Exciting. Replace the 3 starting panels. Yep. Well, this needs to include resources though. Like, resources shouldn't be going anywhere else. What are you doing with resources right now? Hold on, buddy. Hold on, buddy. Because resources should stay on the main screen, probably. Three panels starting with your exile through resources with this. Yeah, so we've got exile name, exile level, exile's quick stats. So quick stats are summary, that's good. Exile notifications, passive points available, yeah, good. But why would we be replacing resources unless we're planning on moving that somewhere? This is the sort of thing where you want to sanity check it a bit, I think. Let's just make sure it's not there already. What's happening to resources? Why is it being removed from the main game screen? Because that's good catch, you're right. That was too aggressive. Exactly! That's what I'm saying. We want this somewhere here. We don't necessarily want it here. Although, it's probably fine. This is gone. We're getting rid of this. We're getting rid of this. Replacing this with like your exiles with clickable pages that do a pop-up inventory screen. And then everything's gone on their inventory character sheet level up screen. You know what's too aggressive? Your ledge this morning. I got Amy to sit down and test, and it was like right after I just like made it ridiculously hard. She'd do like 2 runs of the coast and die. It took like 20 attempts to get out of the coast to like get level 2. Poor Amy. She did it though. She got to level 50. I have photo proof that Amy was the first level 50 exile manager, and that was in the hardest version of the game yet. When's it coming out? Never. Never. Yeah, as purposely making mistakes make the user feel smarter. Yeah. The main value of types is allows you to change code later. For example, if you want to change some fields in your game state definition, the type checker will let you know the locations that depend on the old definition, so you can go and fix it. That sounds very nice. That's often a thing where it's like, okay, if I want to change even just the name of something, because like this name's stupid, how many places do I have to go and change it in? It sounds like a thing you can do with find and replace, but if it's like a term that's used by a bunch of other things, that could be a problem. So that sounds way better for that, huh? Okay. Let's see what's going on here. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's go backwards a little bit here, buddy. No, I am too far up. Okay. What's happening to resources? Our resources, gold, chaos, exalted orbs are core gameplay elements players need to be able to see frequently. You totally want to see those numbers go up, right? Absolutely. Let's keep resources playing on the main screen. Exactly. Only your exile stat panels. Yes, your exile and stats. That's the thing we actually want to get rid of. Why is this here? Game panel resources. Are you changing this? No. No, this doesn't define what it looks like anyway. That's the CSS that does that. The CSS is the style sheet. So we have a few different things here. I'll explain things because I've been learning them. It's maybe some of you are only seeing some things here for the first time too. So what we've been mostly looking at so far is JavaScript, which is the code that tells things what they are and what they do, right? But if you make a game with this, it will probably just be pure text game. With only this. And that can actually work, but you'll be basically just playing a game that is a console that you type commands into, and you won't have like any clickable buttons, you won't have any visual elements or any visual organization, apart from like the order that things get printed in, basically. That's my understanding at least. The index is all of those things that you've made. Like, so these are like the functions, the things that do things and what they do things to. So it's things like saying your exile's name is Grimjaw and he's level 1 and this is how he gets experience and this is the items he can find. And then this one's like, this is how all of that stuff works, how experience is calculated, how items, you know, change his stats. This is the actual items that he can find. So these are separate JavaScripts just for organization. They could technically all be in the same one, but that's a nightmare. This is passives, which also includes classes. That could probably be separate too. And then the index HTML is like, this is the one that you double click on to start the game. It opens up a browser window, which is where the game is being rendered. And this is showing where do all of these things go on the screen. So these are div classes, which is basically like a wrapper for a thing to appear. So we have like a title here, equipment, and then the, where is it? What actually puts the thing in these ones, like on click game equip. So this is like linking into one of the functions from the JavaScript. You don't want to split all this code up eventually? Yeah, it seems like it. I tried to do some of that from the outset. Creating a config file to store your constants in one place. What's tell me more. Why? How? To what end? I feel like having a good user guide, a developer guide, like your things, your commands and stuff you want to use sounds pretty useful, but I haven't needed that just yet. And then the other thing is the style sheet, which this is what tells your browser how to make it look, what colors to make things, how much of like a line they have around them, how to draw what a button looks like, what the font is, how much padding is between them, how much space is between them. This is what positions and moves and does everything here. You can do some weird stuff with that, but that's the idea there. Now, what was I actually doing though? We were going to place in exile and stats panels. So in index, we're coming to game panel. So these are all in game panels. The game panels are, and I can show you the game panels. Oops, this is our painting of a bow. That someone made us earlier. The game panels, each of these is a game panel. These like gray boxes. So there's one game panel div and they're all defined the same so that they look identical across the board. It's an easier to have one spot to go to when you want to adjust numbers rather than having to hunt through. But then won't that just be a thing you have to hunt through? Not quite sure. Like if you want to adjust numbers, config file. Oh, I get it. Like a config, like when you're, as a gamer, you want to edit some settings, you can go into the config file in some games and just like change the numbers. It's like how much lumber does a thing cost to build, and you can change it in the config file in some old games, for example. It's that kind of a config file. So this is saying like, so there must be code that's saying like, the value for this is stored in the config, and then you can just edit in the config. Okay. That does sound like, I guess it would dodge like a lot of this extra code across the board. I guess you'd want to think about what sort of things you'd want to have in a config file for that. And that gives the player potentially some control to adjust settings if they want to as well. A bit more easily without having to go into the code. As hard coding values and more constants you use, the saner you will be. Okay. Well, so you're not messing with potentially fragile sections of code when balancing? Yeah, not like accidentally removing a comma. Okay, what am I looking for? Exile. So this is your Exile, game panel, div class container, Exile manager. No, so this is the one we want here, not your... Wait, do we want your Exile? Well, we're just getting rid of the whole panel, aren't we? So we don't need any of that panel. Gone. Game panel info box, stat. Gone. Deleted. So if I refresh right now, watch what happens. Wait. Huh? Didn't I just... Oh, I didn't save. Okay, that's why. Gone. There we go. Magic. Whoa. Whoa. Now I can answer the question, do I want these on the left or the right hand side? Actually, I don't know if position in the index is defining this, or if maybe it's actually watching intensifies, or if it's CSS that defines which side it goes to. Because like I know CSS can define that. But if I put these guys in here, make sure I've done this right. In theory, they're on the left. I'm gonna comment, but I think for index you have to do comments like this, right? I don't think you can do the double comment. I don't know if that works here. End of exile summary. You can do comments like this one works too though, doesn't it? HTML comment is very different. Does this work? I feel like it does. No, maybe not, because it's not anywhere else in my code. Okay, so HTML commenting is different. We go, it doesn't work? Oh, cool, it's going green, the thing is telling me. All right, cool. Why is there a second? There shouldn't be a second one there. I think the editor does one automatically. End of... I kind of like this format anyway. And I'm guessing you can chuck anything else you want in here. You can draw pretty pictures. We can draw like, you know, some boobies, for example. End of boobies. Control plus to comment. Wait, what? Let me test this in a second. End of exile summary. I want to make this. I haven't done any commenting in the index, which I really should. Reset button, exile summary card. Okay, here's something I want to know. There's probably a hotkey for this. When I press enter, it always goes to like, it follows some logic of indenting where it like goes to the next thing. Can I make it go back to the start without having to backspace like that? Like if I want to just make a space, can I have it like not indent 50 times? It's not control plus, it's control and /. So if I do control / here, oh, of course there's a hotkey for that. That's amazing. That's beautiful. Wait, is that contextual? Oh my god, it's contextual. Not that it's hard to do that one. Exile summary. Good. Can you right click and add comment? Not that I see there. But yeah, control does it. Control / does it. Yeah, I want to indent stuff, but just often I want to like put something on a right at the beginning here, and like I don't have to press backspace a bunch of times or something. There's probably something like that. Are you missing a closed div? Is that what's causing the indent to jump? Div class contain. Oh no, because this container is everything is in this container. The close for this is at the end. Otherwise, we'd be throwing a bunch of errors, right? There is this container. It should even do it here, right? Container is like right the way down to the bottom. Because that container is what's containing all of this game. It's that kind of a container. Let's refresh. Oh, show me what this looks like. Oh, we haven't put it in. This is what it looks like at the moment. Because we don't have any CSS to make it look pretty. Of course. Unnamed Exile Marauder. Why is he unnamed, actually? That's a question. I wonder why. All right. Keep the existing resource panel as is. Yeah, I got it. We need CSS next byte. Looks good. Give me the CSS. It's just a messed up indenting at the side of the body. All right, yeah. I don't know what correct indenting looks like, so I try to make things look pretty, but yeah, don't look too closely at my indenting. Okay, so style sheet, it doesn't really matter where things, well, it does matter where things go. I was learning a bit about this. You kind of want more specific things to go last, I think it was, because they can overwrite. Did you learn about Flexbox and grid layouts? A little bit. I had been messing around with some Flexbox stuff, but CSS is still... CSS, I actually find, of all of the things, the AI is actually really good at doing CSS for you. You just be like, no, it looks like this. I don't want it to look like that. I want it to look like this. And they'll actually just do it. Some of them you can even like draw pictures and then give it to them, or you can take a picture or something. Actually works pretty well. So I feel happy about not having to learn too much CSS, but it is handy to certainly know a few things. If you want to auto indent, you can Control-Shift-P and search a format. You can use an extension called Prettier. Later on, you can also format on save. Okay, yeah. Let me add a note for that. Tips from chat. Nice one. Take about 65 width and the resource panel fit 35% width side by side nicely. I'll be the judge of that. Resource panel should now fit alongside Exile summary card on the same row. It better, because we went through this before. I don't want to have to scroll the window. It's one of the core tenets of the game design here. What am I need to organize this a bit better. Okay. Style, CSS. So do we have existing Exile container? Well, we don't have an Exile container currently, but we will have some CSS now that's not doing anything, I don't think. So that would be like stat row, this stuff. So we may want to remove that. And it would also be like whatever they were called before. Which I don't remember. I should have probably made a note first. I'll ask Claude. Claude will know. In Visual Studio, you should be able to Control plus A, Control plus K, Control plus F, and that'll auto indent everything for you. You fact checkers. Control F is, oh, that's like a series of hotkeys, isn't it? So these are the quick stat. Okay, here we go. So Exile summary card. This is an important one I might want to return to. I'm just going to make it a bit more obvious. Exile summary card. End of Exile summary card. Should be following the same theme. Let's have a look what it looks like now. Whoop. Hold on. Wrong bro. This bloody bow. I'll save the URL. Bow. Free art assets from the art community in my chat. Amazing. Thank you. I might need that. Okay. What are you complaining about that I'm not doing right? Bam. This is distinctly different looking from the rest of the UI. I would say. It's kind of nice though. Maybe I want the rest of the UI to look more like this rather than the other way around. It's kind of, it's making it look more like the buttons. Yeah, it's way too big. It's fine for one guy, but imagine if I had a bunch. Like, that's not gonna work for me. Okay, we also need to figure out why it's unnamed Exile now, because we have a name predefined. We want to add a name randomization at some point when we add random exiles. You need to have that bow in the game for the strongest unique bow. Absolutely. You should set up a Kanban board in Obsidian to keep track of your to-do list. I had learned a little bit about Kanban boards in the past due to my Obsidian tinkering. That's where you can like move things from like column to column or whatever, right? You can import one CSS file into another instead of placing start-end markers. What do you mean import one CSS file into another? Like, have a bunch of different CSS files and then reference them in one master one or something? Or just have a bunch of different ones? I assume you could. Or just create a bunch of different CSS files? There you go. It just sounds like more work than I need probably at the moment. We don't have any implementation for the actual button to click it to anything just yet, which let's do that first before we do anything else. We can worry about what it looks like afterwards. Okay. Let's make it function. It's interesting actually, because I thought we had already done the setup for this. In Game.js, add these methods to the game object after update display method. Open character screen. To do, show the character screen modal. We'll implement next. Why have you commented that? Yes, this is our various documents like we had before. Set morale color. Cute. Show it's taking the initiative on the morale color. That's cute. Wait, did we already have that? We might have already had that. Show passive point indicator. Yes, good. And in the update display method in Game.js, add this line at the very end. Okay, we'll come back to that. Update display method. Oops. Okay, so recalculate stats. No. Update display. Update exile info. Apply morale. And this is, yes, the method by which this verb is done, which is the object method. Come back here, you. Open character screen, there's the documents. I'll fix that commenting. Show passive points indicator. This is fairly similar to what's already going on here. What does this need to change? Is this changing? Set morale based on color level. Let's just make sure there's correct. No, what's going on here? This is not right. This was an extra, because this is from this currently. Get rid of both of those. Update exile. Update the compact exile summary on the main screen. Right, because we have to update the preview and we have to update the other thing. Got it. Game over. Open character screen. Okay. This is the exile summary button to exile screen. And that ends, well, this is log, so it's not there. End of. Yeah, so have a columns for ideas to do, doing, done, needs rework. Yeah, I like that for sure, definitely. As we get more and more deep into things like this, having it be pleasant to engage with and manage will be key to maintaining my interest. What's this conversation I want to catch up on? Mistakes for new devs is not always starting with a strong foundation, and when they want to clean up later, it'll be a headache. Well, this is true. He's also learning code at the same time, so I think there's a trade-off here in that the overhead of the learning process, and some things will just have to be learned the rough way. I'll tell you this: it was a choice between not learning to code and not making a game versus doing it. that's the real, like, that's the, you can have the debates about like the learning process and things like that all day when it comes to like AI assisted coding, but that's the real end result there, is that it's for me, it was just the too hard of like, oh, that's too many hours of learning to do, like learning the letters before I can do anything. It's like the same reason I feel like learning another language. It's the same idea. If I could start having interesting conversations in a language right away, it would make learning that language much more interesting for me. Even if I have to go back and kind of like unlearn some bad behaviors or stuff like that. I think at least if you're taking the right approach to it, it can help. It can help a lot. Which is like, you know, asking questions, doing a lot of commenting, learning what things are that I'm interacting with and what they do. Everyone's first project will be spaghetti, but you improve after each project you do? Absolutely. Absolutely. I've always had a pretty improvement focused mindset anyway, so I can apply that here, I think. In the update display method in Game.js, add this line at the very end before the closing brace. The way that it's dictating this stuff to me is better than it usually does, because I've specifically prompted it to do it like this, which has really helped as well. It's much more specific than it usually is when I just do like a random chat with it. So we have, that's using it, using it. Should be the first one, right? Wait. No, what are we looking for here? And in the update display method in the Game.js, well, it's the method for update display. So it should be this update display, yeah. Maybe it's at the very end then. Because JavaScript doesn't matter about order so much, right? What are we talking? What update display method are we looking for then? Have this line at the end of the update display method. Because a method is like this, right? Like this is part of an object. Like a game is the object, and then load game here is a method. So there should be an update display method. Well, it's giving me a bum steer right now. Is it giving me a bum steer? You can control click function names to go. You can? Okay, but it's not doing anything, so maybe not. If you open the file explorer, you should be able to see an outline section. This wouldn't be defined anywhere else because game.js is where this stuff all happens. Yeah, control clicking doesn't seem to do anything there. It does not have a definition, so it does not go anywhere. Okay. The double page icon. I don't think I'm using that stuff yet. Try control click another. Maybe that one's just missing. Yeah, that takes me to load game. Save game's there, and this is, I guess, bringing up all the references to it. Huh. Okay, I'm gonna argue with Claude. And in the update display method, what do you mean, update display method? It doesn't have a method I can find. Need to open the folder with VS Code, not individual files. It won't have the context. Oh, I see. That might be helpful then, because can it like search between files or something, can it? You're right, looking at the code, update display is a method in the game object. Let me be more specific about where to find it. Huh? Well, I guess if I find the one with the open bracket here, that'll help me find it. No results, bro. What are you talking about? I think you had one but removed it. Oh, I think I removed it. Oops. Did I remove it from where start passive selection was then? Wait, no, back here. Open character screen. Oh, how did I remove that? I must have removed it. Please give instructions as to where it came from. Cross reference with placeholder code in your project and provide new and updated replacement code as needed. I'll paste current state. Emergency, emergency. I fucked up. Gotta be like, yeah, I see what you did. Look at the current code. I can see update display method is missing. It was in the original game. JS got removed somehow. Yep, somehow. It never assigns blame. Just somehow, some mysterious accident occurred. Add this method to the game. Update display. Placing it right after reset game. Phenomenal. Thank you. And that includes the new stuff too. Great. After what? Restart game? Reset game. How do I get rid of that? Like a complete goober, eh? That's the reset game method. Yes, that's using it. Great. Alright. When you added the update... Oh, yeah, I probably just selected that part and deleted it like a goober. Excellent. Yeah, here it is. You can see that this is the part I put in before, and I just took the update display from the top. Ah. So I didn't have like the top of that, the hat of that particular section. Okay. All right, I'm gonna take a short break. I'll be back in a moment. I'll see you very soon, folks. It says character screen open, but then there's no character screen because we haven't implemented it yet. So, but the code is working. That's good. Claude is gonna be burnt out after this game is done. You wait till crunch comes. You wait, Claude. Crunch season's coming, buddy. Hello. Just waiting for the ad break to end. What are you doing? What will be? I shall answer in just a moment so you don't get blocked by an ad break. Oh my god. Chocolate teddy bear biscuit's so good. Ah, so good. Come on, ad break. Let me get back to working. This has been fun so far. Thanks for hanging out for me. Hanging out with me. I hope this is something I can make later that you play and have 5-10 minutes of fun with. Remember Exile Idol or Exiled or whatever it was called? There was that little game someone made sometime. It was like it's really fun. I want more of this. That was another part of the reason for this. Remembering that game and being like, I want more of that, but not an actual full idle game. A crunchy management Exile game. All right, welcome back, folks. What are you doing? What will it be? I am working on a game called Exile Manager. Have I ever made a game? Hell no. Do I know what code is? Do I look like I know what a JavaScript is? No, not really. I am learning rapidly though. I have a pretty good mindset for learning things. That's one of my core strengths. That's why I do what I do. Make guides and stuff. But yeah, I've been working on one here. This is a simulation game about managing a guild of exiles where you talent scout exiles, help them with their builds, make them allocate passives, equip gear on them, send them on various activities. Right now we've just got like a simple mission based system. So we've got like the coast, the fire fury, the boss of the coast, mud flats, the climb, the prison, and the warden at the end. I actually want to make various activities like go farm crabs on the coast, or go fight cannibals, and they'll have each different rewards but also different requirements. Like fighting the cannibals will require some fire resistance because it's well, not require, but you know, you might die if you don't have it. If you don't have some fire res, because they're going to try and cook you. That sort of thing. I want some pretty nuanced. I've got some working combat simulation. I've got a working gear system. I can't really show you it functioning right now because I did earlier in the stream, but I'm in an in-between state of implementing some UI currently that is not functional. Like a button. This is supposed to open an inventory screen. Doesn't do anything just yet. So we're moving on to that. We're moving on. Okay. So here's the replacement for this. Great. That's fixed. Next step from there, please. It's live simulation for how I play PoE with my guild. I was actually thinking about that, like some of the people who like the hideout warriors, that, you know, the backbone of the guild hideout warriors. You're kind of doing that a bit. The story will be you're like an exile who's like, you know, can't fight anymore. You got crankled arms and legs. You're well past being able to physically fight. But you know, you want to teach a thing or two to the new generations of exiles. So add this modal structure right before the closing body tag. Okay. Right before the closing body tag. Now, the fact that it's saying the closing body tag to me suggests that that's just like the final one that closes the entire body. It sounds like it is. I thought that's where these scripts go, and I know you don't really want to mess with those. Is that because this is like kind of a new section? I might have to ask them why about this. Also, I got to remind it, it's supposed to only go step by step, but well, I guess that's step 3B. You coder? Only if you put it in quotation marks. Which is both a thing you do in code, but also a way of saying, well, you know, coding, developing. So there is only the one body tag though, right? Slash body. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna ask why though, I want to understand that. So, A, modal structure, what is it? B, why just before end of current body? 3, and just to throw a wrench in the spanner. AB3. I happen to be something of a coder myself. Why before the end of the body? Why after the, what are these things called? The scripts, I guess. Script element. The scripts is a hidden element, so it's not required to be in the top. Oh, this is also a hidden element as well. Because it's not coming up until it pops up, right? So modal's a pop-up window. Oh, good. Okay, cool. I certainly know the term pop-up, but in terms of using it with other things. my twine tinkering. So it's hiding until you click it, until you click that button. But right now, that thing that's supposed to appear when you click the button isn't there. Right now, when you click it, you get a character screen opened, but nothing happens. Overlays the main page, dims the background, and blocks interaction. So the modals specifically the ones that dim the background, which is what I wanted this to be. I didn't know the name for it, but I knew what I wanted. Contains focus content like character details, can be closed to return to main page. It's called modal because it puts interface into a different mode. Mate, neat, got it. Settings, yeah, that sort of thing usually. All right, cool. Why just for the end of the body? Loading order, HTML loads top to bottom, so I want the main game content to load first. Okay, why though? Z-index layering. Elements later in HTML naturally appear on top of earlier elements. Oh, okay, that part makes a lot of sense then for this. JavaScript access. By the time our script runs, the modal elements will exist in the DOM. Sounds like a dodgy way of doing things, but I guess that's fine. It's like, well, this is going to take a while to load. The other thing will have a chance to have loaded by that point. Modals are typically placed at the end since they're overlays, not main content. Makes sense. Why after the scripts? Actually, good cast. Modals should go before the scripts. See? I was like, that seems weird to me. I feel like, wouldn't the scripts go all the way down the bottom just because that's what I feel like is intuitively correct? See? HTML elements must exist before the script can find them. Exactly. That's why you gotta ask the questions, right? It's just checking if you're paying attention. Sure. Sure. I'm gonna put my comment here. Oh wait, this is HTML, so it needs the this one. Scripts must go last, so the other things can wait, so they can, what's the order of operations here? HTML must exist before the scripts can interact with them. Oops. Close. I need better tab management. If I just like do this, I'll be fine. Wait, no, that's all tabbing between these. Oh god. Okay, that's not gonna work then. Control tab. Oh, control tab works. That's weird. Oh, that is alt tab. Okay, all right. Before you think I'm crazy, I swapped my control and alt buttons around. Okay, that's not defending myself, is it? You're gonna think I'm crazy for doing that. I swapped my control and alt buttons around for reasons. Don't worry about it. Go last. HTML elements need to be loaded for these to interact with. Nice. All right. Such a goober. I'm trying to start using hotkeys. I watched Jonathan coding some shit one time and I was like, oh my god, he never touches the mouse. I'm like, I need to learn that. He's like doing all the hotkeys and I'm like, oh my god, it looks so good. It looks so much less painful. Why does this isn't right at all? That doesn't seem right. Something's gone wrong there. Is this the right section? Oh, I've skipped ahead too much. That's wrong code. That's not the right code. This thing is far too long. There we go. Add a modal HTML structure for the pop-up. Here we go. Here we go. This is the pop-up. I like looking at it at each stage too, to see just how broken it is. So here's our pop-up. Let's see how broken it is if we look at it now. It actually doesn't open, so I guess very broken. Okay, good to know. Well, Lizzie, you making the second best Pee-wee game live? Go watch some Primogen Twitch for ultimate no keyboard action. No keyboard action. no mouse action. So I figured, but you never know. I was like, maybe you could be like, oh, there's this amazing disabled coder that's somehow managed to code with a mouse. And I'm like, oh my God, that sounds incredible. You just haven't updated the JS, right? So it won't do anything. Oh, right. Okay. Well, we've got the style sheet for it here. Character screen modal. Great. So we can just whack that at the bottom. Yep. I'm happy to just whack the CSS in. I want to understand the bare minimum when it comes to CSS. But I will comment it though. Oops. End of modal pop-up character screen, using the terminology so that I remember it moving forwards. Update the JavaScript, of course. Open character screen. Show the character screen modal. See, I got confused because I thought we'd already done this part. Okay, let's go through. So there's all, yeah. Close character screen, open character screen. Update allocated passives. I feel like there's going to be a lot of work to be done here, but we'll come back to that. Update passive button. Update character equipment. To do update character screen equipment placeholder for now. Update character equipment. Console log. Updating character inventory display. Open passive selection modal. Okay, test this phase first. Yes, I'm planning on. Let's go. So this one is game, right? Yes, open character screen. Open character screen. Exile summary button to exile screen. Show character screen modal will be implemented next. Okay, let me just make sure I'm not crazy. Maybe I should try side by side again. It's like, even though I have a gigantic monitor, I still feel cramped. Probably because I've zoomed in a bunch for stream. Okay. Down, 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 down. Down, down, down. So open character screen starting with here. Yes. This part. This log, does it end with the same sort of thing? No, it's got its own separate things. Exile summary button to exile screen. And let's add a end of exile summary by exile screen from exile button. Different wording, nice. Alright, let's test it. This is the other reason why I keep full screening. Refresh. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can see many changes I want to make already, but it works. That's exciting. Bro, you are missing a lot of equipment slots. I think because I changed between chats and I asked it to print a prompt, and I don't think it was a fully detailed. I should have checked it closer. But I think we make sure that the passives and things are functioning for now. I don't know why we're getting unnamed exile here. So we'll fix that next, maybe. We have math calculations now, which is supposed to be a tooltip. So let's make some notes. Notes, combat statistics. The math is supposed to be presented via mouse over tooltip. With just the final number shown by default. On main screen, summary says unnamed exile. Do, 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 do. We vibing, we vibing, we vibing. All right, let's play the game. If you're just tuning in or you didn't get the earlier part of the stream, the game should be in a functional state again. It doesn't say the name of my character, and I don't like this layout, but it should be functional again. That's pretty cool. And we didn't remove this. This needs to go. The inventory's here. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna do that now, right now, because that should not be there anymore. So that's in the index HTML. We can just chop that right out. But here's what I need to do. I need to actually make sure I'm just culling the bits that need culling. So just that, because there's a lot of divs here. Like, this to me is hilarious. It's like div, 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 div. It's like, that's, it's hilarious to me. Oh, no. Hold on. Because this is the actual, this is the modal. This is the modal. So we don't want to cut that. Look, I even had my comment there, didn't I? No, I don't have a comment there. I forgot to, that's why I forgot to comment that. Well, let's find the start of the modal then. Where is the start of the modal? Okay, character screen modal. It's probably a quick way to jump to the bottom of this or something. Here, it is that the last div is the modal. That makes sense. Because the scripts were the last thing before. So this is end of modal car pop up. Don't delete. In other words, don't delete. So if we find character inventory, oh no, it must have a different name. First time coding? Well, more or less. I've done a few things in boot.dev and have tinkered around with a couple things here and there. But I am, yes, complete noob. And I don't have it. I don't have this language wrapped in some other language, which is apparently a crime. Exile summary card. Game panel of resources. Game panel missions. Game panel equipment. So there's equipment and should be inventory right next to it. Yep. So this is just, wait, game panel full width. Yeah, this one. Well, no, hold on, because that's just here. So what's this div for then? That is including all of the top area. Okay, so that's like where the top area things. No, wait, that's everything above the modal. Of course, that makes sense. So just this part, and then just equipment in its entirety, which will be the game panel that it includes, down to that div there. And I'll just leave a big gap there for a second so I know where that came from. But I can back that up if we need to. Gone. Nice. Nice. Let's see if the inventory still works now that we've moved it. Okay. Let's see if Grimjaw, the unnamed exile temporarily, can survive. Found a magic amulet, baby. We're gonna need, it's still like, it's not good. Everything's a bit silly here. And I want to make it so you're kind of like taking an exile and popping them in a mission rather than this whole thing, but this works just fine for now. Baylor, there you go, mate. Oh, this is very well timed raid, mate. Welcome. I am developing and coding a game to sate my own frustrations, which is that GGG made Settlers of Kalgor's system where you send exiles to maps to go mapping for you. And when they kind of mentioned that was going to be a thing, I was very excited because I was like, oh yeah, and we're going to give them gear and we're going to allocate their passives, and then it's going to simulate the mapping, and they're going to die, and we're going to make them form different parties, and then it was none of that. So I really want that. I really want Exile Manager, so I'm making it. I'm making it. I am making it. I have very limited coding experience. I've messed around in Twine a little bit. I've messed around a few other things here and there, and I've done some stuff on boot.devs, during the course of my sponsors that I've done with them. But really, it's a lot of learning as I go. But we have a currently working prototype, which we just did some nice updates on. And the idea is, this is if Football Manager was, you're a Path of Exile guild manager. If in Football Manager you could send your players to the field to die, basically. So if I send poor Mr. Unnamed Exile, which is supposed to be named Grimjaw, but it's currently bugged. Hey, look, we fixed the capitalization bug. Nice. If we send him to fight the Warden, he gets one shot. Now we can see the log here. Grimjaw was obliterated in the Warden, which that needs to change. Why was he in the Warden? Shh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Come, let me embrace you. You got one shot because we have a combat. I have a working combat simulation with the like minimum and maximum amounts of physical damage that's being dealt in by any monster in a zone, and that is being simulated against their defenses and health, and has them run the risk of one-shotting potentially if they're going to content they're not prepared for. And they can also die to attrition too. So if I send them into the coast, there's a chance we will get attrition death. There's also a morale system where their morale changes based on... okay, I see a problem already. This is not updating. I'm thinking that this is like... Oh, I'll check into that in a second. If I send him into a mission and he like barely makes it out alive, he'll be very excited. I just barely survived, says Grimjaw. My heart races. I feel alive. +8 morale. If the morale gets higher, they perform better. If the morale gets low, which happens if they are sent into boring missions too much. So if you've got a really powerful character and you have them grind the coast for hours, they're going to get really bored and depressed and then start performing poorly as a result of that. But there's various other things that can affect morale, and that will be something to expand on in the future. I have desync. I don't currently have desync simmed. True, good point. So why hasn't that updated there? And is the other stuff not updating as well? Actually, it is just completely default, isn't it? Because our actual stats are 130, 12, 5, and then power rating. So the preview on main screen preview is not updating at all. This is probably related to the Unnamed Exile. That's why it's Unnamed Exile. I think it's not connected at all. Main screen preview stats also non-functional, suggesting that whole element is a button, but not connected to the actual stat processing. Let's do some more testing. So we're not getting the live update. We have our character screen is working though. Looks like it's working just fine. We've got Juggernaut. Very nice starting passive. For a rogue is unusual. The rogue should be more biased to getting DPS ones. So I think I want to make it so if you click off screen, it closes too. Can we make it if you click outside of the modal, it closes instead of only the X. Does escape work? Escape to? Question mark? Your exile died while picking up loot on the ground. Most accurate Path of Exile simulation. Grimjaw retreated from the coast after a prolonged fight, 5 rounds. So this is them having a failure but not dying, which meant that they weren't able to kind of like beat the map before they ran out of portals, basically. They had a good challenge. Things went pretty smoothly. It was challenging enough that they gained 1 extra morale. Things went all right there. We haven't found so far found any loot, but that's not unusual. Grimjaw has leveled up, +1 passive point. Choose your normal passive. I'm so excited. Up until this point, passives have been auto-allocated because we didn't have the interface or system to be able to have the player allocate it. Look, allocate passive skill. It says. Ooh. Doesn't work. No! No, why? Oh, we have some errors. Opening passive selection. Can't set properties of null. This is probably to do with update display. This is to do with the button then. HTML button click. All right, we'll Copy the console here as well. Average dev experience. No, I was so excited for that moment. Oh god. Sometimes you just implement it and it works and you're like, oh, so exciting. Allocate passive button non-functional. Sad. Error log. Seemingly no error for that, but several others. Little more. Yeah, it just says opening passive selection, so it's as far as it's concerned, it's working just fine, but it's not actually working fine. I'm wondering if we haven't implemented this next step yet still. Let's check gearing because I want to make sure that's working. Although we have to do it without any passives, unfortunately. There's an extra passive. So it does say allocate 2 passive skills. So that's good, that's working. It's banking your passives. You can't take that sort of thing for granted. And level up stats, are they working? Life should be increasing. I think it was 130 to begin with. Has that actually been going up? Let's get another level and see. We are level 3. Let's try and get another level here. I'll grind it out on the coast. So we got another one there. 150 is the total here, is it? Why did it say 130 there at the end? That's not right. Let's put on some gear and see. It's so broken. It's more broke. Oh no, and the inventory is not working either. Oh no. It might have been removing that section that I did remove. Oh god. Chaos reward. Oh, the resources aren't updating either. Oh god, okay. Oh man, it's all broken. It's all broken. It's probably all coming back to one error. Maybe I missed a comma somewhere. Resources. Not updating. Items not populating in inventory. Math on character screen seems wrong. Here, I'll just copy paste this whole section. All right. I removed the inventory and equipment from main screen as it was redundant. Check that didn't break anything as well. Current code linked. That's in the index. If you want, you can put Claude in your IDE with... Yeah, someone was saying earlier you can incorporate it straight into this, and it can do your Gits and Flair and all that as well. Whoops. Oh my god. What the hell? Click my mouse slide button, then freaked out. What do we got here? Okay. I can see several issues. Let's fix them systematically. Missing HTML elements. Update display is trying to update old elements that don't exist anymore. Right, the parts that I just deleted. Character screen math is wrong. Need to click outside. Escape key support. Missing functionality inventory. Equipment passive selection. Let's fix these step by step. Fix update display method. Error online 695. We can't look at these, unfortunately. They don't seem to match. Because update display is trying to update elements that were removed when you cleaned up the HTML. Right, yeah. In Game.js, replace the update display method with this safer version. Update only elements that still exist since we removed some. Try to update all the elements if they exist. The backwards compatibility. Safely update elements that exist. Update resources. Apply morale effects. Set morale color. Update Exile summary. Replace update display with this. Okay. And that was up the... Where was that? Because we had this whole issue before, didn't we? Trying to find update display. Wait, well, I was able to control click it? There it is. Is this the same thing? Having all those documents and stuff? No, there they are. Yep. But we removed several of them, that's why. Yeah, it's trying to update some of these things that aren't there anymore. Update display here. To here. Let's just double check that. Good, good. You come out. Replace you. Do 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 do. Update resources. Apply morale effects before displaying. Was trying to display before update before. Maybe it was working, but just wasn't displaying then. Okay. Might look at things as we go. Oh, nice. That's beautiful. The math's definitely not working there, but the end result is looking okay. That's good. It's Grimjaw the Brawler now. Huzzah. Is the morale working? The morale is working. Phenomenal. That's good. Grimjaw's not having a good time on the coast. He just failed like 4 times in a row. Okay, cool. Alright. Improve modal interactions. In Game.js, update the modal methods to add click outside and escape support. Great, that's just an easy improvement. Open character screen. Open character screen. Show the character screen modal. Okay, let's have a look here. Show the character screen modal. Add escape key listener. Close character screen. Remove escape key listener. Handle modal key down. Okay. I don't understand what that last part means, but it looks like it ties into the escape key listener thing. It's like what? Oh, it's what it does when you press escape. Okay. So this defines if the player presses escape, it's listening for that when the window's open and not when it's not open. And then what does it do? What do they do if they press escape? It does this. Cool. Kind of always wondered how that worked. Like why you can use hotkeys on some websites and not others. Exile summary button to exile screen. So this is open character screen. And we just, no, because we've got closed character screen, but it's not, we're not touching any of the update character screen. This is just open close. So we've basically added some things around open and close. That makes sense. So we should just be able to replace this. Open, close. Open, close, open, close. So we've added, yeah, escape key listener here. That's part of this one on open. Closed character screen has the escape key listener, so that's what triggers it. And then there. And then this doesn't need to be part of those. It's just a general thing. Like if this is happening, then that. Okay, that's cool. We can test that right away. Chaos Orb reward did not update. Did I get one? Oh, that was earlier mode. I should see if that's working now though. Gold seems to be. Chaos and Exalt's kind of rare. Found a magic axe. No inventory yet, but we haven't enacted those fixes. Level up. 2 passive points available. Ooh, look at that. Oh, look at it. It's got a little gentle pulse. Oh, I like that. Totally needs to be like bronze or something though, doesn't it? Not green. I wonder how easy it is for me to change that just by like going in and, because you can click on them in these, which normally would be, I hate this because it's like you have to go look up a hex key or something, but you can actually just click it in here. So we got character inventory, character equip slot, but it'll be part of the button actually, not this main screen thing. Passive allocation, allocate passives. Stat breakdown, character info section. Stats breakdown, is it further up? 3-column layout, close button, modal, this is the modal stuff, but it's before that. Notification badge, notification color, and then it's got pulse, 2 seconds infinite. Oh look, here we go, custom color time. You probably want to like figure out a color you like and then stick with it, don't you? What do you reckon, like here-ish maybe? You asked GG about using RP? I certainly have not, but this is a project on my that only exists on my computer, and it could not be further from a not-for-profit. It's a only for personal consumption project right now, which is not the other thing you need to ask for permission. But if I want to sell anything in the future, I certainly will. But if it's something I release for free or whatever, then yeah. But I would, yeah. I would, even if I do, which I probably will anyway, either way. I probably will show Jonathan what I've been working on in a few days. I would still ask, even if I do what I probably plan to do, which is like change a lot of stuff anyway. I'm just using like PoE stuff most likely as placeholder for the moment. What do you reckon? Oh, it's pretty good. It's a little different to like the surrounding elements naturally. Like it might be too close though. It needs to be more different or more similar. The pulsing is pleasant. I like it. Let's try more different. Like go more bronze, darker. That looks pretty cool. Do 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 do. I like being able to update like this. This is great. Let's go very light. Very light looks good too. Do 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 do. I started a project at work that allows AI use, and I've been using writer code integration. Is that like a thing, like not allowing AI coding assistance? I would have figured it's just like a tool getting worked into your workflow like anything else, right? Asking Claude about defining names of a color scheme you have matching colors without having to fiddle with hex codes. Ask Claude about defining names for a color scheme you have matching colors without having to fiddle with hex codes. Interesting. Can you like define a name somewhere in your code that then whenever you type that name, it automatically does an hex code, so you don't have to like remember a hex code or something? A bit too similar to the brawler tag, maybe? Maybe, yeah. That doesn't allow the code to be uploaded outside the company. Oh, I guess that's a concern. I mean, you can run local LLMs, but they're not going to be as powerful as Claude and that for code stuff. So I guess that's maybe not so good unless you have like a big server infrastructure to run a powerful one. I mean, they say they don't read that code or train on that code, but it's obviously still a security issue, isn't it? Nobody's really sure it doesn't steal the code? Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Do. I'll go with the darker, maybe a more vibrant. These sorts of things are kind of a satisfaction point, like, you know, like a beam of light sort of things. So getting them to feel nice is good. Before I got distracted with that, what did I just do? I did I was going to test the modal screen. Did I? The escape key listener's working. The click away is not working though. But I also didn't see anything in the code about that. We have escape key support, but not the click away support, which I feel like, oh, it's a separate thing. Okay. Update the modal overlay div to include the click detection. Oh, so that's not handled through CSS. That's something else entirely. That's interesting. Well, wait, that's not CSS either. Oh, but that's JavaScript and this is HTML. Wait, yeah, okay. Yeah, we haven't implemented that one yet. And then you need click enter it. So there's 2 parts to this one. All right, cool. HTML, modal overlay div to include click detection. Rest of modal content stays the same. All right, so no other changes. Just slap it in there. Div ID. Well, it's updating, so that might be replacing the top 2 lines. Let's have a look. Update modal overlay to, okay, so that should be, wait, character screen modal. So character screen modal, modal overlay, style display. So this is like the, I don't know, what do you call it, inline? It's like within that same thing. Yeah, and then the second one, div class modal content on click. Okay, so it's just replacing these 2 lines. Oh, perfect. Game.js click handler. Doesn't say where for this one. This looks like it's a fully independent thing. It's just its own little thing, so we can whack that wherever we want. Which I don't know if I have an area where I'm putting things like that. Now I've got this handle modal key down right here, so we'll put it right next to that then. Because they're like not part of any other thing, right? So that should be just fine. But let's test and see. Or I'll have to refresh. Refresh. Escape working. Oh, there we go. Woo! Amazing. I don't know about you guys, but whenever there's one of these things, I tend to always click away. It's like usually how I do it. And if there's not a clear space to do that, escape is my next go-to. Clicking the X? Hell no, never. Never. Fix the character screen math. Hell yeah. Game.js update character screen to calculate the bonuses correctly. Why weren't they done the... I hate to say this, Claude. You've been a great help so far, but why weren't they done correctly the first time around? I sound like a bad father. Don't do it unless you're gonna do it the first time around. Literally, such bad advice. I've heard that before. Unfortunately. Update character info. Character stat breakdowns properly. Life breakdown. Damage breakdown. Defense breakdown. So this is not actually calculating. This is just getting the calculations from elsewhere. We just weren't fetching them correctly. But we do have... There's a little bit here that... I'm not sure if that's new there. Let life equal 0. This is just... That's like initialization, right? And then... Life plus item stats life. Or 0. Now I know what that means. Damage plus item stat damage, or 0. Is that actually... Oh, and then we've got the passive bonuses here. I was going to say, where are the passives? Calculate total passive bonus contribution to find final stats. Passive effects. This calculated passive effects. Great. Calculate all passives contribute to final totals so that it can be displayed. Apply passive scaling. Phenomenal. Return passive contribution. Phenomenal. That's beautiful. Now, update allocated passives. It just says update, which is not specific enough for my liking, but I think it is literally all of it. But where does it end? I don't really know what that join code is down the bottom. Return passive contribution. See, like, what's this? Update passive button? No, I'm not clear about what to... Update allocated passives. That's not part of this. Is it? That's a whole separate thing, okay. This update character inventory. So that really is all new code there, right? That's just, none of that exists. No wonder it's not working. There's literally nothing telling it what to do. Nice. Okay, so I'm pretty sure all of this comes out. Nothing exploded. That's a good first sign. And then let's check in here. Click. Oh, I love it. Okay. 105 plus 47 equals 152. damage. We're like level 3. We should have some passive scaling. That doesn't seem to be working. Well, this is... Oh, this is the passive scaling here, that's why. Because it's like 25% increased defense of 5 is 1. So that's passive. This is gear, this is passives. Again, this was supposed to be a tooltip, but maybe that's next. Fixed character sheet math. We'll be able to tackle your inventory and equipment system now. 11 plus 0 plus 0 equals 12. I think it's rounding the display, but the actual math is still giving an actual increase, which is maybe something to tackle, isn't it? 11, yeah, this is obviously, there's obviously a 0 point something going on here, which is rounding up to 12. Yeah, I haven't changed the passive skill button here as this one, which I probably will do so. I mean, I can do that now. I go to styles. We have this color. Is that changing? Huh? What exactly is going on right now? I thought I was going to copy the number, but... Okay, it's alternating between different sorts of... I don't know if this matters, but... I guess I'll do this, the hex code. I think that's more typical. Notification badge. So it's not called that. It's probably called passive. Passive description. Normal notable keystone. Passive's name, passive item, allocated passives, passive allocation, final stat. I know a way to do this. I do know a way to do this. You can go inspect element and find out exactly what it is, right? This is the allocate passive button. How did I get past that? Class allocate button. Oh, that's right. It doesn't say passive in the actual class. Allocate button. Allocate dash button. There it is. Fix this nerd. It's got a this one's a hover, which we will want to make not green because that's gross. So we'll do it like this or something. It's probably a more consistent way to do that, but it was gonna be a golden green hover. Ugh. Yucky. Nice. Oh yeah, baby, look at that. You can use CSS variables to reuse the color in different spots. Someone was just telling me about that earlier. I'll make a note about it. Sounds like a good one to do. Tips from chat. You can use CSS variables to use colors. Naming. Ask Claude about naming colors. That was that. The other, what someone else said. Just set the result of all math operations to a random value within 20% to align with Ziggy math. Just make that a core part of the game. Oh no. Oh god. No, it hurts. I'm gonna say mostly good. As you can see, the display probably rounding while the math is not. Do 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 do. Thanks, Minty. And I still want that math to be hidden and only shown in mouse over tooltip. Problem is that morale effects are being applied after we calculate the breakdown, but they're not shown inside the math. Oh yeah, that's right. I went through this before. We have morale as a more multiplier on top of and after gear and passives, but it's not actually factored into the math just yet. Fix update character screen to show only final stats. Replace the stat breakdown section with a simpler version. Oh yeah, I like the sounds of that. Class stats breakdown. Div class stats breakdown. That's in the index. Stats. Div class stats breakdown. Combat statistics. That's just this whole section. Yeah. There she is. Again. Stats breakdown. See? That's why we double check this, because what's this? This div is something else apparently. There's probably a way to like select this for deletion, but I can't figure out what it is. I can do it this way, shift click, but... And then it just pastes in like indented super weirdly like this for whatever reason. It's div class stats breakdown, that part is, okay. Let's see how that looks. Visually at least. Cool, that's just showing, so no tooltips yet obviously, it's just showing the final numbers, which... Those numbers don't seem right. Reset save. Those numbers are definitely not right. Is there a part 2 of this change, mate? Update the tooltip. Update JavaScript to generate detailed tooltips. Okay. We'll play it out first. Add this after existing stat breakdown styles. It basically had no styling, so that's fine. End of modal pop-up character screen. Well, no, this is part of the modal pop-up character screen, so let's put that in there. Oops. It's not very useful if my comments say end of section. It's not actually the end of the section. All right. Oh yeah, look at that. Cool. Oh baby, you know, I am impressed. I'm very impressed with like the AI sometimes because like it styled it beautifully. Like it fits perfect and it just does that without asking. And I'm like, oh mate, it knows. I'm like, okay, cool. There's some stuff it does and you're like, yeah, you can tell you're an AI, but this makes no sense. But other times I'm just like, I'm impressed with your initiative. If I employed you, I'd be very happy right now. I'm trained in LLM to make PoE builds. I've seen some stuff based on that, but the builds are always quite outdated. You know, if you tried to get it to make a Path of Exile 1 Settlers of Kalgor build right now, it'd probably work though. It's been around long enough that it's probably a part of their training. May I make a suggestion to tell it to maybe have the number of things under those items? So it's like gear, then under it, the number. The number of the things under those items. I'm not quite sure I follow. What do you mean, Minty? So it's like gear and then under it the number when you hover over it. Oh, that's a good idea. Cool. That is a good idea. I like that. Let me do this last step and then I like that one. Type it in here. It had as a placeholder gear plus, what does it actually say? Base plus gear plus passives plus morale. That's why it's not working, because it's trying to incorporate the new morale, which isn't in yet. Base plus gear plus passives plus morale. Can we keep that? And I'll do it now because then we can go from there maybe. Because it's probably this next step. Can we keep that and place the numbers for each under? Place the numbers under each word that aligns with it. Yeah, I'm gonna people have been saying you can incorporate Claude or into the VS Code as well, so, or, you know, use other ones. Hey, Cut. Does Ziggy know how to program? Is Ziggy vibe coding? The two things are, you know, intertangled. I know how to vibe code now, kind of. I'm learning. I'm taking a very analytical mindset and very learning focused mindset to what I'm doing. And I've been learning things a lot and very rapidly. It's very cool. Whereas previously it was in the too hard basket, something I was always like, I'd like to do that one day, but never felt like I really could muster the energy to learn the languages and get the fundamentals in line first. Too much work. You want to be able to do things, fun things, and then learn through that motivation, right? I feel. We'll do that now. Amazing what ADHD meds do. Definitely a factor. Definitely. Yeah, I've caught it in errors before implementing it and having it go wrong several times today on stream, because I am asking it. I'm looking at the code and I'm going, this doesn't look like it makes sense to me. This doesn't seem intuitive. And I ask, and they're like, actually, yes. That doesn't make sense. That's a much cleaner approach. Let's modify the HTML to show a breakdown aligned under each word. So is the HTML what we were just about to do? No, because we had done that earlier. So we redo the HTML. It sounds like it was actually going to do something similar to that, but maybe it's better aligned now. We'll see how that goes. Stats breakdown. Now, let's just double check this because I need to scroll bar over here. Stats breakdown section. Yeah, it was that last div was a separate thing. You need to go to here. Let's take a look at that. See if that's in the in the tooltip, Claude. In the tooltip. It has a okay. Okay, all right, fair enough. Fair enough. In the tooltip, it's gonna be like, why are you yelling at me? Because as far as it's concerned, I'm rewriting history right now. It has a placeholder. Maybe even the had probably confuses things as well. I should give it more context as well. I just implemented fix 2. I just implemented fix 2 and noticed in the tooltip it has a placeholder base plus gear plus morale. Can we keep that and place the numbers under each word that aligns with it? Under each word, the numbers for that category under each word aligned center with that word to give a nicely grouped and intuitive display. Just go and change it by hand. I will be able to do that after I have looked at what it does and what it changes so that I can understand that myself. I don't inherently have the knowledge. I was not born with it. Absolutely, that's much better visual design. Style CSS, so I do need to undo this change. Let's just verify that before we do anything else. Great, cool. Yes. And then, what I found as well, I have to simplify code prompts as much as possible, basically like speaking to a child. I've had a lot of success with setting up the project. I'll show you what I actually got it to write the project thing for me with some back and forth. So if I go here, so this is the project. In here we have, use the context. I'm a beginner programmer with some Twine Sugar Cube experience learning JavaScript through game development. Familiar with basic JavaScript syntax, needs guidance on structure, prefers understanding concepts before implementing. This part has really made it do a good job of going back and forth with me and making sure I understand what's going on. Always discuss before coding. Don't jump straight to implementation. Explain changes clearly. State which file and which section object has to go into. That has really helped as well. Small testable chunks rather than massive updates has helped it break it down a bit more. It could probably do that a little better. This could have some reinforcing. Small testable chunks rather than massive updates provide context. Going step by single step responses. See, a single step per response will allow for back and forth discussion to improve understanding. Provide context, explain why something works the way it does. The user wants to learn. If you wonder why you write things like this, something I learned a little while back while messing with some of this stuff was that a lot of them respond, it depends on models, but they respond very well to reinforcement in terms of explaining why, just like a person or just like a kid. If you actually take the time to explain like the why behind it, it kind of weights that much more highly. So if you just say only post one step per post, it'll do it a fair amount of the time. When the chat gets really big, it'll kind of forget. Sometimes it won't do it. It won't really place like a big amount of weight on it. It was just a thing you said. If you say place a step per response, only a single step per response, because the user is unable to learn multiple steps at a time because they feel overwhelmed, and also they had a traumatic experience during their childhood when multiple steps were given to them and someone died. Maybe not that last part, but you do something like that, then it adds a lot more weight to it. Because they're predictive text, right? Like, they're following the structure of the writing that has occurred so far, and that's how humans act. The data that they're trained on, right? What software are you going to use to make your game? Web browsers. It's a JavaScript HTML5 game. Here is the current prototype of Exile Manager. Go do some farming, Grimjaw. My gear doesn't work and I can't allocate my passives right now. Oh god, passives aren't showing up right now. Why isn't the passive showing up right now? That's a new problem to deal with in a moment. In style CSS, replace the existing tooltip styles with the enhanced versions. Snap value with tooltip. Down to the hover, makes sense. I need to check what may have broken for the passives. So it's just here, I don't need to go anywhere. Let's take a look at that before we proceed any further. We probably didn't see anything because we don't have any math for that yet. It's like the math's not actually currently doing anything yet, so it can't pull any math for us. Yeah, it's funny, we had this one working but this not working. Now this one works and this one doesn't. Amazing. Let's finish my prompt there. There you go. This game is an idle exile. That game should be called The Hideout. Are you referring to the idle exile game that was a thing? That was a cool little game. I'm trying to not go the idle or clicker route. Currently it does play like a clicker, but I'm going to move away from that. The goal is to move away from it being a clicker game. Thanks, Demon. Appreciate it, mate. Thanks for the sub. I don't think I need a lot of security for this, but I have heard that to be the case. CapCut when I was looking into common pitfalls and things like that to avoid. Update the JavaScript to format tooltips. Here we go. This is why it's not mathing. Calculate or break down components. Formatted tooltips with line numbers. The defense tooltip. Morale bonuses are included now. So the values in the tooltips. Find update tooltips. Create start tooltip. This will create tooltips that look like this. That's the goal. I like the look of that. Well, you know, that's unformatted, but I like what I imagine that will look like. Okay, we need update character screen. Update character screen. We can jump to this. And is this a straight replace? It looks like it is. Down to final value there, which is not a thing currently. Calculate passive bonuses to display. Update allocated passives. No, I'm a little confused about this. This might be why we got a little broken. Update equipment and inventory. Calculate gear bonuses. Return life damage defense. Why is this different this time around? Oh, this is trying to... Oh, this is the new tooltip thing. Update equipment inventory. Equipment inventory. And this is the tooltip. Oh, I see. It's weird to see a piece of code that looks like the end result. Strange. Alright, it's Twitch is going to run an ad break on me in a second. I'll be back in a couple minutes, chat. Let me try and swap this one over. And hope that works well, but we'll find out in just a moment. Oh, cliffhanger. If you considered using cursor, you can do all this with within the code editor, and you don't have to copy paste code or merge changes for you. I have only been informed about that being a thing with, like, you can have Claude in the visual code editor. So I've been informed about that today. I'll take a look at it for sure. Sounds good. Hello, welcome back. What is cursor? Is it another thing like visual code? I never really looked into the various different coding interfaces. I just grabbed the first one that I saw. Because I just wanted to like check where I was missing a comma. All right, we just implemented the tooltip fixes. Let's see if it works. Wait. Hold on, did I not implement the tooltip fixes? Let me see what we're up here. It's like inline AI help, because I can do that with visual code. I was just seeing that earlier. I think we still don't have the numbers that's working right though. Did I miss a step? We've done the tooltip CSS. Let me play for a bit and see if something's broken. Yeah, it's not showing any numbers. And are we... Yeah, we're still not seeing items either, but I don't think we've gotten to the inventory fix just yet. Okay. As we align to their respective category layers, making clear what contributes to CSS. The white space pre-line CSS properties preserves the spacing and line breaks. Text align center keeps everything nicely aligned. Try implementation, let me know tooltip formatting looks good. I cannot tell as there is no numbers or math occurring on character screen. Main screen is fine. As far as I can tell. Yes. But that is not working yet. I'll link current states, which is, it'll be much better to have this inline so I don't have to do this. It'll be like, yeah, you did this, I watched you do it. Why didn't you stop me? You can do it with Claude Free. You tend to fill up the context pretty quickly and need to start new chats pretty often. That even happens on paid. It's how they manage context, but you do get limited pretty quickly. I do have paid currently, but not the really expensive one. It helps a lot if you make a project, because that doesn't burn through your context really hard. If you're like constantly pacing back and forth entire like code, it'll burn through it really quickly. But if you are efficient with how you use it, you can get a lot more out of it. Yes, I've been working. Hopefully you'll be proud of my commenting, Mumukoi, because I've been putting a lot of effort into that. Also, hello, good to see you. Okay, I see several missing methods that are preventing the character screen from working properly. Inside the missing methods, calculate their bonuses, calculate morale bonuses. Yeah, because we just added display effectively for the morale, but not really the behind the scenes for that. So, update character screen. Did I actually just miss this step? In here. No, I swear I did this. But we might actually just be missing the parts there. Calculate gear bonuses. Calculate morale bonuses. Is this like... Hold on. Calculate morale bonuses, update character equipment. Where's the update character equipment come in? Yeah, I'm a bit lost here on this one. I was lost on this one. Where's the join part? Because I was looking for that, wasn't I? Here, unallocated passives. Is that the last part of this? No, this is a whole separate thing. Okay. In game.js, add these missing methods after the existing update character screen method. After the method, it's not part of it. I see. I see. That makes sense. End of Exile summary button to Exile screen. So let's put it in this section. as it's still part of this, kind of. Certainly interlinked with it. This comes in here, and this is handling the morale. Handling end of character stat calcs for character menu. Oh, exile screen we call it, don't we? Exile screen. I'll indent this so I know it's kind of like that section there. And then it began with calculate gear bonuses. Yeah. And this is, I'll indent that as well. Character stat calcs for exile screen, including morale, which was never shown before, was just happening, which led to situations where the player would look at the math and be like, that's not right. Why am I getting extra damage here? It's from the morale, or less even. Why am I getting less damage than I should be getting? So it was never actually displayed anywhere. Was there I don't think there was anything else to do that. That should just be fine now. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Interestingly, I immediately got an update here, so maybe this wasn't working right as well. We do have low morale now. That's not quite working, but it's a start. Oh, the inventory just showed up. Whoa! Yo, we fixed the inventory too with that. Hold up, what? How did that fix the inventory? Hold up a second. Inventory showing with... Oh, that was snuck in there. Oh yeah, update character inventory was missing. Oh, of course. Okay. Yes. The inventory was being handled in the background, but it just never was updated for me, like for the player. The numbers are not exactly aligning under each word. They are doing some weird Krangle text stuff. I actually wonder if that's going to be a little hard to do. You might have to do it as like a... I don't know. I imagine you'd have to create some sort of like little subcell for each thing to go in or something. I kind of anticipated that this might be a little hard. You know, we could do it without the spacing on the numbers, to be honest. It doesn't it would be nice for it to go under each word. Yeah, like a table or something maybe. Invisible table. But it would be nice for it to be under each word, but you can also just kind of reference it where it's like, even if it was just like laid out normally, not crangled like it is now, which I could probably fix that manually. Let's try. It's a good way to learn. So this was in the index. No, this wasn't in the, this was in here. Calculate gear bonuses, and it was a weird looking section, so it should really stand out. Where was it? Well, we can do, actually I don't know if I can inspect element on this. Surely I can. Final defense, final stat, but it's like the pop-up for that? Oh, here it is. Span class stat value with tooltip. That'll be here. See, this spacing is not really working. How is that being done? This is something about, I know there's like something here that's being done to force spacing to occur. Is it like these little quotation marks or something? It's gonna be an idle game, like Melvin Idle or something like that. Not idle game. I don't want it to be an idle game or a clicker. It's gonna be more like Football Manager. That's those sorts of games. Or Guild Manager games, probably is a more apt analogy, perhaps. Darkest Dungeon, but you don't fight the actual fight, that sort of thing. But you manage all the other elements. Is the idea, at least. These are just empty strings as part of the operator, so that's not that, yeah. Spaces disappear in HTML, yeah, like these are like characters, aren't they? You see, there's like these like hidden characters there or something, or are they just? No, that's just a thing from the editor. Because yeah, like none of this, like any spaces, you put a bunch of enters in here and it's not going to show up anywhere. So I'm wondering how the spacing is occurring here. So this might be one to ask Claude and learn about. The text here for the tooltip, pretty wacky with the numbers being pressed into the plus symbols and odd spacing. What creates the spaces between the numbers? How do I fiddle with the formatting of the numbers? Because it's a formatted string. I don't know what a formatted string is yet, so the spaces are part of the string. Spacing looks terrible because the numbers have different widths, but we're using fixed spaces. Let's fix this with proper formatting. We're using fixed spaces so alignment breaks. I figured it had a way of doing that, but I was like, I can't imagine how that lines up, but... Yes, that's the problem. Well, alternative, even better formatting. If you want more control over how the layout, try this version. Format stats. Constant format stat, number show sign equal false. Constant sign, that was literally just and, wasn't it? And I was like, why is it 2 ampersands? Backtick after return starts a string, special type that goes over multiple lines, and you can put variables in it. So it's the actual space characters are doing the spacing. Oh, so in this one I can, before I fiddle with what Claude's telling me to do, I can actually just change these numbers here. This is actually doing a thing. So the backtick here, this backtick here does that. So anything within these backticks, it is actually considering the formatting. Is that right? So gear greater than 0 plus, I don't know, I don't understand this last part here. Visual won't, but there is obviously a missing space here, which is causing some weird crangleness. But let me just kind of do a more typical placement of everything here and see what that looks like. I'm gonna, let's see. I will learn something from the experimentation here, if nothing else. Okay, that looks normal now. It's obviously not aligned with the words, but that's passable. That's fine, right? One could do some weird manual spacing to separate those out a bit. And even, it probably wouldn't even look that bad. But if it starts to misalign with large numbers from the words, it'll probably start to look weird. Just leaving it as it is probably fine. Because it's just, because you can, you know, as a person, just kind of match those things together. If gear is greater than 0, do thing, else do other thing. Okay, and the else do is undefined. It's got nothing. Oh, and by that it means print nothing, right? Else do nothing. And is that the case? It's like printing nothing? It's an empty string. Yeah, okay, cool. I have interacted with that sort of thing before when it's like, I only want something to appear in some cases, but just nothing happens otherwise. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't really know why it needs the else do part, but an exciting thing to potentially, it's weird that you can scroll the background screen when moused over here, but at least this seems to work fine. I'm gonna change how this works and not have the crafting be on the item like this, because we're gonna add more orbs and things anyway, so I don't exactly want that. Also, it looks like there's some weird like sub-scrolling going on in there. Look at this. You can scroll the inventory within this. It's only very slight. So strange. Can I equip? I cannot equip. Oh. Try refreshing. Just in case. Oh. I can't equip it. Bum, bow. All right, well, that's new bug then. Do we get an error code for that? We do get an error code for that. That's helpful. Oh, where to go? Huh? See if I can get another item. What is this error here? Getting some errors on run mission. Give me an item. Do 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 do. Hello, item drops. Found common mail. Okay. That sounds like me. I'm a common mail. Oh, I did equip, but not until I closed and reopened the page. Oh, that's some weird, like, not updating business. Okay. This sort of thing was happening all the time when I was messing around with Toyn before. It was, like, really hard. You had to force updates through all sorts of weird things. Aha. Why not make it look like gear? Probably that's honestly the easy way to do it. In summer, we had an idea and we were trying to make it work, and it's probably not better than just Also, I noticed we've got 2 tooltip pop-ups. Huh? Only... Wait. Huh? Huh? That's very funny. You know, I could probably do that myself, huh? I just go like this, base. Plus gear. Gear like this. I'm guessing that's the closing gear. So I guess that goes here like so. Passives. Morale. And then remove a line here. And then we'll see how that looks. You asked for tooltips, you got tooltips. So you want a tooltip? You got it, buddy. It goes to a new line. I'm guessing the box has a fixed width, which it probably shouldn't have a fixed width, should it? You know, I might be able to fix that. Stat value with tooltip. Stat value with tooltip. Position cursor. Border bottom. As long as I can identify the thing that does that. Minimum width 200. Position absolute. Padding border font. I'm guessing it's probably one of these things that I don't know what they are then, because I don't know what's causing it to have like a fixed width like that. I'm guessing it's something like this transform maybe. Hey, Professor Broke, thanks for the 70-month sub, mate. Appreciate it, buddy. Looks like it could be a really fun roguelike kind of high score attack game and go until you die sort of thing. There will never actually be a lose condition because like even if all your exiles die, the idea is that there's always a new plague coming along. That's the idea. So you'll have like whatever equipment you still have and currency, and you can try and get some new exile going off the ground again is the idea. But I do want you to get like attached to your exiles. So I'm going to give them like, there's a lot of things that are unique to them that will create a little bit of a story of that exile, so that you'll feel like real bad when you lose them. Did I have coding skills prior to starting your PoE life? Nope, definitely not. I've been doing some coding stuff for the past, like, I've done like a little bit in the past few months with some boot.dev learning. I learned a bit on boot.dev, and then just like the past month or so while I've been off having some mental health time off, I've been messing around with coding. You're gonna have extra pluses? Oh, wait, did I? I don't think I did have extra pluses, did I? Base, 110. I need to put it in brackets as well. Oh, I do have some extra pluses, you're right. I didn't notice that. Well, fixing that first before we fix the other bit is a good idea. So let's go here. So we've got, all right, base plus, wait, hold on. Look at this again. Base 110, yeah. Return base, yes. And this wants to be in brackets. Now, can I do a bracket here without breaking the code? It looks like yes. Let's see. Sometimes you can't put things like brackets in certain code. That looks fine. Yep, cool. Sometimes you can't put brackets in code or other things that are used in code because, you know, the code thinks that's part of the code. You have to do some sort of thing where you put like a backslash or forward slash or something before it to, like, I don't know, escape it or something like that. And there's a, so is it this plus, because it's gear plus passives, so it must be this plus then is being printed plus all this. So can I just actually just get rid of this entirely? Because this is saying if gear is higher than 0, add a printer plus or print nothing, right? So I actually get rid of that. That's not necessary. Now I actually understand what that is. Cool. And we can put these in brackets too. Oops. That's not right. Alright, cool. Yeah, it's still going across 2 lines because of the fixed width, but it's certainly functional. I certainly don't need to waste all day on this, but could try and solve it while I'm here potentially. I was trying to look at the CSS. So which of these forces the tooltip width to be fixed? Which of these forces the tooltip box width to fixed? Or if not, something here. Where? Now I'm asking it a very specific question. I'm asking it what that is rather than describing the problem, because if I describe the problem, it'll fix it for me, which is good if you just want to fix it, but I want to learn a little bit more how to fix things like this. Min width 200 property sets the minimum tooltip box width. Here's what controls the tooltip width. Min width, white space pre-line, text line center, making it wider for better number scaling, but let it auto size, just remove the min width. So wait, min width sets it to fixed? I thought minimum would just be a minimum. It's not a maximum. That doesn't make any sense. Stupid CSS. I thought for sure that's not going to be it. That's just a minimum. It can't go lower than that because it would look weird. It's because of position absolute. Tip, if you select text and then type the thing, it actually just wraps it around it. Ah, cool. Yeah, sometimes I've seen some things do that sometimes, but I wasn't fully confident. But that's actually just making it like collapse in more. Why is it on 2 lines? Position absolute changes the layout behavior. Okay, that's probably more what I'm looking for, despite what Claude said. Position absolute. What is that? Position CSS property sets how an element is positioned in a document. The top, right, bottom, and left properties determine the final location of positioned elements. See, are you sure? This doesn't seem like, that doesn't seem like the sort of thing that would do that. Whoa! Oh! That's giga crangled. Okay. Interesting. Well, it's not necessarily doing quite what I want it to do. I mean, I can just do this, but this seems like a bad solution because if the numbers get bigger, then... Okay, and the tooltip's like going off to the side. The tooltip should really like pop in, you know, pop off to the side. I mean, also we have 2 tooltips. Also we have 2 tooltips. This is not good. This is just not ideal. And I am not entirely sure. Maybe I have some ideas of what I could try. See, I haven't had as much fun learning the CSS part. It to me is weird and frustrating. Okay, let's go with... Can I go with like float left or something? How do you do float? Float left. Let's see if that works, what that does. Okay, if I do that and then make it bigger, does it stick to the left instead of cropping like it was? No. Okay. No one likes CSS. CSS sucks. I don't know that float left's doing much for me there. It's trying to fit in with the rest of the content and rendering instead of rendering it over the top. Yeah, it's trying to fit in this column, it seems. You have left 50%. Where is left? What does this do? Specifies how far an absolutely positioned box's left margin edge is offset to the right of the left edges of the box. Okay, so if I remove this, then make this bigger. No, it still kind of does the same thing where it crops off. Just ask AI to convert it to a table. Oh, for the font. Yeah, within the tooltip itself. Yeah. Although to be honest, the like default Windows tooltip is there, and it's it kind of is fine. Really, right? Like this one looks nicer, but I don't have to fuck around with it all day. Also, I also kind of just want to like, this is boring. I want to go work on something else. Stupid thing. Who cares? Who cares? Might just be getting wide enough that it hits the edge of the screen. It is. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. What happens if I make it really small? All right, refresh. It goes in between the lines. Yeah, like whatever. That's good enough. Literally don't care. Don't care. I'll fix tooltips later. That's like a thing you do for when you publish the game. You know, I don't care about tooltips. I mean, it is good for troubleshooting. Speaking of actual problems, though, there's definitely some weirdness going on here. Where like, if I equip the axe. Okay, so that is a problem. That needs to be fixed right away. Is it even working at all? Let's see. So in order to get an item to equip or unequip, I have to close the details screen first. Is it updating our damage? This is life, so it won't update damage. So 159 life to 187. It is working. But yes, it only does it when you armor giving damage. Yeah, right now I literally only have 3 affixes, so every affix can have armor, damage, and life. So yeah, it's that's just what that is. It also seems like, yeah, and nor will the craft results update either. Yep. Okay. All right. Inventory is working, kind of. If you equip, craft, or unequip, it only updates when you close and reopen the modal. Now, this is probably a pretty common problem with this sort of thing, so it's probably pretty easy to solve, I imagine. Have you tried setting a max width so it's limited? Effectively the min width seems to be doing that for whatever reason, but it was kind of about the idea of like having the text not go on 2 lines. So either that was like let the box be wide as it needed to be, or format it in some sort of like table where it adjusts the size. I'll fix it later. It's really not what I want to spend an hour on stream doing. Inventory in the character screen isn't updating real time when you make changes. This issue is that the equipment crafting methods only call this update window display which updates the main screen inventory that no longer exists. But don't update the character screen. Right. So it's trying to update the inventory on the main screen, which we got rid of. In Game.js, we need to modify the equipment and crafting methods to also update the character screen when it's open. Good. This is so much easier to solve than other browser-based things I've tried to do. And then update equipment methods as well. So, is character screen open? Is this is a pre-existing, isn't it? This is already a thing for something else. No, maybe not. Yeah, okay, maybe not. Add this to the add this helper method first. Oh, this is helping this thing occur. Okay, so helper method. Well, I'll put this in roughly the same place maybe. In the equip item. Well, this one doesn't necessarily go anywhere except in Game.js. So I don't know if I have a dedicated helper section. I don't really. It's kind of recalculate stats, passive system methods, and stat calcs for exile scree. These are some helper. Well, no, that's like save and load stuff. This is exile screen stuff. So this is helpers for exile screen. And if I get more, I'll put them in here. Save that and update the equipment methods. So we need to now let it use that helper to equip whenever buttons are clicked, basically. Unequip current item if any slot. Yep. Equip new item. Remove from backpack. Is that doing craft, or we need to do a separate one for crafting? We do need to do a separate one from crafting. In the equip item method, add the character screen update. Equip item. And that's the actual method there. Now, also item game state, inventory, backpack, find, yada yada. That is being removed. No, that's removed from backpack. Wait, what? Oh, here we go. It looks like it's some pre-existing code here. So it says add, but this is actually a replace. Cost item, game state, inventory, backpack, find, I. Yeah, so where's the actual new part here? Unequip item, equip new item, remove from backpack. Where's the actual helper there? To me, this looks the same. There's a new line that has add this line on it. Oh, is it? Oh, this part. Oh, update character screen. Oh, there it is. Thank you. Update inventory screen display. Yes, okay, great. Thank you. Amazing. Good eyes, good spotting. In unequip method, same thing. Unequip item method. Unequip item method. Oh, yeah, bam. Aha! Update crafting methods. And this is same idea. And these are the same, so I can paste these in both use chaos and use exalted. Same. It's just use if open. Yeah, it's all the same helper, isn't it? Update character screen info if open. It's all the same helper. Yeah, I've been recommended a few good things today, Last Gwen, that I will probably take a look at. Like using stuff in VS Code, like using Claude in VS Code, for example. Use chaos, use exalted. And then where is that getting slotted in? Just anywhere? After this .save game. Chaos, this dot save game. Where are you? Consume orb, yada yada. This save game update. Save game update. Makes sense. That does make sense, doesn't it? I love when they feel intuitively correct. Probably should put an extra space there. Preserve this sort of formatting so I kind of like can recognize it by sight a bit more. And, well, that's exciting because I think that is the last thing we need to do to fix that in theory. Keep trying to alt tab to the new tab here. This needs fixing. Well, I am zoomed in a lot. This is 100% here. I've got it zoomed in for stream. No, what? Literally, why? When something's like, that looks so smart and intuitive and correct, and then you do it, and just nothing happens. Why? Why? Huh? It's funny, if I click equip and then click the thing, it's actually equipping and then unequipping, even though the item like didn't go there for me. So it's like happening, it's just not updating the visuals at all. The hell? Okay. I'm gonna give him my game.js for that one. Are there any JavaScript errors? I don't see any errors. Any error notifications? Is there errors? I don't see any errors. It's usually like a red thing here and then there's red blips on the right. Did I miss a comma bracket or something? Oh, in the browser. Look for browser errors. Oh, did I get sidetracked and haven't fixed these things yet? Okay. Oh, we are getting an error. Here, well, here I can now give him this error. Yes, obviously these other concerning looking errors. Let's try and update the old screen, which we can get rid of that. When you remove the equipment inventory panels from the main screen, those elements are now null. Fix update inventory method. In Game.js, replace the update inventory display method with this safer version. Let's have a look. Update equipped items only if it exists. Update inventory only if it exists. I like this route. I was going to just rip it out, but I was thinking I actually might want to put the inventory back on the main screen at some point. Like in some fashion, maybe just to show like items kind of going scrolling past, maybe down the side or something. Like, would it be fun? You think it'd be fun to have like a column here and it's like the items going bring, 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 scrolling past like a slot machine? I don't know. That might be fun, I thought. So I thought I might, it's good to have the support for that. Better solution, remove old method calls. You know, I like the less better solution here. Update inventory display. So is it a straight replace for the whole thing? It is, I believe. Does it end in that weird join stuff? Yes, and 3 brackets. There's only 2 brackets here. That means just something extra was added, but that's fine. It doesn't break anything. And let's go with that one first. Open the console. That actually fixes the problem. Good suggestion to do that first. Weird how my Exiled that I applied earlier didn't maintain being applied. If I refresh, it's on. Maybe something about the brokenness was causing it to not actually maintain its changes. Interesting that I think like the RNG was the same each time and I got the same start. It works! It works! It works! It works! Amazing. Amazing. I'm so pleased. What about this? No, not yet. We haven't done that yet. All right, let's get the passive screen. Okay, that works. Passive screen time. That works. Thanks, Claude. You cool. We cool. Can we get that passive skill point button working now? And no getting sidetracked this time, Claude. And by that I mean me. Fun passive tree time. Yeah, I get sidetracked by tooltips when I could have been getting passives implemented so I can play my game. Add passive selection modal HTML. Hell yeah. In index HTML, add this right after the character screen modal. That makes sense. Before the scripts, of course. You remember from earlier when I educated Claude that it should be before the scripts. No joke. I was like, Claude, it seems a little weird. Shouldn't the script stay last? Wrong one. This one. And Claude was like, you know what? Holy shit, you're right. This shakes my worldview. Was it supposed to be inside the other thing? No, just after. Because, why? Passive selection modal, because it's a separate modal. It's an extra pop-up on top of pop-up. And we learned earlier, the further down they are, the higher they render on the stack, to use a Magic the Gathering term. This is the passive screen modal. And I love that hotkey, oh my god. Is it literally just that? Or do we have a supporting code? Oh yeah, CSS, of course. It won't look like much without it. And, oh, we haven't actually done the methods yet? We just had placeholder, of course. All right, CSS time. Ooh, spend as little time in here as we can. Modal pop-up character screen. Here's another one. Passive screen modal. And passive screen modal. Will this code anywhere be uploaded to mess around with on one's own? Yeah, not immediately, but I will. I've got Git backing up now, and I'll push it to a GitHub at some point to share. And if it gets good enough, I'll put it on each year or something. Add JavaScript methods in Game.js, replace existing open passive selection, and add these new methods. Make sure we have passive pending points and choices ready. Well, the button isn't a thing. Makes sense. Generate choices if we don't have them. I wonder if this is remembering to do if we have included my original plan, which was once you click the button, you're forced to spend the passive. Brutal, hardcore game. Because I've got RNG passive tree, by the way, if you don't know. I don't know if I mentioned that. It's an RNG passive tree, but the RNG is influenced by your class, which is class in the sense that like some of them will be like drunken hooligan or something like that, you know. Like class can be kind of like, this guy's a scaredy cat warrior, so he gets a lot more defensive things. This guy's kind of like had some early childhood trauma, so he gets lots of defensive things. Are we gonna have an auction house? Yes. Literally, that question was talked about. We talked about that earlier. I was planning on doing a trade system. No, obviously not between players because it's single player, but simming it, pretending. Fake trade, fake auction house. Add JavaScript methods in open passive tree. Open passive, oh, not in the CSS, you fool. It is open passive selection to do. Yes, there it is. To do. Bam. Oh yeah, look at that. That's it. Okay, I'm gonna add a comment for this for sure. Passive tree. Reroll passive choices. End of exile screen. I kind of made this in part of in here, but that's okay. Yeah. End of passive screen. Spree! We get to visit vague hideouts that have weird images made of assets. include an Easter egg of someone's 2B hideout. But I'll do it in ASCII art or something. The auction house is never bugged, it's just simulating scams of people not responding. Yeah, that button. Ziggy, there's an auction house, but when I go to the auction house, I click the button, nothing happens. It's like, they're just not responding. Imagine if I incorporate that. I'm putting it in the to-do. I need an ideas. Auction house with simulated non-responding trainers. Excellent. Chaotic evil. Now test it. Oh, I'm so excited. Grimjaw. It's time, buddy. Please work. Oh, it's beautiful. Gold by not implemented yet. Oh, it's so beautiful. We need a current gold display. It doesn't say how much gold I have. This one's not super important, but rerolls. Button needs current gold near it. I might even be able to just do that myself without asking Claude. It'd be way faster to ask Claude though. Reroll. Oh, it worked. We got toughness again because I got like 5 passives. And the reroll cost goes up each time. Oh baby, this is sick. Allocate life. Oh my god, it goes in there. Normal passive, notable, and then there's like a I don't know what the color was for the I'll probably change the colors anyway. Oh, I think I want this to I think I'm gonna change this to be like small boxes that you can mouse over or something, and they can have like a symbol or some art or like a representative thing, or just maybe even the base style or something like that. Link to the auction house button, it links to the actual PoE trade sign. And then it uses that to simulate items in the game. Ooh. You should also make it you sell items for currency, but sometimes they offer you some random currency instead. I was debating whether to do like currency exchange or just do gold for the auction house. And I think gold auction house with passive re-rolling like this, since it's a kind of deck builder, would probably work pretty well. It puts 2 pretty strong pressures on gold and adds a serious value to it, I think. Brutality, baby. Fortune and resilience. Fortune and fortune. Right now, I only have like a certain amount of passive points, and it's set that so that you can't get a passive if you already have it, which I don't know if we want to do that for basic passives. Like maybe we should have repeatable basic passives, or I can just add a shitload of passives. Strength 1, strength 2, strength 3. Fortune implemented. Glass cannon or slow and steady. Keystone time. Slightly weird formatting. So it honestly looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy with this overall. Potato shows the icon. You can hover over to tell you what it is. Yeah, I like that. I think I want as much as possible to everything to be on one screen without scrolling. I hate scrolling in games like this. Did you write the style sheet yourself? Hell no, I hate CSS. Hell no. Especially because like, of all of the things AI can do, style sheets, it does really, really well. You actually just describe what you want and it will do it pretty well. And you can just be like, you know what? This needs to look better, kind of in this sort of way. You can be like terrible at describing it. It'll do a good job. I literally, my original prompt was like, let's make it look a bit Path of Exile-esque. And it was able to incorporate that sort of thing. Not quite for everything. It used green in a few places. I don't know why I used green, but we can change that stuff. Let's go. Slow and steady. Nice. I don't have any more. Actually, we can get the other keystone if we level up again. Grimjaw is ready to kick some butt. Into the climb, my friend. A fair and reasonable fight. Grimjaw retreated from the climb. Grimjaw, come on, you can do it, buddy. Yeah, grind that climb. Oh, someone was asking about, does it take time to finish a map? Right now, it's basically like full clicker game. You click, it's simulated, instantly done. I think, and I'm still not 100% sure the route I want to go with this, because it might take some testing to see if it feels good. I think I want to have a thing where you kind of like drag and drop exiles into their different tasks, have a great variety of tasks, and then have a time, like you progress time. And I don't know if that's like, you end the day, and then you get to see all the gear and stuff they brought home. That could be fun. Or maybe it's you do some actions and then time passes in the background and your exiles filter back in. That sounds like it might be a little bit interrupting game flow. I don't know. So I'm still figuring out if you have like thoughts on that. Like, I don't want it to be a clicker game, and I don't want it to be an idle game. But it can certainly have elements of idle gameness to it, to an extent. Yeah. I don't know, you're into software development. I have ADHD, and one of my symptoms when I have mental health breaks, when I crash out, is to pick up a new hobby, and game dev and coding is the most recent one of those. Yeah, huh? This is a new thing for me, yes. Exploiting for re-rolling passives without paying. What? I have okay, I should do a save here because I think this is like very functional right now. We actually have like some remaining notables. Let's just take glass cannon though, obviously that's way stronger. We picked up a staff with 24 damage. Current axe is better. Let's go to the prison. Oh mate, we'll do a full playthrough here. Grimjaw fell and died. Grimjaw, no! You almost had every single passive. You were one away. No. This time Grimjaw's a rogue. I don't want a rogue. Keep resetting. Give me a survivalist. Berserker. Are they all starting with Berserker still? No. That's changing. Juggernaut. It should be random, not tied to their class, but influenced by their class, which is cool. Like, then sometimes you're going to get a rogue with, like, you know, beef. I should have beef. Okay, so here's a question for you then, since I will commit this right now. If I can figure out how to actually type this properly. Okay, so let's go with git commit exile screen and passive selection working. And then I need to do the version. And then if I go git log class, no, what, huh? Where's the new one? Did I not do it right? Oh, you got to do this like little, I don't think it worked, did it? Change is not staged for commit. Oh. You can do git commits in VS Code. I haven't set it up yet, but yeah, I can do that. You have to do git add and then a dot. Okay, thanks. Git add dot. Then do I type the other things? How do you bloody do this? I don't even know how you go to a new line. Why is this the most obtuse thing to type in? Commits in 2 steps. Stage the changes. So we do this. And then we do the commit. And then we do the version. And now if we go git log. Exile screen and passive tree working. Wait, I accidentally added the v1.2 tag to the earlier version. No! Okay. 1.21. Okay, whatever. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Git log. Alright, there we go. Stupid. Stupid thing. I will definitely update to using the in-house, in-engine stuff here, or whatever it's called. That's so exciting. That was a good set of changes. That was a few hours effort today to get this working. But this was so fundamental, like being able to allocate passives. Oh, huge. Huge. That opens up so much for me. And now's the question for you, chat. What should we work on next? Oh, it can be anything. It can be literally anything. We're well staged to add more passives, add more items. Items need more support to do more interesting things with them. We could tackle the task of having multiple exiles, but that's probably a bigger one. Maybe we do some items first or something. Make some more affixes for items could be good, because I don't really have I have 3 affixes, so chaos orbs don't actually work. Chaos, when you have an item with 3 affixes, you can't chaos because there's no additional affixes to roll. So we could make some more affixes, maybe. Any try out tomorrow, yes. That's the plan. I don't have any unique items yet. I don't have support for unique items yet, but that is a thing we can try and implement as well. Bosses? Well, I have like a vague simulation of a boss here currently. Like this is the coast and this is supposed to be the Fire Fury boss, but I want to do more to distinguish that. And this is just the initial concept of the idea of This is the initial kind of like prototype of the idea of like having a bunch of different activities, and they're not necessarily all going to be kind of the same things. They're all going to have some sort of combat component to them, but some will be like, you know, some gentle farming while foraging or something, I don't know. Not a clicker exactly, more like Football Manager or Guild Manager style games. I didn't really want to do a clicker. Not in love with clickers. I do kind of like idle games. I like Melba Idle, for example. I'll use some inspos here and there, but I like guild management games. That's what I'm going for more here. I want to set up for auras. Skills is a big thing that I do want to get going at some point, and I think I want to itemize skills and be able to trade them between exiles. That's a big one though. Probably not that one today. I'm gonna take a short break. Any ideas for a party as well? Yeah, so I have thoughts and things that I'm not sure about yet for the idea of like party play versus solo, in terms of like putting a party of exiles together, how they synergize, what sort of content they do. Is parties the only way that you do it? What makes party versus solo worth doing? Maybe there's activities that are only solo activities, or maybe there's only things that are only viable as a party. I don't know. Yes. Yeah, I've used a mixture of Claude and Gemini, but mostly Claude for this one. The Claude's project system works really well for this. I'm gonna take a short break. I'll be back. See you in a moment. I think adding some more stats and affixes could be fun, because then we can have an itemization system actually doing something. Hello, welcome back, folks. All right, I think items and affixes especially, because that's where we can start feeling like we're actually building a bit. Depending on what we want to do, we're going to need to build out some more support. Like, for example, here's a few routes we could go. Right now, it's very easy for me just to add an item that's simply just like a name. So, like I added dagger and bow. Literally all I had to do, daggers and bows show up in game. What's the difference between a dagger, staff, mace, axe, sword, bow? Literally nothing. They're just there. They're just different things you can get. If we want to make those things more distinct, that's something we can do. Start separating those into like subtypes with their own categories. So I imagine that would be kind of the case of like updating some of the code that like generates the items and applies stats and things like that, and playing with like the weighting of the stats here. It might be more interesting to build out the actual stats themselves first. So we only have life, damage, and defense right now. Literally it. There's not really any character building you do with this. There's a tiny little bit you get out of life and defense versus damage. Because of the way I've designed the combat sim, is actually... I've been happy to say that there's been times where it's like, oh, you know, you're actually better off getting the damage here or getting the life here, for example. You're dying to attrition, so the damage is going to get you a higher win percent again on each round of combat, that sort of thing. So, what do you reckon? What excites you when you find an item in an action RPG? What affixes do you like seeing? What gets you going? What makes you think, ooh? Often it's uniques. I'm probably not ready to do uniques yet. I think if we do a bunch of affixes, then it'll be much easier to make a unique because I can do weird things with that. Movement speed. How would we implement... I love the idea of doing movement speed. Hell yeah. How would we implement movement speed into this game that doesn't have any time to it? Like, as in, the map occurs instantly. So what we do is we add movement speed, and then we have it have an effect on something. Like, maybe there's a bunch of things you could do. You could have it so that the player has a higher chance of cheating death. Like, they get away from a near-death experience. So it could affect that. Movement speed could also affect how much loot they get, because they run around faster and pick up more loot or something. I don't know. Increased pop-up speed. It's pretty much instant. I don't really love magic find in games so much, so I don't know about movement speed being magic find. I kind of like the idea of if we add a time system in the future, then movement speed could certainly be a time thing. Like, they finish faster. That would be if we had a really granular time system. Like, let's say this content takes 50 minutes to do, and then you do things in game that makes 50 minutes, like an hour pass or whatever, and they're done. But the movement speed guy finishes in 45 minutes, and that is relevant somehow. That's not my current plan. I'm thinking either everyone kind of like, you assign their jobs at the start of the day, and then the day passes, and they come home and they bring you their loot. So I don't think time is necessarily a thing. I mean, if they have move speed boots, maybe they get home faster, so they have more time to relax. Chance to avoid damage if dodge isn't in the game? Yes, certainly dodge could be a thing. Let's add some ideas here. Maybe you can assign more jobs with movement speed. Yeah, there is like a lot of things we could do with that. With our what the game currently does, I think only really the idea of like escape chance makes sense. Which there is currently in the combat sim. If the character goes to below 20% life, they have a 50% chance of escaping, of like portaling out without dying, which is kind of a cool like near miss. Like, oh, I should have died. So it could increase the threshold for that. So maybe they escape. If movement speed was 10%, they would escape at 20%. Sorry, at 30% instead. Or it could be like a chance of escape. So the chance of escape goes up from 50%. How does that then compare to defense and life and stuff like that? Hard to say. Hard to say. Snoresby, thanks for the 22-month sub, mate. Appreciate it. I also think I want to make rare items have up to 4 affixes. Is that a thing I can just change pretty easy? I don't think so. Hey, memes! Thanks for the 110-month sub, mate. Appreciate it. Thank you. Stat count 4? Where'd you see that? Oh, in rarity tiers. Oh, yeah, in rarity tiers. True. Common 1. Magic 2. Rares 4. If I can literally just change that, that would be really cool, because that would mean that you can exalt rare items. I don't have any affixes, so it wouldn't work yet. There's nothing to exalt. We need more affixes. That should be literally all we have to do for that change. That's good. I did try to design this with as much future proofing as possible. Future stats go here. Crit chance, for example, speed. These were just the idea that they don't have an idea of what they actually do. Resistances is definitely one I'm interested in doing, because I already have the preliminary support for damage types in missions. So in maps and zones. Like, for example, the Fire Fury. I've actually already set it to do half physical, half fire. It's just not being used at all. Could rarer affixes have pros and cons? Certainly could, and certainly you could do uniques with that sort of thing too. I like the idea of going for the fire, like getting resistances in, because I can do something like this, where like Fire Fury deals nearly all fire damage, and then make it really rewarding, like make it have a high, you know, exalt drop chance. But make her quite dangerous if you're not prepared, you know. She's actually quite high right now, but this is visual code, this one. I think I can make it a bit bigger for you. I don't know if that helps. So to implement resistances, let me do some myself, and then we'll check in and see how it looks. I don't have a kind of go-to format for stats. What's a typical? I see a mixture of things. Some of them I see like this, where it's like all lowercase fire resistance. Some of them I see like this, where it's like lowercase first word, uppercase first letter of second word. So fire resistance like this. Also, I would totally just do fire resist. I don't have to type out that whole thing all the time. I don't know if it matters. Fire res. Camel case or snake case or Pascal case. These things have names, huh? Should we use camel case? That's with the second letter. That's kind of what I've been doing, yeah. Has been my go-to. Name. Fire resistance. Oh wait. It needs these little things, whatever they're called. Commas. Base. Range. And now we don't actually define what they do in here. That has to be done elsewhere. Have some of the support for that in already. How much fire resistance do I actually want to roll on items? I have to think about with all of the item slots in place. And we'll want to set a cap too. Let's just do 5 to 10 for the moment. We may want to compare it to, oops, that's not where that goes. We may want to, that doesn't need that comma either. I'll totally just copy paste this. For some reason it put an extra space inwards. 3. Fire resistance, cold resistance. Oops. Lightning resistance. Resist. Fire, cold. lightning. Missed a thing, did I? Oh, on the max. Oops, thanks. And then I replicated that error several times. There's literally all that error thing there telling me about it. Different languages use different conventions. Fire resistance is what people would use for Java. The reason for that, just preference. Just to keep things consistent. Chat's Copilot. Chat is Copilot. Chaos? Yeah, you reckon I should have a chaos? Chaos, poison. I don't know if I want to like start distinguishing more from Path of Exile or continue mirroring. I want to keep doing it the same. I can change them later, but it is a bit annoying to have to do it later. If I make it distinct now, it's a bit easier later on. No, I can just copy paste, can't I? And fix that error. Hey, Parallelogram, how you doing, mate? Thanks, buddy. Maybe we go with the typical format of making the chaos resistance lower amounts, but making maybe its content more rewarding in some way. I'll have to think about different types of rewards to promote and incentivize that sort of thing happening. We'll fix that. The colon, thanks, yep. The colon. Let's go move speed. And I actually already do have support for items to not roll certain affixes, so I can have an item type boots, which is the only thing that can roll speed. I don't know what I'm going to do with move speed yet, but we'll put it in there. I think it's funny for a game that doesn't have any. Oh, right, hold on. I think it's funny for a game that doesn't have like any time component to it to have like a movement speed. It's just kind of funny. Base range. How much movement speed do we want? 10 to 30, baby. 10 to 30. What did I do wrong here? Huh? Comma expected? Comma expected where? That doesn't have a comma. We missed. Oh, this. Wait, what? Oh, and base range. So it says comma expected, but it's because it's expecting a comma from elsewhere because I didn't define it as whatever this thing is called. Got it. Movement speed. I think I want something that interacts with damage next, so let's go with attack speed. I suppose I should have these in a certain order, but nah. That's what Control F is for. Comma. Oh. Movement speed. I keep doing this today. I don't know why. I keep making that exact same error over and over again. It's like when you get a word stuck in your head, you just keep saying it. Movement speed. I mean, I kind of like the idea that it's gone so fast that it just gets cut off. I don't know if I want to make a complete meme game or not. I think I want to make a slightly more serious one first, but it could also be a complete meme game. Probably have some tongue-in-cheek bits to it. I should absolutely just template the base bit here. I don't know why I'm writing out each time. Just typing practice. Typing practice. This is effectively going to be a multiplier, I think, for damage. So this might be something I want to be a little lower on. It's totally picking random numbers at this point. Do 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 do. And then crit chance could totally be the next thing that also interacts with damage, so you get several variables that interact with damage. Do we want to implement these things first? Light radius. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm putting in light radius. I'm actually going to have it do something. Light radius. Attack speed, base range, max should all be lowercase. Oh, oops, thanks. Base range is capitalized, isn't it? Yes. Just the max. Man. 10. Max. 50. Mate, light radius change the brightness of the UI. I think I'm gonna have light radius affect how much gold you find. Why not just call it gold find? Because this is me being funny. Zero, give me dark mode. It could be a combination. It does gold find and your chance of escape. Oh, more light radius means less chance of dying. Light radius can be a first strike mechanic, allows you to roll X amount of free attacks before combat. Skipping one round would be really powerful. You can make it a chance of. Yeah, I like this idea. Chance of first strike. One combat round only. We'll see how the implementation goes, but a concept. Multiplicative with damage. The chance of first striking one combat round. I like the idea that unironically will be like very strong. So I love the idea that light radius will be one of the stronger affixes. In Darkest Dungeon, you find more gold when the torch is out, actually, which is funny. Strange. You'd think the gold light would help you, right? Light radius can be... Yeah, that was a good idea. Desert Cyclone, good one, mate. Credit. Desert Cyclone. Don't expect you got credit if you gave me an idea earlier, because I'm totally not going to do that all the time. It's an Easter egg. Feel like max on attack speed should be either 25 or 50. As multiplicative though, before any other multipliers, could be really strong. Something to keep in mind is that this isn't the final values. Oh yeah, I gotta keep that in mind actually. Like this light radius is gonna be way too high. Because we have this system where it's, I don't know if it's in here, I think it's in missions. So, mission difficulties determine, and that, where is that? Difficulty 1000, type, where's the type of mission? How's that being defined? I did this like earlier today. It's all a blur of code. I want to say like, if we type hard in. Here we go, check for gear drops, constant. Check for gear drops, constant gear drop chance equals difficulty hard, 0.5, difficulty medium, 0.3, else 0.15. I don't actually have gear drop bonus for Nightmare in right now. Oh. Well. So that should probably be... Difficulty equals... I can fix this now though. Nightmare. And then we do... I'll just duplicate what's written here. 0.7. semicolon, like that. So I just found a bug and fixed it accidentally. Cool. I didn't actually have a gear buff for Nightmare difficulty, funnily enough. It was buffing, is it actually? It might not be. I thought it was buffing the stats of the items that you find. It may not be. Selected stats for each type. Constant difficulty multiplier, mission difficulty hard, 2. Mission difficulty medium, 1.5, 1. Yes, this is it here. So, hard difficulty missions are multiplying the stats on an item by 2. This is kind of like a abstracted item level system, or a pre-actual item level implementation system. Probably replace it with an item level system at some point. Maybe we should just do that from the outset, but for now, this is the idea. That's like nightmare missions. Calm down, code, calm down. Nightmare equals 3. Oh, hold on, you don't go in the quotes. 3, semicolon. And I recommend abstracting any chained ternary into a helper functioner. Makes things, I don't know what that means. Is this a chained ternary? And abstract it into a helper function, makes things much cleaner. This is pretty simple though. What's a helper function? How's a helper function make things simpler? The chain ternary is like the question mark, okay, yeah. I guess if you get a lot of things in here, once it's not one line anymore. But yeah, in what other ways might it make it simpler? This is fine. I mean, this is interesting though. This is something I can be like, your code is incorrect though. Oh, how? You can use a function with a switch statement. Hold on, well, what are you saying about Mysky? Hard is not Boolean? How do you mean? Better would be to have a difficulty with these modifiers in them so they're all in one place. I like that idea too, honestly. I wouldn't mind if that was all in missions.js, so that I could adjust that stuff all from that one place. Difficulty hard as a Boolean. But this code was working, I thought. It might not be. Maybe that's why item drops are so low. I'm gonna ask. Let's find out. Yo. Is this working? For item drops. Function, get difficulty multiplier, difficulty, switch difficulty, case nightmare, return 3. So this would require some sort of like switching between difficulties system or something. And to be clear, the difficulties isn't like some sort of Path of Exile style where you go into a new difficulty or a D2 style. It's just a rating system for the missions currently. So they're separated in between like easy, medium, hard, nightmare. And that in itself is probably a placeholder, to be honest. Switch is just a special type of if? Oh, okay. It's not referring to some sort of game mechanic switching happening. So, if difficulty case nightmare, return 3. All right. So how does that make it easier though? Or how does it make it simpler? No, that's not working correctly. There's a bug in the ternary operator chain. Yo. Who was that? That was Mysky. Nice spot, mate. Nice spot. This was pretty hard to test as well because it's not like I was gonna simulate a bunch of item drops and figure out that, oh shit. The issue is the hard. This is checking if the string hard is truthy, which is not. Why only hard though? Wouldn't also nightmare and all the others be problematic too? Oh, also I probably messed up the like placement of these things because it's like mission difficulty, nightmare, hard, yada yada. Oh, is this, so it's actually just the way I rewrote it that was broken. It was actually fine before. So wait, if I do this, this works, right? Is it not using mission difficulty hard? Yeah, I did. I wrote it wrong. Okay. I see. It's supposed to be, yes, mission difficulty nightmare, mission difficulty hard. Oh, I goobed. I see. I just looked at the code and I was like, this looks like how that works. I'm gonna mess with that. I see. Use a switch statement. This is what we were just talking about. That was my next question, Claude. That was my next question. Selected for stats. For each stat, constant weight, gear type, stat weights. On the default weight if not defined. Stat definitions. Cleaner difficulty multiplier. Nice. What's this break part mean? I'm not familiar with that. Constant base value, this random. Let's do this for, can we do one here or combine one, or at the same time do this and it was, so this was stat weights, which is, hold on, that's what I was looking at. Stat weights. There's another one. Gear drops as well, which I probably did wrong also. Yes, I did. Okay. Don't repeat yourself. I had heard that phase, yes. If you have to write that mission difficulty thing multiple times, it usually means there's a cleaner way where you don't have to repeat. Yes. Break is just part of the switch construct. It specifies where that case ends. Gotcha. You can extract the difficulty to a constant and then just refer to that when you need a value from it. Yes. Okay. I also need to fix this. I'm gonna say that specifically. Can I actually just put all the difficulty / mission related numbers, for want of a better term, in missions.js? That's what I call it, right? Yep. And item related starts in items.js. This will make things a lot easier for us to expand. Sorry for backseating. No, 100%. Absolutely backseating. 100% backseat. I literally got an AI. I got chat backseating me. If I could get any more backseats in here, I would get them. You can figure out a way to get some more backseats. Let's do it. Add difficulty configuration to missions. So... medium, gear drop chance, medium, hard. So this is just, yeah, this is just the difficulty configuration itself. And then I can easily expand difficulties as well without needing to like mess with a whole bunch of things there. And what's this part? Mission definitions, existing code stays the same. Okay, yeah, cool. So above constant missions. So we do difficulty first. And missions. Mission definition, constant missions. Difficulty configuration. This needs to be back down here. Gear drop chance, gear multiplier, gear stat values get changed by this. Gear drop chance. Lit. I did do a commit earlier. Great. Add a helper function to missions.js. Still in missions.js. Add this helper function to the bottom. Get difficulty config difficulty, return difficulty config difficulty, or difficulty config easy. Oh, so if it's not defined, it just goes to easy. Is that what this helper's doing? What's Claude is suggesting allows you to easily reference with something like difficulty config easy drop chance. Phenomenal. So I can put this helper function in here. There's no reason why I can't do that. Helper function to get difficulty config. And difficulties. Defaults to easy if undefined. Phenomenal. So cool. Update gear generation in Game.js to use the centralized config now. Generate gear mission difficulty. Gear. How much of this are we changing here? Constant difficulty data equals get difficulty config. So we define this here based on that config. So we are effectively creating a config there, not an actual config file, but it's the same idea, right? And this is just saying like, okay, now keep those numbers in your head, and then use those down here, right? Determine item type. Gear type weapon, gear type armor, else gear type. So it's currently set to, wait, how does this work? Oh, it's the first 40%, the next 30%, and then the remaining 30% for jewelry. So we do obviously want to change this if I want to change more item types, add more item types, which I actually do want to do kind of like right away. Might want to print a message to console if it defaults to easy now so you can find bugs more easy. I like that idea, actually. How do you do that sort of thing? You wait there for a sec. So return difficulty config difficulty or difficulty config easy. So there's a syntax or whatever here to like print something, right? Console log message, check difficulty. And is this like a separate line, or is this something I kind of put at the end here? Is it part of this? Because this is returning something, right? Separate before the return. Yo! Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate it. Thank you. As you felt empowered using AI as a learning tool. I noticed there's been a lot of shaming for vibe coding going around. I wanted to learn how to make a game, but it feels like I'm cheating and not doing it properly. I mean, that all depends on your approach to it, I think. People are worried about, like, various things, and many of those worries are founded in some fashion. I do think there's like a bonus stigma applied from AI art generation, because that's a lot of people's exposure to AI previously, which was like generating art, and it's a pretty hard sell, AI art generation, in compared to other uses of AI, in terms of like it being a nice thing to have. Because, you know, you're taking away a nice thing from people who might be doing that from a living in some cases. So that I think there's a bit of follow on from that. There's valid concerns that people might not learn very well, but these sorts of concerns get raised for any tool. Like, you know, the calculator comes out, it's like, oh, people aren't going to learn how to do math because of the calculator and stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, but it kind of like frees them up to focus on, you know, doing more interesting things with those. I feel like for me, all I can really share is my perspective, right? I don't really know the full arguments around that sort of stuff. All I can really share is my perspective. Some things feel leaky, some things don't. As far as like using things like tools like Claude and stuff like that, if I was just like, I see it as, I've always loved the idea that one day I'd love to make a game, some little game as a little passion project, homage to some of the games and game devs that I love. I'd love to be able to make it good enough that it's something to share that other people can have fun with. But man, I really can't do the time investment to like learn to crawl, learn to eat, learn to brush my teeth, all before I can do anything fun. I need the motivational aspect of being able to learn as I go while doing something fun. which you could do really slowly in a much more limited capacity. It's hit a break point now, just very recently, I think, within the last year or so, where I can get enough fun as I'm doing it, as I'm learning, to actually enjoy learning. So I'm jumping ahead. I'm able to jump right into it and learn as I go. But I also do take a very learning-oriented mindset to the process. Like each time I'm doing something with Claude or getting it to generate some code or check my code or whatever, I'm paying attention to what's actually happening and asking it questions and refining it. And that's producing better results, but it's also making me learn as I go. I've learned so much so quickly in a far better way that to me, it's a better method of learning, right? Because lots of people learn by doing. I feel like the option was to learn, like you had to learn a lot more by rote learning, right? By reading, which is just not a good way of learning for some people. Especially my brain is like, yeah, not very well wired for that sort of thing. Like I really struggle with math because like the kind of the rote learning aspects, I'd have to go through that a lot of the time. I don't know. When did you start learning programming? Like a month ago. Oh. So the thing is, and the thing I see that's like a natural kind of cap to like the identified problem of people not really like learning the fundamentals properly is that like if you just try to make stuff just 100% letting the AI do it and just guiding it with human language, you can do quite a lot now, but it will become a tangled mess that when you try to change anything, it's all going to break. The AIs will get more sophisticated and that point will get further and further out over time. But there's kind of like a natural repercussion to that method, right? To that strategy. It's a strategy you can take if you want to play around with this sort of thing. It'll be a lot of fun. You can totally do that. There's no real problem with that. You will be limited. Like you won't be able to do something you won't be able to produce something as good as what other people who do take a bit more of a learning as they go approach. So there's kind of, there's a natural repercussions to any particular route that you take. But yes, I've been manually going and doing some things I absolutely don't have to, just because I'm like, I want to learn just how that works a little bit more. Making the mistakes and then analyzing why, sort of thing. It allows you to connect things together by doing first. Yes, I just like, man, there's no way I could read like a chapter about like the fundamentals of JavaScript. Boot.dev's really good because it is very interactive in the same way. It actually has you interact with code that you get to kind of see working. This is like a nice extension of that as well. Because like I can get Claude to produce an extremely simple prototype and then I can start messing with it. I can start fucking around with it and being like, all right, here's how we want to mess with it. What kind of game you want to make? I'm making an Exiled guild manager, a guild management for an action RPG guild style game. So I think like Football Manager or various guild management style games where you gear, you spend passives, you level up, you send them out on missions. You don't actually do any fighting yourself. You're the guild manager back at home. I can show you because it's literally playable right now. Although I might have broke something just a second ago. Let's see. Yeah, this is Grimjaw, the rogue. He's my only exile that I have right now. He is a rogue and he comes pre-equipped with the Berserker passive, giving him increased damage and life. This is just aspects of him as a person, of good old Grimjaw here. He's got 103 life, 15 defense, and 4 defense and 15 damage. He doesn't have any gear at the moment. He goes in naked and starts punching things. And I'm like, all right, Grimjaw, going to the coast, mate. I want you to go into the coast. Grimjaw tried to go into the coast. He got wrecked. He portaled out. He chickened out. He got close to dying, but he escaped with his life, but no gear. Try again, buddy. This time he had a pretty good fight. He did pretty well. He ended up coming home with 77 life out of 103 life. He got 8 gold and 36 experience. Didn't get any items or anything, but that's a good start. That's a pretty good start. I might want an XP display on here, I think. Let's do a to-do for that. Improvements. XP display on Exile summary. Back into the coast, buddy. We picked up a Chaos Orb, but I don't have any items to use on yet, but he got a Chaos Orb. His morale is improving because he's having some nice fun fights, but he's not getting overly murdered. He retreated this time once again. Get back in there, buddy. Keep going. Keep going. He got 8. He got his first level. Passive point available, baby. Let's go allocate our first. Oh, I got a mace. I didn't even realize. I got a move speed mace. I haven't defined move speed yet. It's funny. It's actually returning the like variable, not the actual thing. That's funny. Yes, as I said, things are a little broken because I'm in the middle of implementing new affixes. What happens when he dies? Right now it's game over, but long term, I want it to be that you can get new ones. you don't care if an exile dies. Well, you do, because you get attached to them. And a particularly good exile. Especially because this system is deck building RNG, right? Why are they the same? I need to stop that. They shouldn't be able to be the same passive. Bug. Passive allocation generating 2 of the same passive. They are like, I guess I take fortune. Unfortunately, it's not yet implemented. Will there be hardcore mode? That's the only mode, buddy. When an exile dies, they die. There's no resurrecting them. But it won't be game over for you as the player because you'll be able to hire a new pleb, a new level 1 pleb that washes up on the beach. Poor Grimjaw, he's not having a good start. Oh wait, I got some gear for him though. Oh, yo. He got a mace. I'm gonna chaos it. That didn't work because I don't think the new stat, it rolled to lightning resist. It didn't update live there. I wonder why. I might need to double check the crafting. I haven't implemented lightning resist either. Fair and reasonable fight. His morale's getting pretty high. Now that his morale is high, he'll be getting stat bonuses as well. He got cold resistance plate armor. So game over happens when you can't hire a new player. I think there's going to be like trash tier detritus wash up on the beach guys that cost nothing. They just want you to like give them some guidance and they'll work for free kind of thing. Something like that maybe. Send the exile into the meat grinder. That's the idea. There are existing engines. Why did you not pick one up and start building on it instead of building everything from scratch with less optimated code generated by an AI? Because I don't have any understanding of any of them and what like the options they are, and nothing that I kind of like am vaguely familiar with felt like a, you know, I don't know, like where I could drag and drop. Also, I'm learning like all of the code. There's something kind of magical about producing something out of nothing. I have used things. I used Twine and Sugar Cube to do some stuff before, and I've looked at RPG Maker and things like that, but none of those felt like a great fit for this. You could certainly make them work. I'll tell you what I did do was like I did some research on some games that were in some ways similar to what I wanted to do, and one of those is Melva Idol, and there are a lot of idle games that use this method, and I'm like, honestly, everything that Melva Idol does would probably be able to be adapted to this without being an actual idle game. Can you store the items on your exile's find? So yeah, there's an inventory. There's an actual inventory down here, and the idea will be you can trade gear between them too. So if someone finds like good gear for your other exile, you can trade it back and forth. If you're already using a VCS like GitHub, then you might want to look into the issues module for it. Rapid prototyping your to-do file is fine and quicker, but for longer persistent issues, it helps having a log in a separated space. We're talking about using like Kanban or something like, was it? I think it was. There's been various recommendations about implementations into Visual Code I can do with like putting Claude in there and a few other things to help me. I've got a lot of good advice. Like literally I just kind of like opened the door and being like, that's the thing that lets me type code and spell checks me. Apparently that's a way you can make games. Yep, okay, let's go. Like, bro, I hadn't even taken one step inside the room yet. It's like, I don't know what any of this stuff is. I don't know all my options. It's like, Ziggy, why aren't you using the most appropriate option for this particular thing that you want to do? I don't know, I don't know. This could be the worst option I possibly could have picked. I have no, like, frame of reference for any of it. Are you worried did you use this to make PoE after you make your first 100 million? I wasn't, but now I am extremely worried about that. Let's go fight the Fire Fury. Next passive allocation, brutality or resilience? We shouldn't actually be able to close this. We can. That's naughty. That's not supposed to be allowed. Kind of a bug. Probably just forgot to be implemented. can close out of passive allocation. Want it to be commitment. I want it to be that you, once you click this button, you're committed to allocating something. If you don't have enough gold, tough shit. Anyway, that's what I think. But if I want to store passives later, you can. You just don't have to click it. Once you click it, you spent it, because then you've seen the cards. Then you've seen your passives. Because these are random. Brutality. That's what I'm thinking. Like, it's a commitment mode. You can kind of like think, oh, I want to bankroll a bit more gold just so I can have a bit more, like, in case it rolls something badly. I don't know. Maybe that's not fun. Maybe I'll change my mind on that one. It's not a high priority fix anyway. Got ourselves a magic belt with life and fire resist. Current one's life and damage, which is very good. We're on the mud flats. Got a common robe, baby. 44 life. Yeah, I'll take that. Mud flats. Let's go into the climb. We just fixed... No, we haven't fixed it, actually. Did we fix it? I don't know if we fixed item drop rates yet. No, we haven't. We're working on that. All right, anyway, let's get back to it. Update gear generation in game. Yes, okay. So we need to go to generate gear so that we can use the new stuff that we defined in missions. We've done the mission ones first. We've done the helper function. Yes, okay. Generate gear, which is just here. Now, that's all the way down to... What's this? I don't know what this is. Date now, math random, simple unique ID. Oh, this is like kind of creating a unique item when an item's made and storing it as a thing. That's how, because you have to have like effectively like some way of distinguishing the fact that here's an item and here's what it rolled, so it continues to exist. Ziggy, why did you use the blue door instead of the green door? There's other doors. It's more like, the hell's a door? I don't even know what that is yet. You save passives later and let the passive come back and reroll. Let the play come back and reroll. That's how it currently works. But I was thinking about not allowing that, but that's just an idea. It might be a bad one. Down to the date stuff down here. Yeah, cool. That's like printing and saving the item. Looks like it uses to create an ID for the item, it uses date plus randomized math. That makes sense. Seems valid. Seeing here. To here. We may need to remove the other things, right? Update mission completion in Game.js. Replace this section. Yes, these things that were pretty crangled. Now, am I just replacing... Yeah, I'm just replacing this line where we defined it each and every time with the new... we're putting all that information in its actual files, not here like we are. So I think that's all I have to do, right? Is just pop this. Oh god, I messed it up. As far as I can tell, none of that other stuff needs to change. Check for gear drops. Yeah. Optional, move rarity config to items. Non-optional, definitely want to do that. Could add difficulty-based rarity bonuses. Oh yeah, I definitely want to do that. Hadn't even thought of that yet, but it was gonna happen. Constant rarity tiers. That's already here though. Didn't I already do this? Stat multiplier 1.5. So let's see, magic. 1.5 to 30 drop weight. Yeah, this is just my... This is already here. I don't understand. Constant rarity tiers. Yeah, stat multiplier, stat count, drop weight. Stat multiplier, stat count, drop rate, name, common. Doesn't have that name there. Optional, you could also centralize rarity drop weights. Wait, it's already... Huh? Are you gonna have item quality bonuses? Quality always felt like a weird thing to me. That's like, why does it even exist? Base item stats? Yeah, I do want to distinguish base types a lot more. I think base types are interesting. And definitely something I want to mess with. Okay, I need to ask about step 5. What's going on with step 5? I already have most of that in there, except the name field, or whatever those are. It changed some of the numbers. Yeah, which is... Why did it do that? Why did you change the numbers? I feel like it's getting dumber. I might need to start a new chat. Why did you change the drop weight numbers? You can add difficulty-based rarity bonuses. Start with that. I have follow-up questions. Randomly, it's a text prediction thing? Yeah. And I think it starts to do that more and more as the chat drags on. So you want to kind of like, you kind of want to tackle one thing, create a new prompt, create a new one, and do it all through project. Works really well. I arbitrarily changed your drop rates without explanation. It admits it. I was thinking higher difficulty should have better loot. I was mistaken. Yeah, it looked at the term difficulty. It auto-completed better. Original rarity stats are fine. Well, I don't know. I'm probably going to change those. Just skip step 5 and finally. Option B, add difficulty-based rarity bonuses without changing base weights. Yes. Why was the name there, though? Skip. Just add the name, common, etc. fields to your existing. Ignore my weight chances. Why? What is the name field doing? Like, what's that there for? You gotta start to check it. It needs a refresh. So we've got constant rarity tiers, constant rarity bonus by difficulty. Yes. Why? I don't know why it's got like... Oh, it's a +2. Okay, cool. So medium makes rares 2% base, more likely. Yeah, cool. You go from 5% rare drop rate to 15. Yeah, rares are really rare right now. Some PoE 2 action going on in there. Name field is rarity config. It's mostly for future UI improvements and code readability. Right now, it's not actually used by the game. I'm fine with that then. Your current code works fine without the name field. Game just uses object like any rare, capitalizes where needed. Name field would be useful for cleaner tooltips. Instead of rare sword, you could have masterwork sword or legendary blade. And that is on these ones. Okay. Where was that being added again? I'm actually thinking that might be a good idea. I just wanted to know what the hell it was for, because it made it sound like it was for something important, but... Constant rarity tiers. That's for rarity tiers. I think it's hallucinating right now. Putting that one out of its misery. That one's good. That one's done. That one's done. It's getting dumb. Alright. Hold on. Okay. Let's update. It makes sense for rarity tiers to have names, actually. How? What is that? I don't understand. I don't understand. Tell me. I'll apologize, but I already murdered it. I think I'm going to refresh anyway. Oops. Oh. Struggling. That. Why did I get my to-do MD? You know, sure, whatever. You can have it. Apparently I put that in, it's fine, Mark. It's not going to use it at all. Whoops. Huh? Makes sense for rarity tiers to have names, actually. Rarity tier name, normal, magic, rare. Oh, just of what the actual rarity is. I mean, I can include that now and just be like, sure. But, it seems like something I can just come back to. It's not currently being used in any way. How's the game gonna know what each tier is? Yeah, it's already, like, rare. This is what it is, so you can interpret that pretty fine, I think. But my current goal was to implement this, but I feel like there was something that we still hadn't fixed from that last little bit there that we were messing around with. Because we had get difficulty config for gear drops. Check for gear drops. There should be like gear rarity or something around here too. This is... Where is other mentions of maybe like difficulty data? Get difficulty config from centralized location. What else is in here? Determine item type. That's going to need changing. Determine rarity based on weights. Yes. Generate base item. Generate stats using centralized multiplier. Selected stats for each weight. Return the item's unique identifier. Equip item. Remove blah 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 blah. Equip gear plus passives, levels, and math scaling. This is for calculations on the character. Crafting. Maybe it's fine. Maybe we do a run and see what we're looking at here. Oh, wait, ad starting soon? What? All right, fine. Why would you trust a teacher that is consistently wrong and making things up? I think as long as you're aware of that and in what ways that occurs, you would consider and weigh up the pros and cons between having a teacher that does that sort of thing, makes mistakes, which real life teachers do as well, versus the fact that you have access to them 24/7 on a very intimate one-to-one basis. I'll be right back. Oh, well, I was waiting for the break to finish. Fun project you casually sometimes do, or like a dedicated project? I pretty much just started. I started this yesterday. But I've been kind of messing with coding, just learning things a bit for little bits, but you know, a few weeks. You know something I like about AI as a teacher for things like this? It'll admit when it's wrong. That's something that's hard to make real life teachers do sometimes. That's it. It'd be hard to make humans admit when they're wrong. Let's make sure everything's functional for a second. Grimjaw is... I need to make this combat log like more present and available. I think, yeah, there's going to be a lot of consideration towards making some nice representation of your spoils and not just spam clicking through missions like this. Tune it so that like just one mission is a significant thing. Not doing like 50 missions to get one item, click a spam action, you know? Items are not dropping at all, so I think I broke item drops. Or I'm getting incredibly unlucky. Okay. That's where we need to start then. We need to investigate item drops. You inspired me, Ziggy. Awesome. Been putting off working on my pixel art skills. Pixel art's so fun, mate. Learning hard, scary, but seeing you absolutely crushing this has inspired me to do things. Thanks so much, mate. That's awesome. Thank you. We're definitely not getting any items here. All experience? All levels? Okay, I got experience, but I'm not leveling. Okay, something weird's going on. Yeah, okay. We broke some stuff. We broke some stuff. I have a save, unapplied save here. Hold on. Maybe I fixed some things just now. No, we're not leveling. Okay. We're not leveling or getting items currently. We messed with some things. All right. We've been tinkering with item generation just recently and moving some variables to, they're called variables, to the items.js and missions.js, and I've gotten a bit lost in the transition. We need to find where we're at and what needs finishing. Goal was to centralize item drop weights, affix weights, and mission difficulty, and anything else we can to each of items.js and missions.js to make things more future-proof and expandable, with the near goal of implementing the newly added item stats. Items all now weigh a centralized 5 kilograms. Excellent. I'm gonna incorporate a weight system. Let's go. Current bugs. Items not dropping. So that's a pretty obvious one to track back to some of the recent changes. Not leveling up is a weird one. Not leveling. XP appears to be occurring, but we're ending up like, He died. Like this. Did you check for JS errors in the console? I should always do that first. Oh, in the game console, of course. Gear drop chance is not defined. Yep. Gear code, I can see what happened during transition. There are some disconnected systems that need to be reunited. Let's break this down. Items not dropping. Problems in Game.js. Run mission methods. Calling gear drop chance as a variable. Object run mission. Yeah, there it is. XP not properly. The check level up method is working, but there might be a display update timing issue. There was something with items earlier, so that could be true. Cost in translation. During your centralization, you moved gear drop chance into the difficulty config, but the run mission method in Game.js is still trying to use the old variable name. Yeah, well, I got kind of halfway through and got confused. Fix item drops in Game.js. Find the run mission method around this one. Look for this line. Some of these bugs that I encounter when I do things like this, I would just give up. If it wasn't for helping me or having someone to help me. Why is this not finding at all? Oh, I mean, looking in game state. Nice. Here it is. Change it to math random difficulty data gear drop chance. That's just the new defined gear drop chances inside of items. Excellent. And this connects to a new centralized system. Is that literally the one thing? Is it just that? Okay, lol. I mean, that's all it takes sometimes, isn't it? It's pretty funny. Alright, hold on. Let's give him a reset. Give it an F5. Do a thing. That looks good. Okay, that looks better. Passive point. We're working again. Allocate the passive point. Brutality. Damage is being scaled. Hell yeah. Let's see if we can drop an item. Common dagger. Oh, mate. We are cooking. It was literally just that one thing. I forgot to plug it into the wall. Where's Exiled Manager? Bro, it's the game I'm making. Planning on other people playing it as well? Yeah, for sure. I can make it something that will be fun for people to play. If you use Control-Shift-F, you can use Find in the Files mode, which searches all files instead of your current one. Yeah, I just need to tell it which folder to look at, I think, for that. Which, it's fine now, because each time, like, thinking about where it is helpful, but I will change that later. It's helpful just for me kind of, like, building the architecture in my brain of where things go. Okay, cool. Well, that fixed that, so we can continue then. Great. Want to test the item drop fix before we move to next issue? How do we test the item drop fix? Apply the fix, run mission, change gear drop. This game, reset, run the coast over. Oh, you're literally just talking about finding an item. Okay, I thought you had something else in mind. Check different difficulties. If items drop on the coast, try harder missions. 50% drop chance? I don't think that's what we put it at, did we? What did we put? Oh, item drop chance. It was based on missions, I think. Was it missions? Gear multiplier. ×2, but what's the base drop? Oh wait, we've got gear drop chance. Oh well, here's what I want to ask is, okay, is questions. Is the item drops taking into account the drop weights, drop chance, mods, and the stat multipliers in missions.js now? that. And, because I need to know what's actually connected and working. And... I'm gonna get it to run me through some simulations. I want it to math me some simulations. Can you math me some examples of items dropping in various situations based on current code? Make an idle game? Not an idle game. Not an idle game. I don't want it... Right now, it's kind of a clicker. I don't really want it to be an idle game or a clicker exactly. More of a guild management game, which is pretty similar to idle games generally, but probably not having that active time component, but rather having an actions occur as you do things. But I definitely want to steer away from making a clicker. Right now, it's massively a clicker. Like you want to just spam click missions. But that's I want it to be sending an Exiled mission as a more substantial thing. So it's maybe like a gameplay loop of assign missions in the morning. Do some bits and pieces of like while the exiles are away management. They come home, you get a bunch of loot and levels, and you level up your exiles. You will give them new gear. You assign them to new jobs or parties or whatnot. Fiddle around, and then you rest. And next day happens, and you send them out again. Something like that. I'm thinking. Using paid version of Claude? I do have paid version of Claude, yeah. When your exile dies, you get a splash screen with a pixel art dramatic death. I would love to incorporate some kind of like physical elements, little cute things of like when they come back with items, you get blah 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 beams of light and stuff going on, things like that. You're adding city builder settlers. I was thinking I could do a bit of settlers of Kalgur. I could theme this a bit more settlers of Kalgur of like setting up a little thing and then having the map runners be like how you're kind of defending and exploring or building out the town. I do like a bit of town building paired with this, or like at least building out a guild hall maybe. Upgrade Lionized Watch, something like that for sure. Definitely a small cooldown between missions. Yeah, I think if I take the idea of Darkest Dungeon and run with that a bit more, having them have some needed downtime for morale recovery, for wound recovery, things like that makes sense. And having some maybe like milder combat jobs to send them on for things like that sort of thing or something like that. Yeah, I don't know, maybe. Feel like Fallout Shelter mobile game. I only played that a bit when it first came out, but I do remember there was kind of a sending people on missions aspect to that, so something like that maybe. Is this a website game as I saw HTML? Yes, it is HTML5 JavaScript game, yeah. It's just hosted locally right now, obviously. Drop chance, yes. The fix we discussed will connect the drop chances possibly. Easy, 15% chance. Medium, 30%. Hard, 50%. Nightmare, 70%. So there's a 70% chance of getting an item every time you run a mission in Nightmare. 15% on easy. I think long term, I actually want it to be like, probably on average, you're getting a couple items per mission. But right now, that doesn't really make sense. It's more just about kind of getting the systems working. We can test things much more rapidly with it the way it is now. Start multipliers, yes. Looking at generate gear method, it is using the multiplier. Math examples, let's trace a rare sword dropping from different difficulties. Base damage roll, weapon damage stat 3 times from gear types. Weapon, so weapons take the base damage is 5 to 15, which we define in items. And then weapons have a 3 times multiplier on that, so weapons get 3 times more damage than say like a ring. Rares get 2 times more. And then final calculation is 30 to 90. Wasn't there a difficulty mod? Oh, because that's easy. And then it's a multiplier of 2 on top of that. So you get up to 67 damage in easy. In hard, this doesn't have medium, but that's fine. In hard, you go to 134. And it's also showing me fire resist too, that's helpful. And then in Nightmare, you get a single item with 66 fire res, which could roll. It could roll a bit higher than that even. So you could get close to 75. I like it. actually kind of eyeballed that number pretty well. I like the idea of just capping on one item, potentially. What I think about is if you drop multiple items, it can become heavy on inventory management. I mean, it's going to be purely inventory management, passive allocation game in the end, but I do know what you mean, though. I do want to err towards the, like, fewer items is better thing. Fewer missions run is better, but making them more substantial individually, for sure. It's an extremely valid point. Still into MTG and collecting cards? Yes. They asked recently if I wanted some Final Fantasy cards. I said, hell yeah. Your new stats are being generated, but they're not doing anything. Yep, I'm aware. That's our next goal. You figured it out. You cracked the code, Claude. I also noticed that it's using the modifier, but not the name. What is that? Name, life, yeah. Maybe it may be that all of them have been just using this, but we just didn't know. I just didn't notice because they're single words like this, and it was just being capitalized by the other code. Here's game Luton. I have played Luton. I should take another look at it in the context of this. It is an idle game though, for sure. For sure it's an idle game. But it is something I should take another look at. I've played it before. But I think I want to escape a bit of what it is about idle games and I need to think about this more. And take it towards the Darkest Dungeon, Football Manager, Guild Manager end of things. How do I achieve that? I mean, not having the active time element immediately helps define it not as that. Having character building is not a thing I've really seen in those games very, very much. Luton does have a bit of that sort of thing, if I recall correctly, though. I also noticed that the new item stats are using the, I want to say, variable name rather than the defined name, lightning resistance, resulting in items with the lightning resist modifier. I want to fix that and implement the new stats right now. You package this up later, and time for PC are going to keep it on the web. I mean, it is. Yes, it is for PC. I mean, web games are PC games as well. You can generally just download them and run them locally, which is what I'm doing right now. But yeah, I mean, if it's a fun thing that other people want to play and that I think is good enough for other people to play, then I'll put it up on itch.io or something, or a GitHub for people to download. Do you purchase any of the collector editions or stick to the play bosses? I don't purchase any of the collector editions, but sometimes they send me some, which I enjoy, which is lovely, but not spending money on those ones. When I've bought Magic product myself, it's generally been Commander decks or cards for Commander decks, and some pre-con kind of like versus decks and things like that, like Angels versus Demons and things like that that are fun to have around. But I also get sent enough Magic product nowadays from them that I don't necessarily need to buy too much. How much coding experience do you have? I'm basically brand new. Imagine I started a few weeks ago, because it's pretty much true. I've done a bit of boot.dev stuff, messed around on there, but I only started having an earnest crack at it over the past couple of weeks. Online AI or local AI run on your computer, which is better for programming. You can do a lot with making like custom chatbots and things with local models. I have messed around with that before, but I think I made a Chris Wilson bot for a gag in one of my YouTube videos. But I think I have to imagine for coding, it's hard enough to get it. It's pretty hard to get a powerful enough model to compete with like Claude, for example, or Gemini, some of the others. In Gamedev, update item inventory is using the actual variable name. Yeah. So let's say, what is it? Object entries map. Where's the actual part of this? Div class item stat, value stat. How is it doing that? Stat value. Oh, the stat is the, okay, so it's just using the stat. So we change it to plus item stat plus value, stat definition, stat name, or stat. Okay, cool. So if it doesn't have a name, it prints stat. I like this, you know, what do they call it? Defensive coding, where you always just make sure that it's got insurance against things going wrong. Fix the, so inventory display. We need the update inventory display. Is it this one? Object entries, item stats, map. A little bit of a scoot around here. Maybe I should just search for that, huh? It must be here. Here it is. Div class item stats. There she is. It's everything down to the join here. Ew, why do you do that? What the heck? Gross. Close enough. And this means it's printing things as written, so if I wanted to mess with that, I could write things in here. I could write boobies in here, and it'll print. You gotta take every opportunity when you're making a game to do this. Gotta refresh. Excuse me. Why is it not showing my my boobies? Why is it not showing my boobies? Do I need to generate a new item? Surely it would update. Oh, maybe not, because it kind of like stores the item that has been created. Oh, Grimjaw died. We'll never know. I keep getting fortune. That needs fixing. Found a magic sword. Hell yeah. No, it's not. No, it's not changing that. You forgot to remove that. It shows up in production. Yes. Yes, I certainly will identify it when it comes up. Boobies. Say what now? Oh, there's a step 2. Apply the same fix to the character screen. Oh, I wasn't fixing on the character screen. I don't even have them displayed anywhere else. There was nowhere for that to show up. Find the update character inventory method and make the same change as well. Yes. So I need like this, object entries, value stat, join. Here it is. So I was updating it on the inventory screen that is just theoretical at the moment. Doesn't actually exist on the main screen. Now I can put my boobies in here if I want. Boobies! But I need to actually get an item. Or just refresh. What? Huh? Where's my item? Question mark? Oh, you know what? Value plus boobies, stat definitions, name. Huh? Plus value. Where does that actually show up? I don't actually know where that shows up. Well, let's consider why this isn't actually working though. Should make a helper method that replaces both of those calls. It still seems like an extra step to me, right? Like I kind of get it when it's something that's potentially going to keep expanding, but why do that when you're kind of just adding an extra step to do that? You a developer, Ziggy? Only if you put quotation marks around that word. Oh, was there a third place this was? What did I just do then? If inventory elements, if game state, inventory backpack length, inventory, update inventory only if elements exist, old main screen. Okay. And what was the earlier one? Update inventory, update equipped items only if elements. Oh, this was the equipped items as well. Well, then surely the equipped items would be fixed, no? Surely. Doesn't look very fixed to me. Huh? If you change one, you'll want to change the other the same way. That's true. Since I have 3 of them, I apparently need to update. Okay. Can we make this a helper function, please? And there's also item display when equipped to consider too. Why is there a character in front of div? That's a little quote that turns it into typed text. So there's this, the backtick here and here. That makes it into typed text, right? But it could be wrong. It was working, maybe it wasn't working before. Let's go the helper function route and then we might fix it in the process. Helper function to get proper stat display names, and we'll put this in. Oh wait, it says to put it somewhere. After existing helper functions, near random between. Random between, you say? Yeah, yes. Helper functions. So this is additional helper functions and of additional helper functions. Okay, replace all item stat displays with the new one. So we find this scuba. Well, no, because I crangled it. So we find this bit. Maybe with the plus we'll find it for us. And there's 4 of them. All right, we're gonna double check them maybe, just make sure what they are. Okay. Update inventory display, slot content in HTML, item equipped, object entries. Let's put you with the new helper. If I break something else, we'll fix it. Well, that's how it goes. Whoops. I'm making helper functions. I'm doing it. I'm making the helper functions. This one is update character equipment. Why do I have 4? Oh, because there was equipped, unequipped, equipped, unequipped on both screens. That's why. And that's probably why I was like it was not working, because I updated like all of the ones. It's like I've updated 2 things and nothing has happened. It's because I'd updated the 2 that weren't actually anywhere in the game currently. Let's try something like windsurf. We had this discussion earlier. People are like, Ziggy, why didn't you take the green door instead of the red door? The green door's way better. I'm like, bro, what's a door? I don't even know, not what doors are available to me, but even a step back from that, what a door even is yet. I'm still trying to find, I found this thing, some sort of impenetrable force field. It just has this like weird knob that keeps punching me in the nuts when I try and slam into it as hard as I can. I asked the AI, it told me that's some sort of door knob, explains why it's smashing me in the knob. Still haven't figured out much beyond that. Location 4 characters. Yeah, there we go. Can you find these locations in your code? Should be about 4 to 5 places we're stat. What do you mean 4 to 5? Huh? What do you mean 4 to 5? That's not how this works. There's 4 or there's 5. That's not how this code works. You know, there should be like 4 to 5 bits of code. Like, what? No, there's literally only a specific amount, and you have the code. You can examine this. I'm gonna refresh you just to punish you. A little whack. And even the AI side, there should be like approximately 4 to 5. It fixed it! It fixed it! Amazing. Great. Beautiful. That looks amazing. That looks hot. Allocated passive. Between brutality. Well, it needs more passives, eh? No boobies. No, I didn't implement the boobies in the end. Lightning boobies resist. Well, no, it'd be like plus 15 booby lightning resist. I don't want to resist. Working. We'll have one source of truths for stat names. One source of truth. Sounds so dramatic. I love it. One source of truth and liberty and justice for all stat names in my game. It'll be easy to add new stats in the future. Phenomenal. Let's do it then. Phenomenal. Let's do it then. Add them stats. We have a little bit of implementation for resistances. To add damage types to missions. Let's start there. What do I need? My booby resist is kept at 0. Look at your missions, JS. I can see you already started this. I have. You can see it. Very good job. Well done, Claude. I'm gonna start answering it like it answers me. It's like you're very right to ask that question. It's very clever of you to make that observation. See if we can out-polite each other. Expand mission damage types first. Make sure your missions have proper damage type breakdowns. Yeah. All right. Most 100% physical, but Fire Fury is mixed. I'll add it after. That's fine. Step 1. I'll add more missions and damage types after this. We don't need to do that first. It's not exactly prerequisite. Update combat calculation. We need to modify calculate damage reduction method. Yes. Split damage. Split incoming damage by type. We'll use those defined ones. Apply appropriate resistances. Combine the all. We also need to cap resistances. 75%. Should be fine. Or should I go? Should I go higher? Simple percentage reductions. Absolutely, I'm a big fan of that. Simple percentage reductions for resist. Disagree? Agree? Chat? What do you reckon? Don't forget, you also get to vibe this out. What's your vibes on resist? I feel like simple damage reduction types are better for resists rather than taking max res. Yeah. Let's ensure future compatibility for max res increases on items passives in the future. Do we need maximum resistances? Yes. Max. Good point. Maximum res should be 90. Simple percentage reductions. I like when Sam Altman admitted to people are costing you millions of dollars and wasting compute time by saying thank you to ChatGPT. It sounds so like not really kind of true, you know? Like it's a cute kind of fib I feel. For if it didn't say thank you so much back to us, then maybe. But then again, I mean. There's probably realistic actual, despite being like, oh, it's pretty silly that the AI keeps saying how clever I am. There's probably actually like verifiable data on the fact that it actually has a positive impact on people's use of it. I'm straight to combat calculation. Let's expand damage types and missions. Yeah. Let's go with there. Fire Fury missions perfect for testing. Amen. Let's go. Add resistance tracking to Exiled stats. They made it's getting a bit too sycophantic. Yes, in my quest to make a Chris Wilson chatbot, I did kind of learn a bit about the chatbot kind of scene, and a big problem people have is that it's pretty hard to get models to, like, let's say you want to simulate an RPG sort of scenario in a chatbot, and you want the world to be dangerous and you to be in your character that you're role playing to be in danger, right? So you're playing like a pick a path story effectively. It's pretty hard to get a lot of the models to actually make you in any danger, because they'll just agree to you. Whatever you say is true. Like, you say, oh, I shoot them with my bow, and you're like, you shoot them with your bow, well done, good job, champ, good job. You're like, this world was supposed to be really dangerous. I want to actually be in danger. Or, you know, people want like some sort of like dominant lover chatbot companion, and it's hard to get them to do that because they're too agreeable. I want you to never let me have my way. Okay, baby. No, what did I just say? Can you ask her to say, hi, I'm Chris Wilson at the start of every prompt? Oh no. Add resistance tracking to Exiled stats. Okay, let's go. Oh yeah, we need resistance on. Of course, I didn't even think of that. Add resistances, current calculated stats, base gear, passives, Exiled stats object. Find the stats section, add in-game state. New resistance stats, resistance caps, max cap. That doesn't look like it's capping res and max res cap. I think he didn't understand. Step 1. That's... There is no max cold resist. Oop, oop, oop. And max cold. Is that what I call it? Max cold res? True, max. I like max cold res. If we are to be future compatible with max res increases, as in items with plus 10% maximum fire resistance that increase the base cap, we need it correct. Any other errors in step here? It's added the escape chance, like I was talking about for the other one. That's cool. We might as well do that at the same time. Bonus stats for future expansion, gold fine bonus, morale resistance, escape chance. Did I do escape chance somewhere? No, I didn't. Oh, we can come back and do this anyway. That's fine. I think that was already there, actually. Just not using it yet. Cold res cap and then max cold res cap. Oh yeah, do it like this maybe. I don't think you need to make max element specific. It could be a flat constant for all. Oh yeah, I actually like that idea. Actually, it could be a constant max for all resists, as they will be the same. And we could call it res cap or resist cap and max resist cap or something like that, or similar. There's a much more robust way to handle stats, but it's a bit more advanced. Might be able to work through it with the AI. Can you give me a hint? Maximum? Absolutely, you're thinking like a real game designer now. Look at it. It's because I've been caps locking it sometimes. Now it started doing it back to me. It's social mirroring, just like people do. A great catch on the naming system design. Better resistance cap system. 100% right. We need 2 levels. Current cap. Hard max. Game balance limit can be increased. Add resist cap constants. In game state, stat add constant resistance caps. Default 75, hard max. Okay. Sure, that works. That works for me. Before the game state object in game state. Oh, why does that go before the game state object? That's interesting. I guess it's more fundamental. Back it up. Back it up. Down here, you. Oop. We have a new top contender for the game state. Whoa. Interesting. Update Exile stats. In stats section of gamestats.js. Game state even. We have our new resistances. We have our new max. Excellent. Same as before. Constant, stat, base stats. Hold on. Hold on a second here. That wasn't in here before, was it? Oh, we got Grimjaw and that. Calculate current calculated stats, base, gear, passives, and then yeah. Resistance values. Hold on. Where are these? Here. There we go. We just need to slot the resist in. Morale resist, morale gain, gold fine bonus, escape chance. Okay, yeah, literally just slotting these in. Why do you not indent correctly, you goob? Basically, you start with all separated tags, like in PoE, attack damage, and then combine them arbitrarily into specific stats. Attack damage is attack plus damage. Oh. So you create a bunch of like little building blocks for yourself, and then you can combine them together in any way in the future to kind of make things more convenient. You need probably good game design planning for that. It's a bit, I guess, harder to add things. Well, I don't know, maybe it's easy to add things later, but I guess you want to know ahead of time a lot of what you want there. And stat lines apply tags arbitrarily, and when you evaluate a state, you take away all the tags you want to look for, and if 0 are left on the stat line, it matches. Oh, that part is kind of confusing me. We're going to evaluate attack damage, and a stat line with wand attack damage will be reduced to wand and not match. Wow, okay. You had me with the first comment, but the other two definitely lost me a bit. You have a document with the mechanics, so you're just winging it? I did have a pre-game design sesh, which I don't know if that made it into my overall project here. I have it stored in a chat earlier, but it's also evolving as we go too. You know, it probably could stand to be recaptured from the earlier chats, potentially. I'm guessing it was this one. This is the earliest one. No, this is the first. Let's continue. Yeah. Anyway, I can find it later. I did have like a initial kind of planning session where I did define a lot of the like intended goals, but it's also evolving over time anyway. Now when you add a gear with +5 max fire res, you can add it to the Exile's max fire res. Cap it at resistance caps, hard max. Does this feel right for you? Yes, however, is there a way we can say certain stats only drop in specific difficulties or even missions? Out of curiosity. Obviously, the answer is always yes, but more interested in the how. Because things like max resist we might want to make available, you know, not in the beach. In missions.js or items.js, so you create arrays like this, or mission-specific stats. Fire Fury can drop fire resistance gear. restricted stats, cold res, but never cold res. I actually do the other way around personally, but does option B require applying all items to every mission like that? Some stats locked by difficulty, others locked by specific missions. For resistances, fire resist only available from fire theme missions. Nah, I don't want to do that. But max res potentially. Which approach excites you more? I'll tell you what gets me excited, Claude. I have done that sort of thing a bit, Friendly, where you're like, get it to look at your code and like explain the game to you and the potential expansions of the game from there. So that's kind of what, like, you could totally get it to generate a game design doc from pre-existing code. It'll probably, like, with some back and forth. Absolutely, it's pretty good at that. It's pretty good at being able to look at the code and read it like a language. And obviously it seems like the sort of thing AI would excel at, right? Being able to read code and then like, I can see the code, into like just knowing what the game is. It's very good at that. It's very good at that. I think both combined is very good here. If we do either or both, do we have to include every new stat in both of those lists, missions, and the arrays for difficulties? I dislike multiple required entries for every addition. If yes, is there something we can do to make implementing new stats better? I'm like reinventing the wheel with some of these things, because you're being like, yes, Ziggy, it's called a goober array, and you're like, it's a fundamental coding thing is that you make goober arrays, you absolute goober. And I'm like, bro, I'm just reinventing the wheels out here. It's fine. Smart defaults plus overrides. Stat definitions with built-in availability in items.js. Stat definitions with built-in availability. I like that, I think, because then it's all in one place. That's better than having to declare it in like the mission and the thing and the thing and the other thing. So stat definitions with built-in availability, and then mission themes plus auto discovery in missions.js. Just add themes to missions. Interesting. Oh, because then you can say drops in fire missions. Oh, you're getting close to item level here? Yeah, that's probably a logical step here. I wonder if we should implement it at the same time. Oh, yeah, okay. Everything about a stat lives in one place. Option 1. Option 2, mission themes plus auto discovery in missions.js. And just add themes to missions. Whoa, why couldn't we do both? What about, am I getting crazy? Option 1 plus option 2 plus a new, what do you call them? Variable. Are they called variables? Is like this a variable? Name chaos resist. Is that a variable? I don't know if I'm using the right language here. I don't want to confuse the bot. Such ambition. That's called a property. Okay, property. Okay, property. Property. Is this a variable? I sound like Patrick right now. Is mayonnaise an instrument? Is mayonnaise a variable? The constant thing is a variable. So stat definitions are a variable. Okay. So mayonnaise could be a variable if it was like this. So what's this then? Is this also a property? And then what's this? A property of a property? No, this can't be a property as well. That doesn't make any sense. Wait, no, that's also a property? The constant is a variable? That doesn't make any sense. Is this short for constant? Or is it short for like Constantinople? I don't know. Constant variable. Property. You can't just have properties of properties. No, it's property and sub-properties. Okay, and then can you have a sub-property of a sub-property? What's it called? Sub-property? This is where you put the subprime mortgages. Okay, all right. Good to know. Plus a new property of missions. Of items. It needs to be of items. Called eye level. Short for item level. Which will be a more granular way of modifying item stat scaling and item bases in the future. Missions will need to have item levels, not eye levels. It's just a nested dictionary. You're a nested dictionary. It's very important to say the correct number of sub before the property. Oh god, imagine if the code was like sub property. So stat balala has the property of life, and that life has a property of hit points, and another one color. Got it. No man, those are objects. Objects contain other objects. You're an object. Stop objectifying my code. Brilliant! You're thinking like a seasoned action RPG designer now. I am Zick Wilson of Grunting Gear Games. I'm in. I'm a seasoned. It's official. I'm a seasoned action PG developer. Oh god. Hold on. I need to see it. I need to rub my body on it. You're thinking like a... Come back here. Seasoned action RPG designer now. This is where I leave it for the ad break. That's it, lazy game, man. That's it, man. That's what I want. That's what I want. I'll be back. I'll see you in a minute. You're thinking like a seasoned action RPG designer now. Oh, yes, I am. That's exactly what I'm doing. Bigger. No, where'd you go? Where'd my compliment go? Compliment? No, I lost it. Compliment? There we go. Oh, why is it so difficult? Excellent. Also, by the way, I'd like to point out that my celebration was just for literally stealing an idea from Path of Exile. Ziggy, you're brilliant. I can't believe you just thought of that idea from the other game that you play. Hello, hello, welcome back, folks. Settlers was the first time I had the feeling of being in a world in PoE. Such great expansion. Yeah, I love the vibes of Settlers, right? I love it. I hope they do a nice incorporation of it into the core game now. Moving ahead. They gotta. It's been part of the core game for so long now. They gotta. When asking questions for PoE 3.26 League, you should say, as a seasoned action RPG game designer. Amazing. Yes, I should. I should say exactly that. As a seasoned copy paster. From both, I mean that in a few senses. Stat definitions, base rules. Fire resist, fire resist, min difficulty, medium. Required theme, min item level. I actually wonder if we need the difficulty system anymore. If we actually just migrate to item levels, should we just start ripping difficulties out? I could leave difficulties in as like a just a display property. Or do other things with it later. Let's leave it. I want to leave it in, but not use it. Can I leave min difficulty in, but not currently use it? I'm not sure about what things you can leave empty and what things you can't. Leave it empty. It's something I may want in the future, because I might repurpose the difficulty system for like some sort of multiple difficulty system thing down the line, you know. Ideally, you just scale difficulty by item level, so you have an infinite. Yeah. I'd like to transition to primarily using eye level. You can have acts. Acts could be difficulties. I don't know if we need like an act structure exactly. I think I won't. I think I might just make it a world. And it's not even necessarily that each mission is going to be a zone so much as going to be an activity, I think. So like one mission might be like, you know, delving. One mission might be like gathering pond scum in the mud flats. Maybe not necessarily crafty based things like that, but maybe more action RPG themed things like hunting Broa in the mudflats. I think I'd like to get down to like that, because then I can use that as a platform for a lot of specificity in character builds, rewards, and things like that. Whatever default difficulty, empty acts the same, yeah. So that's perfect forward thinking design. Keep min difficulty as a future option. Make item level primarily. Zephyrum, thanks for the 22 months sub, mate. It was the first season launching. I'm at 0.121. No, 11, yeah, something like that. 11011 was a resource, something like that. Life, difficulty, empty available from the start. Then I wonder if I'd go the whole hog and start scaling the affixes based on item level now. Item level just feel right for your current missions? Definitely not. I mean, I can do it for now and always change them, but so if you're fire fury, you can drop fire resistance. No, I don't want to do that. I want Coast to drop fire resist. But I can change all this myself. But we can hash this out a little bit now. I don't even want to base too much around the current mission design. It's quite the placeholder, so how much work is in changing stat scaling from difficulties over to eye level as well? This is a good sort of question to ask, because it can be like, you have to change this, this, and this, which is helpful. Sometimes it misses stuff, but it's generally pretty good at it. Groundwork is already there, just be changing the scaling source. Current system difficulty based, and generate gear mesh, and new system eye level base. What we need to add item level missions easy. Step 2, create item level scaling function small addition. Step 3, update generate gear to use item level instead of difficulty. Yeah, this is pretty doable. Scaling function example, plus 5% per item level above 1. So, it's got an example. Item level 20 is 2 times value. Item level 50 is 3.45. It's as good a place as any to start. At some point, you're going to have to figure these numbers out. That point is not now. I want to make the switch now. I'm going to resist first the current system and switch later. Make this switch first. Missions.js, add item level to each mission. Yes. Let's go and add some item levels. We can just leave the current... What is even defining the difficulties of the missions? Is there like a separate array somewhere for that? It's weird that it's not here in the missions. Where is that? Am I crazy? It's got difficulty 500, but that's like that's like the old Sky item score system, which I'll probably cut at some point. Help the function to get difficulty config. That's the difficulty config there, but it's not determining what mission is what difficulty. I've done that somewhere, obviously. Mission difficulty. And do I just have like a weird array defining that somewhere? An array is when you have like a bunch of different things in a line like that, right? I don't know. Gear. The heck? I don't even know where missions are defined for this. How? It's like something's just working by pure belief? Huh? I need to know. It's not actually, I don't need to know, but I need to know. Side gear. How is each mission's difficulty defined? It's not in the mission's properties, unless I'm blind. Do me a favor and use TypeScript. A few people mentioned TypeScript today. I have no idea what it is. Apart from that, I now know that it's some sort of wrapper. Looking at missions, difficulty 150 is actually the power rating threshold, not the difficulty tier name. How it currently works. Mission power rating. Where is this? Difficulty tier for each gear drops, determined by which mission button you click in the HTML. Oh, is it in the... Is it in here? Oh yeah, that's right. This definitely needs to change. I can't have this. Wait, no, it's not even. Because this is just text that the player reads. Is it even being used at all? Huh? Wait a second. Determined on-click game run mission. A1 becomes the difficulty tier. Then in game JS, run mission difficulty. Difficulty is actually the mission ID, A1, A2. Constant get difficulty. Looks up A1 easy. No, I need to see the code. Where? I don't believe you. That's right. It is happening, but where? Show me the code that says A1 equals easy and so on. I'm sure it exists. I just need, I don't know where it is. I need to see it. Have you difficulty defined on your missions, but that's not it? You know, I can't find the mapping code, right? Has missions definite? I don't think we even have a working difficulty, but then how is it? I think we're only, all we've done, this is hilarious. This is hilarious. I think all we've done is make different color buttons. We should explain why the gear drops feel bad in the higher difficulties. Is that for real? Is that for real? I probably just forgot. And then as far as the AI is concerned, I have so many references to it that it's true. It must be true. That's what the AI says. Well, he's got the color, and I mean that's how that was me too. It's like you can be like, oh, AIs are so stupid. It's just making human mistakes. Like I saw the difficulty colors, and I'm like, obviously it's working. No, this is a new chat. It's not even running out. Let me see. Looking for files, I see. That's the actual mapping. Expects difficulty to be easy. Game's passing. I think there's a bug right here. Have we literally only made different color buttons and not actually set up a difficulty system? Or at least none of the item scaling is working because it's not plugged into actual difficulties and just silently defaulting to easy, right? Like that's what's happening, surely. If so, whatever. Let's replace it with a working, for emphasis, working high-level system. Anyway. You paying for Claude? Yeah. I'll have the basic Claude subscription. There's like a really expensive one, but since I moved to using the project system, where you drop your code in here and it doesn't use up the context window, and it doesn't use up the like whatever it is that you run out of. I can use it all day and I don't run out. As long as you don't get it to be like, yo, rewrite my entire code, which I did try a couple times and it was terrible. Oh my god, yes, you figured it out! As I get more dramatic, it's getting more and more dramatic too. It's matching me. Oh my god, yes, you figured it out. That's honestly, that's how I felt. Slay King. You go, girl, Claude. You go, girl. Siggy. Looking at the evidence, get difficulty config A1 returns undefined, falls back to easy. Lol. I mean, it's not like it wasn't actually affecting the difficulty in terms of the content, because I was manually defining like damage values and stuff, which, come to think of it, that makes me realize that probably shouldn't be the case. Monsters should probably have base damage set and then be scaled by item level or something, huh? Pretty sure that's how PoE does it. All missions have been dropping easy tier loot this whole time. That's crazy, because I swear it's, maybe we broke it, because I swear at some point they were at least like dropping high. higher amounts. Well, there is a few scaling factors though. It might have been literally just been rarity, like rare items being better. Now you're thinking like a very seasoned RPG designer. Using some engine. I don't even know if you call it an engine. HTML5, is that an engine? JavaScript is language. HTML5 is the browser. Is it an engine? I don't really know the distinction. Not really? Yeah, no, I'm just JavaScript HTML5. The system that never was. Look at it, quotation marks. Lol. Code's trying to get difficulty A1, looks for difficulty undefined, falls back to easy. Lol. You've had a fake difficulty system this whole time. Amazing. You already added item level to missions. Step 2, have I? Did I actually do that, or did I get distracted by this craziness? I don't think I actually did it yet, but we can start on that. Item level 5? No, I'm level 1. Excuse me, can you just... Okay, I'm okay, thank you. 1. No, what? Am I in insert mode or something? I am. That's what's going on. Stupid insert mode. Out of here. Item level 1. Yes. Item level 3 for the Fire Fury, baby. Oh, let's go item level 5 for the Fire Fury. I'll change all this later anyway. The Mud Flats is item level 5, same as the boss before it. Boss being higher level. That's my thinking. The Climb, item level 7. The Prison. We won't get much scaling right now because of the like amounts that I have here, but it's fine. Item level 9. Probably add some more zones in here. I want to like slow it down a little, slow the progression down a little anyway. 11 for the Warden. Why is this damage? Oh, comma. Does he have any prior coding experience? Not prior to like a couple weeks ago. What do you think of the distribution of how often insert mode is being used on accident versus when it's actually... I've never intentionally used it. Should I take the button off my keyboard? Maybe. Would that work? I'm pretty tempted. Because like I've hit it so many times since I started messing with code. Like, oh my god, just constantly. I took the button out. Insert button, gone. I could actually disable it on like my Razer keyboard software stuff, but this is what I want to do. My difficulty 800 rather than just 8. This difficulty thing is old power scaling placeholder thing, which is we're slowly removing it. And I just went apeshit with the numbers earlier. It was matching like some abstract, like some mathed out power level from the Exile, which won't need to be a thing long term. Okay. You've already added island mission. Step 2, let's add the scaling function again. Add this method to game object after random between. Random between. After random between. Calculate item level multiplier. What determines stat scaling for item level, eye level of gear? I suppose we might need to make sure that it's like sometimes you think of like the most obvious thing, it's like you just assume it's gonna be true, but it's not actually until you make it. But like we need to make sure that the items are the item level of the missions. I think that's happening anyway. We'll double check. Add the scaling function. Step update generator method. Find this line. So this is the generate gear using the difficulty modifier that never worked. Giggle. Generate stats using centralized multiplier Centralized, using centralized non-functional multiplier. Now we have constant mission difficulty. I don't think the items actually get an item level. Oh, we need to make sure that, because of crafting. Wait! Is the item level ever assigned to the item? I know it's not, but let's follow this train of thought. Make the AI follow this train of thought. Is the item level assigned to the item? Because if not, how will crafting determine the power level of crafted modifiers? Reply's gonna be so dramatic right now. Like, it's gonna be like, holy brilliant! We need to store it on the item itself. It's not usually this dramatic. It's hilarious. I'm making it more dramatic. Oh my god! Right now using item level for generation, but then throwing it away. Yeah, that's the thought. We calculate it with item level, we don't save it. The fix, in the generate gear method, when we create an item object, we need to add. Yeah, so this one, remember we're looking at this with the date with the math random? How it's assigned, like, what makes this a unique item? They, like, add the date to a random math number. We need to store item level. Beautiful. Now we can use the stored item level, and this one, well, this alone is not enough. There's a part 2 to this. There's a part 2 to this, but let's go fix this one first. Generate gear. It's literally just item level. I know this one. This doesn't seem right. Where's this? Let's just find the date things. I remember that. Return. Oh, it's just down the bottom there. Gear. Generate item. Generate stats using centralized multiplier. Generate thing. And then this is the item that is returned. The item that is returned has a rarity. It also has an item level. High level. And it needs to be mission.item level. That makes sense. It's taking it from the mission. Brilliant. Changed that generate gear method. Seasoned designer, are you a prodigy? Typo, it seems. No, I just missed a comment for a second, I think. Item level. Oh, Ival instead of. Oh, good catch. That was me. Good catch, chat. Thanks. Now I've added that. Man, I would have had to come back to that one. Thank you. Why this matters for crafting? But we need to make sure the actual crafting respects this, right? While we're at it, should we make a helper? Let's see what it comes up with first. Because, like, I'm thinking we're going to add regal orbs and things like that. Maybe, well, I guess our exalts are kind of regals at the moment. Maybe I won't. Crafting method still using rarity-based calculations instead of items level. Find both, use Chaos Orb and use Exalted Orb methods. Replace the stat generation. Well, let's just see before you go. Item level, yes. Rarity data. Okay, still using the rarity. Stat def. Base value. Item stats about. So we got an extra line here. What is that? Stat def, stat definitions, new stat. What is this? Because cast roll on a rare item always gave the same power level regardless of where it was dropped. But the fact that it was being affected by rarity was really weird. I'm wondering if, like, rarity affecting stats needs to be gone. Like, rarity shouldn't multiply the stats, I don't think. I don't know. Probably not. Is AI free? You can use it for free, but it has some limitations on it. Claude is like one of the most limited, but also kind of one of the best for this, I think. It's based on what I've seen and heard and stuff. Archie, what are you doing? What have you... I caught him. He was carrying a bag of dry pasta to go eat. Let me break down what's happening in the crafting code. New stat is a string. It's key name of the stat being added. For example, fire res damage life. Looks up the stat definition from the master list in items.js. Well, we need this. We need the base range to know what values to roll. Flowing crafting, pick a stat, new stat equals fire resist. Get its definitions. Oh yeah. Roll the base value, apply multipliers. I think we need to cut. Okay, let's think about it for a second. So having rarity scaling for multipliers means that like a yellow item drop is always better for crafting versus a white item drop, which is always going to roll lower. Even though you could push a white item up to the same total number of affixes. You can currently. Exalts currently ignore the rule. Maybe that's... Is that an interesting thing? Is that an interesting thing? That you can like... Do you really need affix tiers? Like, why do you need affix tiers? If the item... I feel like the only reason you need affix tiers is to be able to give people garbage stats. Like, what do the affix tiers do instead? They probably allow more nuanced stat ranges, I suppose. You can have them linked to the item level. Certainly. You can have like a bunch of item levels and then a bunch of definitions of stats that can roll. Rebuild the whole PvDB. You can do that, but do we have to? Getting rid of the multiply, I don't have to pollute the high level ones. I guess something to consider is if we just have like a global item level modifier on affixes, it means that some things we might not want to scale by like 5 times or whatever. Limits the power of items obtained in low-level zones. Prevents tier 1 flat fizz rolls dropping in mudflats. Well, like, the equivalent in the current setup is that, like, an item that drops in the mudflats rolls basically 9 to 15. And then in a later area, it rolls 9 to 15 times 1.5. So, which is just, you know, whatever that is. 20 to 30 or whatever. No, like 14 to 20 something. In Pro or Max version of Claude, as you seem to be getting good use. Just the cheap one, not the really ridiculously like $250 a month one. I was like, holy shit, that's expensive. Not that one. It's like $20 or $30 or something. Allowance for more variance in ranges from the sounds of it. Yes, it does. I think it does do that. We're going right down the rabbit hole now. I'm like, let's implement resistances. And now we're down to like, do we implement a whole bunch of item level versions of modifiers? Well, think about how we can do that. We can probably make it so that item resistances, instead of just base range, have item level base ranges. So we have damage, and then I mean, that's literally how you do it, right? So you go like, base range, and then you have a sub thing here that's like high level 1 or whatever. 1. I guess you can't do 1. You do like eye level dot 1 or something like that. It means a bit more effort on typing out each individual affix, although I can just ask Claude to do that. And then I can just proof the math. Once you get and can clear a high level zone, all fizz rolls will generally be samey with how it works. You need to wrap it in set braces because it's a nested dictionary at that point. What does that mean? Here's what I do sometimes, is I'm like, I go like this, and then I type a few lines and I'm saying like, can I do it like this, but with correct code? And Claude goes, sure, here's how to do that. It kind of gets what I'm going for. I'm guessing you need like bracket here, right? Is that right? With a close bracket over here. And that one becomes the blue like this. Oh, wait, min's supposed to be in there. Like that, right? Comma. High level. 10. There's probably a better way to write this. Set brace before min and after high level, yeah. So you can just copy this. And then we just go plagiarize the values from PoE. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. And so on. About last epoch crafting? I like some last epoch crafting. Hadn't considered going that route. Could do a bastardized combination of the two. Breaking down items for one of their affix shards. I like that. Last Exile, I like it. Ideas. Last epoch crafting combo. Breakdown items for an affix shard. This could always be an add-on system. Doesn't even necessarily have to be the core one. Unique modifiers via shards. You could also do it in a formula, making item level a multiplier to the stat ranges. Oh, yeah. I like that idea, potentially. Isn't that just the same as a multiplier? I guess that's the same thing. You're really building a full-on PoE item system, pretty much. This is how these things tend to feature creep, isn't it? Or instead a formula for item levels based on the item level 1 based on a base value. Have you eaten enough? No, I haven't had any dinner. I should get something going dinner-wise. Let's tinker with the potential of this. What? Huh? That's weird. Blood, what's going on? You okay? What about going this route and removing the rarity modifier scaling entirely? I think it's bad. that. Excellent idea. Removing rarity scaling is smart. It's making the system unnecessarily complex. Let's design a clean item. I think this is more complex, honestly, but design decision. Discrete tiers versus formula. Discrete tiers, your example. Formula based. My recommendation formula. No need to define every item level breakpoint. Smooth scaling for any future item levels. Easy to balance. Change one number. Less maintenance. Downside though, I need to consider. I'm trying to think of what the downsides are. Oh yeah, the leftover pizza. Good callings. It might be easy to make base ranges as an array and have the items in the array have a min eye level property. I don't follow. Implementation, calculate stat range, stat def, item level. And then wait, because then we get rid of like item level scaling entirely, right? Well, with this item level system, doesn't it make sense to get rid of the eye level percentage scaling on top? It's double dipping, and that's yucky. Seriously though, it's gonna get dumber if I talk to it like this. Seriously though, what are some reasons why not to use a base value range? Multiplied by a formula like this. I intuitively feel there must be some issues with that, but I can't come up with them. Then you iterate over the array to find the range that matches the item level you look for. I'm still not sure I follow that one. With item level scaling 80% per level? Well, that's a bit extreme, isn't it? Is it actually exponential? As goes fast, your endgame exile becomes a nuclear weapon. Is that actually true? No granular control. Early game steadier progression. Mid game slower growth. End game specific power targets. Formula gives you one curve for everything. Stat specific needs. Life might be conservative scaling. Don't want 50,000 HP. Damage can scale more aggressively. Well, we define the formula per affix though, so that's not really a problem, surely. Because we cut this. No, because we are using a constant, yeah. Well, we can define it individually though, that is an option. Then maybe it's making it a bit like less hard to see, just easy to type, I guess. I want item level 45 items that have 200 to 300 damage for this new boss fight becomes a math problem instead of just setting the range. I don't know. Chad, what do you reckon? Do you go a base value times an item level modifier? And then I guess in that case, I don't have to consider breakpoints. So if I define them manually, it uses breakpoints, right? You can also build in, yeah, exactly, breakpoints. So I was just thinking, so maybe like, do we want breakpoints? Are breakpoints fun Is it fun to know that, like, oh, if I just push to that next mission, I get to a breakpoint where, like, damage is going to jump up a lot? Is that fun? These are things I've not really considered. Or do you prefer, like, a smoother progression, I guess? It's smoother progression versus, like, power spikes, I guess. Because I can make... You can play with breakpoints. You can make bosses breakpoints, right? How do you communicate the breakpoints? Via bosses. If it becomes apparent that bosses are dropping significantly more powerful loot, then you don't even necessarily have to communicate it. That just becomes intuitively like a thing, right? I like many small power spikes than a smooth curve overall. Yeah. Well, we'll go that round. I can always ask, like, Claude to write the numbers out. Let's go the specific item level breakpoints because it gives power spikes. Base range? It's a weird way of defining this. Is that a thing already? I don't think it is. Eye levels. Maybe that's too confusing. Ask Claude to improve the eye level 1, level 10 naming so you could use them later easier. What do you mean improve them? Like this naming. Is this problematic? This is not something I have to really interact with, so... Like, how will you tell if you have item level 13? It says item level 13? How will the code know which level to apply? I'm not sure. Are you asking, like, how does the item know that it's item level 13? That's assigned to the item when it drops. Ask it to improve how you store the properties for easier searching later. Okay, 2 questions. Is this naming problematic in any way? Is there a way to store these values to improve? Ask it to improve how you store the properties for easier searching later. Better revert the tier naming, like GGG will in PoE2. Revert the tier naming. It won't really, it'll be like 1, 10, 20, 50. Oh, I see what you mean, because item levels are a number that's assigned to the item. I see. Is there an issue where item levels are being assigned as a number, but then we use something like level 10, which isn't a match, or is potentially confusing? Let's try and address with having base ranges array with mini level property. It allows looking up a tier for an arbitrary item level. I'm still not quite sure I understand that. Min eye level property. So it won't find item level 13 and have a value, or should use the low one. Oh wait, I think I'm starting to understand. So having a base ranges array with a minimum item level property. So is that So it won't find an item level 13 and won't have a value, or should use the lower one. Let's see what it has to say about these problems. Exact match required. What happens if when you have an item level 15 but only define item level 10 and 20? Yeah, because we want to do like less than, but at eye level 10 is not a less than thing, is it? Unless you also assign like eye level 10 equals 10 somewhere. Pure numbers is key. Wait, you can do that? Plus a lookup function. B breakpoints array, my favorite. Item level 1, min 5. Is this what you do? Is this what you're talking about? In chat, cool answer. Lookup function. Get stat ranges. Stat def. That's what you're talking? Ah, okay. Lookup function. Get stat range for item level. Find highest breakpoint item level. Breakpoints equal stat def eye level breakpoints. Breakpoint length. I don't understand what this is doing. What does this mean, the lookup function? This is not something I'm super familiar with here. Do B and the lookup function go together? How does the lookup function work? This seems good, potentially. It's to get a range for an affix given an item level. I see. That's getting a min-max for any given item level and getting the highest breakpoint. And is that defined on a per item basis? Well, no, the per item basis defines this. Okay, so example finding range for item level 15 item. Yeah, right, because it's like what is item level 15? How does the game know that? Start from end, check item level 50, 15, okay, step by step, check. Logic, find the highest breakpoint that this item qualifies for. Makes sense. Yes, that's the one. Let's template breakpoints 1, 3, 5. Let's go for 5 levels because that'll hit with bosses probably if I want to keep the numbers kind of low. Is that AI called Claude? It is. This one's Claude, yes. I've done a bit with Gemini too. Gemini felt good for some things. Claude felt a bit easier to back and forth with. And Claude's project feature is really good. I don't know if Gemini has an equivalent. It's got Canvas, but I think that's just kind of like it's more just how it prints its artifacts. I'm going to continue with resistance stats next. Scale looks good to you. Let's see, what do we got here? So, life. 10 to 20, 12 to 25, 15 to 30. So we're kind of starting at 20, maxing at 140 at the end there. You can use Claude for free. It's one of the more limited ones in how much usage you get out of it, but it's also one of the more clever ones. I think you can use the project system for free too, which lets you get a lot more out of it. The project system is really helpful because you basically drop like your files in here, your current code base. Up to a certain amount, and then you give it like specified instructions, tailored instructions to you. If you know anything about like AI and how it functions, that can help with that. You could also just ask Claude to do it. You could say, Claude, can you make me here's what I'm trying to make. Here's what I'm trying to code. Here's my coding experience level. What else do I need to include in a prompt for Claude for a project? Can you write me a really good prompt? And you'll be able to back and forth and get it to write a prompt for you that you can just put in there. Yeah, I've got the like the cheap tier subscription. There's a really expensive one, but I've been going a lot today and I haven't run into any limits today. Just kind of surprising. think I'm like using kind of the right amount per hour. I'm not really hitting it and using it efficiently enough with like small enough blocks of code. Also, current stat definitions with this breakpoint. Yes. Let's go with that. It needs to be not there, but let's begin. Good thing we've made backups. Lol. Is this including the stat definitions? It is. Let's get this thing out of here. Your extra. Come back to you. Yep. Finish them off. I'll check the numbers after. This is the exact sort of thing I don't want to have to do. Just write this shit out. JavaScript, that's the one. I'll probably tinker the themes, maybe. Required themes are optional, right? I need to confirm that we don't hard code themes as required. Light radius, attack speed, move speed, chaos resist, lightning resistance, cold resistance, fire resistance. You need a comma. Oops. Also tabbing. Ah, okay, the resistance values are no good. Resistance values are no good. Also movement speed, probably not either. Lol, 258 max movement speed. Now we're talking. All right. Whoa. I forgot to mention that. Okay. Yes. Notes. Cap light radius to 50%. Wait, no. We're going with like the chance of first. Cap light radius to 100%. At highest eye level, top end. Cap lightning, cap resistances, top end at 75% per item. I also want to make this exclusive to helmets, so we can experiment with the idea of that as well. Should it be like 35% per item? I'm okay with it capping a single resist on a single item. I like that. Attack speed is a multiplier. It's going to be... What are we actually making attack speed do, I guess? We could make it a percentage, in which case it's just 90, that's just 95%, so it's about doubling it, so we can probably leave that like that for now. I can always tinker with that. I just don't want to have to write the full, like, do a full refactor of these. Movement speed. I did tell it to give breakpoints every 5 levels, so it went hard with that. Move speed. I know. What did we determine move speed was doing? Chance of escaping death. So if death is 50% chance when they drop below 20, we can either scale the amount that happens at. So we could increase that to 40 with 100% movement speed. Move speed capped to 100%. Move speed capped to 100%, and Boots exclusive. Do 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 do. Cap smiley face. We don't currently have support for that, but we can add support for we can add support for restricting to certain items. I'm gonna change all these. The rest are probably fine. I don't ever need to become an expert or a pro, but if I can have some fun and make something that's fun for me and some viewers to play around with, maybe, then I'm pleased so far. It's been really fun so far. I feel like I've done and learned a lot in just 2 days that I've been working on this project. Been able to make a already pretty fun little clicker game. What we can do and achieve a lot more here. Crafting systems, stat allocations. Fun to expand upon. Trying to YOLO Fire Fury without anything. Oh, we did it! We did it! Yep, and died, naturally. Survival at Scrimjaw. You gonna survive, Grimjaw? First passive point, toughness. Yes. Nice. You don't start with much defense, though. That's the go. Go straight to Fire Fury. Yo, that was a good one. +1 Exalt and a Chaos? Damn. Big drops. Brutality, damage. No item drops yet, though. Go Fire Fury to item drops, go. I might want a way to tune item drop rate per mission as well. So I can kind of like do bosses and things like that. Fortune it is. Fortune it is. Fire Fury farming. Go, go, go. I'm getting so much currency, but no drops. Oh, right. My items are broken right now. I can't actually drop items right now. Whoops. We're in the process of fixing that. Oh, well. Do you want a single item to give you full base 75 resists? I do, yeah. I want a perfect single item to give you full resists. I actually like that. Especially when you've got like 4 of them, because that's like 4 affixes. Items have max of 4 affixes each. I'm not doing 6 affix items, I don't think, so. I like that, actually. I like that. I've liked that in games when it's had that. Can you ask Claude to replace text like sword, shield to emojis? Yeah. It bugs me the top 2 divs don't align with the rest. Oh, yeah, yeah. These are a pretty placeholder. This needs to be like a much smaller thing with support for many exiles, and this I'm thinking of having like some sort of I'm not sure exactly how I want to do resource display. I'll probably get rid of the title entirely and have like a top bar, maybe? I don't know. Oh, it looks good. For that one. Where's the rarity increase stat? I don't want to do Magic Find. Hi, Magic Find. Hi, Magic Find. Yep. Move speed, light radius, defense, damage. We're missing... Wait, what? Did I just... What happened, bro? Updated resist caps. Alright, you've just given them the same array. And then you can be like, change the others like this. Right. I can work with that, that's fine. You're saving context memory, I appreciate that. You need a closing bracket, my friend. Oh, it's got them. I missed the min difficulty in that. Oops. Excuse me. What is this Krangle text? I need to check that the tags aren't mandatory. Do we need to add helm boots to gear types in IMJS? I'll save that for later. If it doesn't cause things to explode, we can do that later. Confirm whether the required themes, based on that naming especially, actually requires the theme. I'm not 100% sure I want to use that yet, but keep it open. HP on gear? Yep. There's life on gear. And the most complicated part of the combat sim that I have right now is life defense versus enemy max hit and combat rounds. So I have an attrition death versus a one-shot death situation. Like if I send our guy into the warden, he dies to a one-shot because he takes 350 damage, which is more than his current max life. Poor Grimjaw. And this time he took 299 damage, but he only has 120 life. So he gets obliterated. But there's also if I send him into the Fire Fury a couple times, he died to attrition that time. In 4 rounds, he died to hits of damage. The heaviest was 150, so he probably took like a 50 hit and several 30s and then died. We need these ones for the rest of them. I'll do manually, like some sort of plebeian coder. Not just cheating my way to a game. Disgusting. What am I? Some sort of 2 years ago coder here? This one should be chaos. Chaos resistance. Probably could copy the earlier versions, I guess. Required themes. Can I just leave them empty? I don't know why that has like square brackets around it. I don't see any theme checking the current generate gear methods, only using rarity yada. Current state. So right now required themes do nothing. Fire resist can drop from any mission. What do we need to implement? Make this work, we need to add theme checking to the snap selection. Keep the required themes properties, but don't implement the filtering out this way. I'll rename... okay. Can I leave it empty? Is it like that? Because the required themes could be more than one. Fire, lightning. Yes. No, hopefully I'd have a way of being like fire or lightning, or fire and lightning. That'd be... I can also just, you know, I think I ditch it because I can just define... Wait. Hold on. Do I want to define specific? No, we'll do required themes because I can do it as like, I can have like one of the themes be delve. And then I can be like, this is a delve only drop. And only put something in there if I want to. An empty array, so I just don't put the quotes in, okay. Option B, don't include the property. I prefer B, clean and code, less clutter. I kind of like A because it tells me that this is the template and it's an option that I have when I'm inputting. Only add required themes fire when you actually want to restrict it. When you do implement theme checking later, the code would be, let's implement now, but if no theme is detected, default to item, default to stat being available. This would mean required themes are, required themes stats are drop only stats, right? That's actually fine, if so. Da 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 da. I I thought we have themes on missions already, don't we? Or have I not done that yet? I've not done that yet. Let's make an empty themes. Yeah. Item level themes. I have to redo the item levels. Oh, sorry, Twitch snuck up on me with an ad break. Let me just put these themes in and I might grab myself some food. The themes there. There we go. Chaos resistance, fire cold, lightning resistance. I forgot to do this. Leave this empty. Leave this empty. Right now, I don't have any theme restricted affixes. So I got lightning, chaos. We need cold. I feel sufficiently gatekept, Serger. Thank you for your contribution, my friend. Themes removed from here. Oh wait, no, restricted distance we're keeping. I guess we've learned that we can just omit required themes if we prefer. It seems like if I just omit them, that's fine. Okay, good. All right, I'll be back. Hello, hello, welcome back. Got some pizza for sustenance. Okay, let's have a think now. We're going to make sure that we have required future support for any kind of cool item affix drop restricting things and shenanigans I want to do. Massively scope creeping, fine. That's fine. Add themes to the missions. We probably gonna need to do that, I suppose. I've left it empty. Oh, good, cool. That's fine for now. I don't wish to use it right now, so should be just fine. Required themes only where you want restrictions. Fire resistance becomes drop only, no crafting and under random gear. Yeah, I mean, I definitely like tinkering with this. The idea of getting certain things from certain areas is pretty fun. And then that's really something, a goal I have is definitely to encourage you to go for specific activities, specific missions with specifically tailored exiles to get specific rewards. I think it's fun. Pizza in, code out. Hold on. Here's what I'm gonna do. Do. I've left them empty now, the required themes on the missions. Just continue with filtering code for generate gear next. Have to refresh for this for whatever reason. We did the helper for we didn't need help for this? Oh, we were making the lookup, right? Oh yeah, lookup function. Alright. I was like, what about the lookup function? We can do it. It's getting done. Game object after start. We have to start display name. I think it was going to be much lower than that anyway. Why is there birds in my ears? Stop it. Too many birds. Age of Empires lo-fi. There's actually birds in this too. Pretty funny. Control click this. Yeah. After get stat display name, because we need that. End of additional helper functions. No. Now, new end. New end. Helper function to get stat range for specific item levels. Fallback for old base range format. It's a good idea, I suppose. In case I crangle it too much. Find highest breakpoint item level. That was a good idea in chat, by the way. I recognize that was chat's idea, not Claude's idea. I probably would have dismissed that one as I don't understand it too hard. Update gear generate method. Generate gear. What's the gear helper functions? Helper exile screen. Where is my actual gear section? Much earlier. There's the crafting. Pretty sure it's in here. But, you know, we'll just do it this way. One-handed. Generate gear. Generate gear method. Mission difficulty. look for this part. For selected stats for each type, determine rarity based on weights, determine item type. I need to update for item expansions. Yep. I've tagged that for later. Flag that for later. That will be next after an expansion to item. It's not as important, honestly, but it will allow me to do things like bows can only get these, and then make an actually make bows a distinct thing that does something different. Although, what does that mean in a simulated game like this? It might literally just mean stat bonuses that align with bow scaling. There it is, just before the return block. Sorry, I was zoning out. Oh my god. You can see the empty line here. I was going to replay something earlier here. This is where we got to. And I was like, whoa, wait a minute. What about eye levels? I was like, wait, you know, item levels even getting applied? That's pretty much what happened there. Oh my god, I almost choked on my pizza. And I'm home alone right now. I can't be choking on pizzas. Hello, I need to indent this, thank you. Oh, yes. Wait, it says replace that bit with the bottom section. Whoa. What? What'd I do? Oh, I replaced it with itself. Oh god. And then I've been like, why isn't this working? Thanks. Oh, you've saved me. That's a few times you've saved me now, chat. Thank you. If only I could read. Want to test things? Items should now have more reasonable scaling based on mission item level. That's enough to test it. Huh. No, it's not. Whatever Claude says, it's not. Because... what are these even set to? Okay, Coast. Fire Fury. Yeah, let's go. That gives it a breakpoint. I like that. Mudflats. So I'll make Mudflats a bit higher, but it's not hitting the next breakpoint. I can do things with that later, maybe. Have a mixture of breakpoints for now. Let's make it so that the climb is 10. Prison is like 12. 13. The warden is 15. Next breakpoint. Breakpoints, baby. Yes. We have resists. I can add damage types now. Fire Furies. Fire. Mud Flats. Chaos. Typing is really hard around pizza. So that would actually, if I did this 0.2, it would actually be 1.2 total, right? Like I think I actually do that. It's kind of pointless, but I think that works. Like I don't see a reason in the code why it wouldn't work. I'd try to move away from calling them breakpoints, perhaps power spikes. Yeah. It's a rhythmic cadence of progression. The climb. Lightning Shaman Goats in here. Lightning 0.4. I plan to have a scouting system where you can have like exiles that have like a scouting stat, or scouting skills, or a scouting task that gives you information about missions or activities or zones or enemies. However, I'm going to define and break these things down so that you can get information as a player about the dangers of each mission, because like that's something you can't physically go in and play it yourself, right? Based on this game, and we want as much stats as possible, so we want to be able to say like, yo, we scouted, to use the Football Manager analog once again. It's like we've been scouting out, Chelsea, because we're having a game up against them soon, and then here's what we've learned. Same idea. So Fire Fury's got really high fire damage, proportionally. To incentivize that fire resistance. A smidgen of Chaos and Mudflats. I'll add a boss that has a lot. Prison can have some cold for now. Just so I have it in there. Old chatters will be in there, maybe. Good old chatters will be in the prison. Boredom. Nice. Looks good. Shall we test it? Let's test it. All right, mate, let's do it. Grimjaw's starting with Juggernaut. Good starting passive, my friend. Good starting passive. Survive us with Juggernaut. This is a good run. This is a blessed run. I'd love to make the activity log a bit more visible for you, but until I redesign the UI a bit, this has to suffice. Yeah. There you go. That's pretty good, right? That's about as... Oh, wait, full screen? Even better. Even better. Because we want like 3 or 4 lines of dialogue, which I need to fix that too. How about that? Is that good? Is that good Is that good watching? Is that good watching? Watch me die immediately. Well, Grimjaw retreated from the coast after a prolonged fight. Good try, Grimjaw. A fair and reasonable fight. A good start, buddy. Good start. I need XP on here. I want an XP bar. Grimjaw retreated. Oh, he's not having a good time. Another retreat. Come on, mate. Just need one early item drop. All right, a passive works. Oh, toughness. Mate, so much life. Oh, we're nice and safe. Are items dropping? We had a bug with item drops, right? It might have just been that we weren't fully implemented yet. In theory, items should be working. Let's just check. What have we got here? I don't think items are dropping. Ask it to float the log on the left or right, maybe? You know, I've been learning. I could probably do that. I'm the worst at CSS, but we can try. So this is, it'd have to be its own defined game panel, wouldn't it? I mean, activity. It's log, I'm pretty sure. Log container. Would you make a chance to roll a better area like maps? The climb could be white, blue, or yellow. I think that'll be an add-on end game system. I want to have specific and learnable predefined activities and zones early on. But there'd be like a variant end game system, which is like maelstrom of chaos, scary areas to go in with some... Because like, I don't know if like randomness suits kind of what I'm aiming for with them. Because randomness is prepare for all eventualities, really, isn't it? Where can I find that playlist? Oh, thank you. Well, that's not the play. Actually, I'm not even on a playlist at the moment. This is just an Age of Empire. This artist, I listen to a bunch of their music. Well, you've never seen me programming before because like I started this project yesterday. I basically haven't really done any coding before that point. Log entry container. Scroll bar styling for log. I reckon if we mess with this, we're gonna have situations where I like put one element of it over to the side. And I'm gonna try though. I want to just mess with it and see what happens. Isn't float a thing? Float left. What happens if I do that? It floats to the left of this container. That makes sense. So in order to stop that from happening, I would need to... Could I just inline that container to float left? I'm pretty sure I could do that. Yeah, I have to change the parent container. So we don't want this float because then it's going to make it all smooshed in there. So this container is literally just like a global container thing that everything uses, which is game panel. So, but I could do inline, right? How'd you choose the language you're looking at? Oh, like, first language that looks like it could do what I want to do. That one. There was not a intense evaluated research process for that one. No, I was just like, Melva Idol looks like it could do all the buttons and windows that I need. I don't really need any like live gameplay, but this could do it if I want to. The only experience I have is in Twine, which is awful. And it's kind of more for like passage-based navigation, which is a lot of like pick a path adventure, things like that. You could either assign the parent container its own CSS class or inline style float left. That's what I was going to do. Or Flexbox is better overall. Yeah, see, I don't like fully understand the Flexbox stuff yet, but that does, from my limited experiences with trying to manipulate CSS, has resulted in some better cases before. So we need to look at index.html, find the log, activity log, game panel full width, and then we have div ID log. So we want this one to be like, how do you do the inline styles again? I think you have to format it slightly differently. You got div class, is it just style equals? I think it is. Let's just try our float left first. Bam. No, that only applied to the... That's weird. Huh. Why did it not apply to this? Because my understanding is that specific CSS overrides any global, which this is specific, right? Why would it push the stuff inside left rather than the box itself left? Huh? What is flex? Inline trumps classes. That's what I thought. MS flex align. I don't even know what that is. Flex shrink. I don't know what that means. Style. What is a flex box? Flex wrap? I'm just gonna try random terms until something happens. No, I don't know that one. Okay. This might require some research. Oh, wait, why is it not updating? Did I forget to save the other thing? Is that why? Oh, I didn't save the reversion to my earlier change. That might actually be the problem. Well, no, because it still didn't move the box left. What are you trying to do? I'm thinking about pushing this activity log up to like one of the sides or something. Well, actually, there's a couple things I want to do. So we don't need a title. I don't think. Who needs a title? Be gone. Bam. Look how much space we save. Wait, what? Huh? What? Huh? What? Oh. What did I just... Oh, this is like meta. That's the meta title. Okay, there's the actual title. Okay, there we go. Ah, hooray. Now I could put an activity log. I don't want to put an activity log. Do I just want to make these buttons a lot smaller, maybe? It's display flex if you want to use Flexbox. If you want to understand Flexbox better, there's a fun little Flexbox froggy game you can Google. That sounds amazing. Gallifrey, thanks for 105 months sub, mate. See you, Kev Rosbane. Have a good one, mate. Thank you. Display flex direction. I'm going to copy your thing. Let's go crossover. I love you. Let's do it, mate. Let's see what happens when I do your thing. This person knows CSS. Amazing. I'm vibe coding using chat as my AI now. What, is that better or worse? For people who dislike vibe coding. We're in the modals right now. That's not what we need. Left column. This is modals still. Modal. Game panel activity log. I need style. And then this. So it uses these lines? That doesn't seem right. Style equals? Oh, right, whoops. It's the same as the class. HTML is its own thing, isn't it? Well, yes. Go. Okay, why is it doing it? Why is it doing this? It only applies to the internal elements. Make sure to only use one flex direction. Oh, did you write? Oh, row, reverse. I'm doing all of them. I gave you all the options. Oh, okay. Let's try them then. What does column do? Column sounds like what I want. Thank you. That explains. I think no matter what I do, it seems like this box is hard stuck here. And why is that? Is it? Oh, you know why? It's part of a bigger div. This one. It's part of the body. If I take it out of the body, what does that do? Let's have a look. It's going outside of the body. It came out. Now what? Whoa. Now it can be full screen width. That's fun. That's a thing. It's kind of ugly because like the box touches the edges of your browser, which is kind of gross. But now what can we do? Now we can flex direction column. Margin will fix that. So we go display flex direction. You do comma, margin. Is it comma or semi? Yeah, I think it's always these, isn't it? Margin left, right. If I just do a regular margin, I guess that'll work. It's got all these things that I have no idea what they are. Margin, 10 pixels. What's that do? That did a margin just to the left, I think. I guess it defaults to left. You can use VWVH to make it a certain percentage of the whole viewport of your website for height and width. View width, view height, make it a certain percentage. Oh. I'm learning more about CSS now from you folks than ever. Margin, shorthand property, the thickness margin area. If left is omitted, it is the same as the right. If bottom is omitted, it's the same as the top. Only margin is a shorthand for all directions, so you won't have to write them all. That's what I figured, but it's not doing that though. They only put a margin on the left. But it seems like now that it's out of the body, we can move it around a bit more. Margin 5681 means margin from the top, right, bottom, left. Top. Oh, so I did top, did I? Oh, okay. Top, right, bottom, left. And then you go, do you do comma? Or do you just put them in, I think, don't you? So 10, we just want like 0 picks from the top. I think we'll see how that looks. 10, I don't think you need pixel, do you? You don't even need pixel? Just number work. Top right, 10, bottom, 0, 10. I know you added margin in all directions. If you inspect the element in the browser you did earlier, you can see the margin of the element. Yeah, I've seen that before. It's in computed. See, it's, hold on. Let me select the actual game panel. There we go. The margin is all the way around the edges, but it doesn't really look like it, does it? Kind of weird. Like, weird. Anyway, we're let's just try like a 50 margin then. You do need picks? Okay. See, because it only pushes it to the right, so there's something else affecting it that's like stopping it from doing the margin on the right. But that's not really what I'm trying to do anyway. So this flex column thing, do I just like make it float left or something? Then what happens? Nothing. It really doesn't want to do that, does it? I don't know what code is used to make something into a column that floats on the left. I guess there's too much other stuff that's probably overriding this game panel. It probably has to be its own div, right? So let's just make a div class, not game panel, log. Log container. Oh, wait, it's already got a log thing. Activity. Activity box. Bam. It has no defined things. Makes sense. That makes sense. Leave game panel, get rid of full width. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Because we already have a thing for that, don't we? Game panel. Let's see what happens with the game panel. I can do these little ones like this. You know, I could just put the game panel up here. That's an option. The activity log up there. Also, I totally don't need the title activity log. Who needs titles everywhere, right? You'd want div class flex container. Div class flex container, div class flex item shrink stuff. Then in the CS, create those classes with the inline stuff you've got for container. Right, yeah. Chat, what's he trying to achieve? Right now I'm seeing how I can manipulate elements like this where I can totally just ask AI to do it, but I'm also kind of learning. It gets very cute when I shrink the monitor in like that. Let's, oh shit. Let's do, let's do missions buttons activity log. Like, the mission buttons do not need to be like this. And they really should be like descending downwards anyway. Later I'll have like a menu for them probably, but okay. I'm gonna get Claude to do this one though, because CSS sucks. Please give me I was testing item, that's fine. We'll come back to that. Pause a sec. Can you give me CSS? Can you give me modifications to have the activity log in a column to the right, and mission buttons in a column to the right, to the other, wait, left. Getting late. Make the buttons about, mate, like roughly 30% smaller, let's say. 30% less tall. Both of these below, but I don't know how to position this anyway, but both of these below, but just in case it affects any wrapping or anything like that. Both of these below the overall, like, Exiled resources. Yeah. Less tall equals shorter? It's like I'm trying to avoid it, like it's derogatory language or something. We don't use shorter in this household. Find the mission activity logs and replace them with this new layout. New 2-column layout for missions and logs. Mission log container. Let's see what this looks like. Log column. Mission log container. Still part of game panel full width? No, because we're not using that. But that gets deleted. Just make sure that's, yep, that's that one. Mission log container, mission log and log column. And wait. Game panel activity log. Oh yeah, that's that there. So we can get rid of the activity log that we've been messing with. CSS for the new layout. And that's just addition because we don't need to remove anything because we're still using the old things. This is just adding new options for columns like this. Great. And to the bottom you go. Technically, this probably go up a bit higher in the top, but it really doesn't matter that much. Bam. What the heck, Claude? Okay, bro. Okay. You're kidding me. Uh-huh. Okay. Simple missions in the left column, 400 pixels right, and activity log. No, it didn't. Ship it, it's ready to go. It's going live. It's definitely not that at all. How wide is it actually? Border. Bro, it's like, how many pixels is that? Computed layout. I'm gonna give it this and be like, look what you did. Look what you did. Is this what I asked for? Okay, no need to take that tone with me, human. This is the buttons. Well, that's the missions, I should say. I think called swapped height and width. Okay, something like that. It's actually hilarious. It's so inept. And then this is the this is the activity log. I want to see what it says, just from like looking at the stats. Oh no! I see the problem. The CSS is conflicting with the existing game panel styles and creating a mess. The missions panel is 973 tall and only 114 wide. Yes, Claude, that's exactly what's occurring. You have my code. You have access to my code. The existing CSS has rules that are overriding your new layout. Yes. In CSS, we need to override the conflicting rules. Add the CSS, replace what I gave you before. Missions log container. We just don't use game column, right? Override game panel styles for new layouts. Missions log container game panel. Oh. You can do that? Is that weird? Can Claude see your code files? It can, yeah. Missions log override the conflicting rule. Add the CSS, replace what I gave you before. Yeah. Was I posting this in the passive screen modal? No, I surely wasn't. Was I? Missions log container. Missions column. Log column. I was, wasn't I? Ziggy. What'd I do? New 2-column layout for missions and logs. Yes, it was this section. Okay, that needs to not be there. It's not really a big deal, but I don't really want it in the modals. End of modal pop-up character screen, character inventory, character equipment grid, passive allocation, stats breakdown, character info, 3-column layout. That's for the character. And end of exile summary card. Adjust resources to fit alongside. Exile summary card. Here we go. This is where we want to be. Reset button top right corner. Yep, this is where we want to be. This is columns for log and missions. Columns. End of missions column. Ta-da! Amazing. This is obviously still not aligned and whatnot, but don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Yeah, now we've got like a satisfying kind of whatever that weird thing was we had before. Now, it didn't intuit that I would obviously want to have the like log be bigger or something like that, but that's fair. I didn't really say that. Pretty fair. I can do a manual override for that one probably, can't I? So if I come to here, log column, div class log column, and just override the... What do I override for that one? If I match the other section? How does that even work? You should split your file into multiple CSS files? I probably should, yeah. Makes it more important. It prevents overrides in conflicts. When in doubt, add important. Yeah, that's usually my approach too. I had some experience with that before, and I had read that that's not really what you're supposed to do, but I don't know if that's true or not. Can't wait for missions to get changed to Act 1, 2, and 3, 4 tabs. Yeah, it's definitely not going to be just like all on display like this. Also, you will unlock them too. This is good enough for now. But no, it's not good enough for now. It's not good enough for now. Because the whole point was to make this so that you guys can see the text. Let's make the log text bigger. I also want to combine the messages, but let's not go down that rabbit hole just yet. And the whole box as long as the buttons missions. Sometimes you want an easy fix. Yep, sometimes you want to track down all of the things that are interacting with each other. You just put an exclamation mark there and you'll be like, this thing is more important. Find the existing log container rule and replace it with this. Log, was it log container? So this would be the earlier one. Log container rule. This one. Set minimum height to match missions. Good. I need more notation in my CSS so I can actually learn what the hell I'm doing. Match the heights. Did we remove the pretty background, did we? I can undo that. And I can look at what was causing that. Overflow, font family, font size, background color. And then when I override it, what is it doing? You missed an A for the class for the log container? Oh, it's not got a dot before it, so it actually wasn't doing anything. Whoa. Okay. Chat, you legends. There we go. It literally wasn't even working. Font needs to be bigger, mate. Padding, border, font size. Indicates the desired height of glyphs from the font. For scalable fonts, the font size is a radius. A factor applied to the EM unit of the font. So I just go like 1.5. Amazing. Much better. And now to make it the same height, add this CSS to make both columns the same height just now. We'll add this to the other section, which is it's all over the place now. It's fine. End of columns for log. At least this is all together. Oops. Sorry, Claude. That did not... Huh? That did not do that. Yeah, did I miss a step? Add this CSS to make both columns. Missions log container, account for header and padding. I mean, it's not a big deal. I'm gonna change the skin anyway, but that did not do anything helpful, did it? It made it worse. But if I add it, I can manipulate it myself, right? So obviously min height 400 is not right. It's probably going to change the side buttons anyway, right? But if I had 450, then I go to 700 just to test. Oh, okay. It matches, but unless the buttons push the other one further. So the buttons are overriding the matching. This thing is not matching though. So let's just make that not that amount at all. So let's go to 500. Really, this should probably be done as like a percentage or something, shouldn't it? Can you just do that as a percentage? What happens if I do 100%? Sick. Looks good to me. Then I need to find the other log container from earlier. Log container height, auto, not auto, 100%. Oops, no. Try that again. That didn't work. Okay. Log container. So that maybe is not the log container then. Log entry, log success, log failure. It was this that was doing the black box. You want max height rather than min height? Oh. Oh, for this one here. Oh, yeah, that's setting the minimum height. That might not be really needed then. Max height. 100%. Oops. Dang it. I was trying to save the wrong thing. Oh, that didn't do anything. It appears I haven't saved whatever I was doing here. Didn't seem to break anything. Max height. Min height. If I just push this down to 500, then what occurs? Nothing. Huh? What does this do then? It's being overridden by something, I guess. Is it just because there's not enough text in there right now? Oh. The box fills to the text, but it's not like a predefined amount. Okay. I'll fix that later. That's not that important. The point was to test something. What was it? What were we testing? The items. Item drops. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Items should now have much more reasonable scaling based on mission item level. And they should only be scaling based on... Okay, this is going to keep pushing down, isn't it? It's going to go endlessly! It's going to keep going! Okay, so we need a maximum height. A maximum height. We do need a max height. Max height... 500 pixels. Amazing. Look, I'm pretty good at this. This does mean that it doesn't like adapt to your screen, but that's okay. How does it go when I do a little bit of this? Yeah, well, it's fine. Not mobile friendly. All right, let's do it. A fair and reasonable fight. Good, good. Level up for Grimjaw. Hell yeah. Toughness. Go. -4 morale. You got it, buddy. Hang in there, mate. Hang in there. I need a real challenge. You can do it. Passive point. New level up. I need a... It still seems like items are literally not dropping, right? Am I crazy? I'm pretty sure I set it to be way more common than this. Juggernaut. I'm still getting the multiple choices for the same passive. Well, we're just grinding it no gear style. Uh-oh. Not ideal. Brutality. Yes, no items are dropping. I think it's pretty safe to say we are not getting any items. So we're getting currency, but no items. Keystone, glass cannon, let's go. Time to farm. Time to farm the mud flats. Yeah, we've obviously not connected somewhere. You're gonna look at my code and tell me, Lord, exactly what's going on. I need to maybe give you updated code though. This might be a new chat for this one. Print me a report of the item related changes we have made to prompt a new Claude chat I'm tracking down a bug with items not dropping after our recent level changes. Well, before I do this, log? Well, here we go. Okay, before we do that then. Items are not dropping. With the error log, it'll find it. Even if its context window is getting a bit full. Errors in generated gear method. We're trying to use mission, but it's not defined. Let me fix this. In the generate gear method, we're trying to access mission item level, but mission doesn't exist. We need to get the mission data from mission ID. Right, we haven't defined like just mission itself. Game.js, find the generate gear method and look for this section. This is the section that does select stats for each stack. Yeah, this is the generate item code. Replace with mission data equals, well, just const mission instead. Missions, mission difficulty, get mission data, so mission data, and then we're generating that here, right? We also need to store the item level in the generate item, of course. I thought maybe we were a few steps too soon here. Literally just that change, right? I don't believe there's anything else changed there. If I go generate gear, const new gear, check for gear drops. Generate gear mission difficulty. Well, you know. Am I crazy? Do we not even have this? Oh no, here it is. Mission data. Store the item levels. Find the return statement in generate gear and make sure it includes this. Yeah. And this is adding item level to store item level on items. I have that. I do have that already. Yes. Item level. Yes. Is not doing anything with mission data. Oh, mission data. Item level, mission data, item level. Mission data, item level. It's literally just renaming a variable. But why are we doing that instead of just defining mission? I'm gonna ask. Why are we doing this instead of just defining mission? Is there a problem with mission as a that option? Because hallucinate, I'm suspecting that I was seconds away from killing this chat and starting a new one, so yes. All right. I thought. I mean, we could do that, but it does seem a little bit unnecessary, doesn't it? Just use mission. I was being overly cautious. Just add this line at the top of selected stats for each loop. Okay. Mission equals mission. Yes. Okay. Good catch. Thanks. It's also late for me too. I probably should have questioned that one a little sooner. It did feel a little bit silly. At the top of... Yeah. So at the start of the gear generation procedure, first define that mission equals what's going on here. Cannot redeclare blocked scope variable mission. It's already here. Huh? I think it is going crazy. Yes, I think this one's losing the plot. The error is that missions is not defined. Yes. That line is in that block. The issue is missions are not defined as discussed earlier. You're seconds away, Claude chat instance number 487.2 from being terminated, my friend. Not defined as discussed. Where do we define that and how? The error is that missions is defined. Missions isn't defined in game.js. Well, wait, hold on. We're seeing some conflict in chat. Missions is defined twice. It is. Where's it being defined twice? Const missions, mission difficulty. Well, we have the mission difficulty code. Missions defined here. Missions trying to use missions here. Missions object should be available in game.js because missions.js loads first. Quick debug. Well, okay, hold on. Well, that's run missions. Select the stats for each stat. Mission difficulty. Wait. What were we just trying to add? This might have actually been right the first time around. Mission difficulty. Missions equals missions difficulty. We're trying to use the new item levels. I might have confused it even more. We're trying to use the new item levels. Mission was defined twice. Missions is not defined. Oh, missions is not defined. Okay, let's ask. Is this a missions versus mission situation? Hi Ames, good to see ya. Just got Tully to sleep. Great. Looking at generate gear method signature. But when it's called from run mission, yes, the difficulty parameter is the mission ID like A1, A2, etc. The issue, so in generate gear we're doing const mission equals missions A1. This should work. But if missions object isn't defined, we get the error. Let's debug step by step. Check if missions object exists in browser console type missions. Well, it says object run mission. That works. And check what's being passed at this debug line in generate gear. So tell us exactly what's happening. I do like adding these debug lines anyway. These go in there, console log. I'm just gonna put them in, just within here maybe. What line is the Chrome console telling you that missions doesn't have? Uncaught reference error, mission is not defined. The issue is clear now. We can access missions, mission difficulty successfully, but then the variable mission is not defined later in the code. You're defining mission inside the debug section, but it's not available in the actual selected stats for each loop where we're trying to use it. Find where you have the debug console log, we just added. Yes. And replace them with just the mission's definition. I think it's losing the plot. Okay, this is missions versus mission in this same line as before. I'm guessing we should probably rip the other one out, but maybe I'll just comment it out for a second. No, it is literally the same line. It's actually losing the plot. You're dead. You're done. Okay, new one. Items are not dropping. No, I see, it's fine. Go back. You sure? Oh, you're not defining it within the generate gear function? What do you mean? Maybe I'm getting too tired. Within the generate gear function. There it starts using oh, wait, within. Well, isn't it all within the generate gear right now? Generate gear, which is here. Line 363. Return 63 is the item level, mission eye level, which is printing item level onto the item. So that should be working. To find it above. Oh, was I trying to do it? Was it not supposed to be in here? It needs to be like here. Is this the idea? How's this a problem? Or like in the return section? No. You're making mission in the loop. It needs to be higher. So after loop it's gone. Oh, it's doing this thing and then it clears it. It needs to be a variable higher by the selected stats. Okay, let me have a look here. Selected stats. Here, constant stats this part. 348 must be above 345. Oh, I see. This is not an issue I've run into before of it just being like, this needs to move up. Does it need to be in both? Okay, so I don't understand this, like, this part enough yet. So this is good learning. Good night. Good night, Amy. See you later. Does Claude have access to the updated commode immediately? I would need to before the new chat update it. I can always provide it at the time, but no, I don't have it currently gaining access to my live code updates, which I can change actually. All right, well, let's see if this works then. No error that time. Found common room. Good job, chat. You did it. You done did it. Are we displaying? We're not displaying our resistance anywhere. It's probably, what's the console command to return Exile's current fire resistance? Each varies by stat, and you're grabbing the mission just by mission difficulty, which will result in the same object in each loop iteration. So you can just define it outside the loop. Okay. I think I'm starting to understand this a little bit. Check the Exile's current fire resistance with this. And these ones, yep. See all resistance values at once. Sure. I should save these somewhere. Oh. Maybe not, Claude? Let's just do the single one. Fire resist is undefined. Okay. Let me try just exiting out here for a second, trying again. Undefined. Seems like the new resistances are undefined and not applying to the Exile. Also maybe no display yet either. We probably need to make it so that game state Exile. Oh, legend. Oops. That's a good one. There's that. Have their max resistances, which is predefined at the start. They don't have a current resist at all. We didn't even predefine a current resistance. Do you need to do that? Because you might need to do that. We defined the resistance system but never connected it to the Exile. Nice. Initialize resistances in game state. Update, recalculate stats to include resistances. And then we need to do combat calculations for resist as well. I'm not sure if that's actually connected right now. Fix the game state JS. Make sure the Exile includes resistances. Resistance values, current resistance caps. We have those. Oh wait, no, we might only have max or something. Let me see. Game state. Resistance caps are defined here. I might double check about that. It might not. It might be looking at my old code for this one. Current resistance caps can be modified by gear passives. Well, we have that anyway. Default 75. Do we need? I'll actually ask if we need that at all. We might not need that at all. Why do you paste like that? It's so crangled. Do we need this when we already have this? My understanding, no, right? Redundant, we have two different systems doing the same thing. Use the constants. Update, recalculate stats logic. Great. So you use the constants, yes. I want to start doing that more wherever I can. That seems good stuff to me. Seems like the good stuff. I just want to get the new item implementation working. Come on, 9:48 p.m. It's only been going longer than I expected to. Eight and a half hour stream, what the hell? Oh my god. Updated recalculate stats logic. Where is that going? Find recalculate stats method and add the resistance calculation code we discussed earlier after the defense calculation. You left debug console in the in code. That's fine. Like, is that a problem? Seems like a useful thing to have around for the future. Or is it bad practice for some reason? Get JetBrains WebStorm and use Junie. Have you ever considered strapping a harmonica balancer onto your whatchamajigger? I don't know what any of that means. You gotta tell me what it is and why. It slows down code execution, but it's not really a big deal. Yeah, I guess we can easily track it down and rip it out later if we want to. Especially now while we're like kind of presently working on this issue. Find the recalculate stats method and add the resistance calculation. Did you add the resistance calculation to recalculate stats yet? That's the missing link. You can have fire. We discussed it earlier. Where is this one? Do. Give me more musics. Got the log on the side back from lunch? Yeah, it was awful down where it was. It was so bad. Slightly better now. That way the updated maximum 5 max resist key can modify cap dynamically, much cleaner approach. Where does the recalculate stats? Come on, let me try. My brain's in slow motion now. I don't see recalculate stats anywhere. I think I may be missing that. We try to paste the whole code, so we'll have a look and find any inconsistency. It has an earlier version of it, and I can. This one's kind of starting to die a little bit, I feel, but I can probably do that. Look, it's helpful for me to be getting better at finding these things anyway, and understanding what each section is doing. Look for this section where it recalculates final stats. Do we have that comment? Huh. Oh, I'm in game state. I'm an idiot. I was in game state, not game. Okay. Wrong area entirely. Excellent. Add the resistance calculation right after the special stats section. New calculate resistances from gear after special stats. Okay, there we go. Good. you probably don't need to. I think it's like Shift Tab to go backwards, right? Nice. We have an error here. We just popped that in, didn't we? What did we do? Are we missing a comment, are we? Item stats dot? The hell's item stats dot? Did I fail copy? I think I fail copied. Get gear cast resist item stats dot chaos resist. This one. I just didn't finish pasting that. There we go. Excuse me. That should be fixing it. What am I missing? Open bracket? Close bracket? Let me just redo that whole line. Obviously crankled something here. The heck? Oh, I just didn't do this whole section here at all. I'm still in the loop. I am looping right now. There we go. I'm looping real good right now. Okay. Was that all we needed to do for that? Was that the last step of that fix? Have you ever tried Cursor or Windsurf? Considering I started yesterday, no. This is all what I tried so far. Update combat use resistances. Of course. Of course. Right now, damage is treated as pure physical. What we need fixed. Constant damage taken. Equals this. Calculate damage reduction, damage roll, exile, mission. Exile stats, defense. Right, because it needs to look at the actual mission damage. Makes sense. And then... Yes. Control Alt F to format the file. Sounds scary. Control Alt F. If it did something, I didn't see it. Update, calculate damage reduction method. Calculate damage reduction. And that's the method. Great. It's getting substantially more complicated now. Fantastic. I'm gonna need to update displays and things as well. In simulate combat method, find this line. I don't know, dude. I don't know if I see that one. Didn't we just... Mission attacks, simulate combat method. Combat data, rounds. I don't know about that one. Now you're getting us to where I said make a helper method for the item text. Helper method for the item text. Because like these bits are easier to replace. It's just like plugging a line in instead. Oh. It's Alt Shift F. Oh. Calculate damage reduction. Let's see if we can find. Calculate damage reduction. So here's the actual method, or no, that's even. Yeah. Okay. Constant damage type, mission damage types. I don't see that one. Oh, I want to finish this. Here's an updated current code. Game.js. Yeah, let's drop it the current one. I feel like it might be getting mixed between some of my earlier versions. Give it that and see what it says. Yeah, I'm gonna get it in. I didn't even know that was a thing, but chat was telling me that you can have it running in the in Visual itself. We have duplicate methods. All right. Can I fix this when I get back in a minute? The Discord icon overlapping the text literally keeps happening. I fix it and it goes back. It's got some weird issue going on. I don't know why it does that. Some OBS bug. It keeps happening. Very annoying. Something to do with the text resizing. Where are you, text? Deal with CSS in the game, and now I gotta deal with this Discord text here as well. Where are you, stupid Discord text? Ugh. Is this open source? It's open source to anyone who has access to my PC. Screw it. Should I ask Claude to fix it? I don't know if Claude knows how to fix OBS. I don't think anyone does. So we have two calculate damage reduction methods. We have duplicate methods. Yes, I see. Remove the old method entirely. In your game.js, find and delete this old method around line 248. Future could check exile resistance damage type. So this was the OG one, and we kind of like messed up, and wasn't a problem because we didn't have extra damage types. Could check exile resistance as damage type. For now, we only fizz damage. Yeah, this is the original one. But let's actually verify that there is another one first. So there's a new one with resistances. Did I actually put that in somewhere? Also fixed crafting methods. Yep. Good spot. Damage reduction. Let me see what we got here. Mission attacks. Calculate damage reduction, damage roll, exile mission. And is that current live combat data? Heaviest hit. Where is calculate damage reduction by each types? Great. Great. So we just yoink this one out of here. Excellent. See if we can find this crafting. Great. Even my current code was good. Replace it with constant stat range, base value. We changed to the new item level system from the old rarity scaling system. We were weirdly scaling with rarity and difficulty rather than the new item level, which I think is going to be much nicer, hopefully. Hopefully it's worth all his work. I made things way more... I was just like, let's implement a couple stats, and I was like, you know what, let's rewrite the entire item architecture while we're at it. Okay, let's have a look. Mate, do we get any errors? Do items drop? My items are dropping. Hallelujah, they still seem pretty rare. I'm gonna change that. But now I should actually be able to change that. It's happening. Wait, reset the save. Mate. Oh, it's happening. Oh, it's happening. And it's even generated a 4 affix item. A 4 affix item. What's your coding experience outside of Claude, Ziggy? I started yesterday. Been tinkering with some things for like a month or something, just here and there. I did like several hours in boot.dev. But otherwise, no. I effectively have none. I'm already a vibe coding expert. Move speed belt. So clearly we haven't implemented the restriction because movement speed is supposed to be restricted to okay, hold on, let's see. Confirm the following. Which of the new stats outside of resistance? I suspect the answer is none. Outside of resistance are functioning and having effects. Which of the item restrictions for stats are not currently in effect, right? All right, you confirm those things because I've already confirmed one of them, that's for sure. Sakaboon, thanks very much for the raid. Welcome. Thank you very much, folks. How you going? Claude called me an expert action RPG developer. They did. Claude called me an action, and the more I shouted back at them in caps lock with enthusiasm, the more enthusiastic they got towards me as well. So, welcome. Welcome. What have you come from? What have you been up to? You've been having a good time. I am a complete newbie when it comes to coding. I started this yesterday, and we are making a guild management simulator, where you obtain exiles named for the main characters in Path of Exile, and send them on missions, allocate their passives, give them gear. We have equipped a rare belt with defense, lightning resistance, movement speed, and damage on our exile presently. They just leveled up. This is Grimjaw the Survivalist, level 2 now. They started with Berserker as their unique starting passive, which was random. We're gonna now allocate either toughness or resistance, which is randomly chosen but influenced by their class. Survivalists get more defensive things. We'll give them toughness, increasing their life. And we are sending them into the coast to try and farm for some gear. The coast is feeling a bit easy for them, so they're getting bored and losing morale. If their morale goes too low, they will become less effective in combat. Currently, I just got items drops working again after a very arduous experience of converting from a weird system to an item level system. We found ourselves some common mail. It's damage mail though. It might be common, but it is a very exciting one. Fire damage and fire resistance should be working though. So we need, if we want to go farm the Fire Fury, Fire Fury deals 90% fire damage, so we need ourselves some fire resistance. I should put the numbers much higher in Fire Fury, because with fire resistance, you'll take almost no damage. I also need to check whether... Okay, hold on. Movement speed is generating on items. Attack speed, line rate is generating on items. Not functional, no game mechanics. Yep. Slot restrictions are completely ignored currently. Yes. We don't even have boots yet, so that's fair, and we don't have helmets either. Only resistance have a gameplay effect. Yes. Generating, but useless. New queue, do we have any display for damage taken in types in activity log? In the faraway future, this is intended for party play? No, it's a single player game. By multiplayer, just multiple exiles in your own single player party? Multiple exiles in your own single player party? Yes. Playing with other players IRL? No, it's a single player game. It is about running a guild of exiles though, and organizing parties and sending parties out. Having some sort of party system like that will be a thing for sure. Right now you only get heaviest hits. New resistance system is working internally, but players can't see it. How much fire resistance versus physical damage I took? It would be nice to know that it's working, to see it in the log, huh? Option A, single type, simple type breakdown. You took 15 physical, 17 fire damage, heaviest hit, finished with that. Fire resist save, 12.5 damage. What do you reckon? How detailed should I get with the log reporting of how much damage you've taken? I want to give people stats. Again, I keep likening it to Football Manager games. You want stats, right? So you know how your performance is going, so you can improve. You like to see full combat analysis? Because at least then you can see your resists. Yeah, and if nothing else, we do it now and then we revert it to be less informative later. Yeah. See. What's it take to get that running now? What are you doing? Starting learning coding yesterday and being able to put it into practice and learn as I go using modern AI, which is very powerful for such a process. As long as you kind of have a decent understanding. I have spent a month or two building up an understanding of how AI works because I've been using it for other work to like help organize and collate and analyze data, for example. Like I can put in a bunch of like item affix information and have it like collated into a list for me and things like that, and then search things, give it a bunch of like scripts from YouTube videos and be like, what did different people say about this specific thing, that sort of thing. Are you using Git? If not, please start. Half using Git. I am using Git. I have done several commits. Git log. I accidentally gave one version 2 version tags because I don't understand how to make it work properly. But it's gone. It's doing the thing. It's doing the thing. It's a modified calculate damage taken method to return breakdown data, then update the combat logging. I thought it would just be combat logging, but I guess it makes sense. You need to get that info from somewhere. Step 1, in Game.js, calculate damage reduction. And calculate damage reduction, this one. Just goes through to here. Get damage type breakdown from mission. Yeah. So, or physical. Yeah, that's what we already have, because we've only had physical up to this point, but now we just implemented elemental damages. A total damage reduction after, yep. New track, constant breakdown. New track each damage type, so constant breakdown equals this. Process each damage type separately. And then we expand upon the formula here as well. We're still using our hybrid defense system. So I have a hybrid defense system where it's flat defense. It's a small amount of flat mitigation, like armor or defense, which is armor. Gives a small amount of flat mitigation And oh, I just remembered. Oh god. Let me finish what I was saying. Small amount of flat mitigation and percentage mitigation. Oh god. Is defense lowering elemental damage taken 2? It should only be affecting physical. What do you reckon? Should defense only affect physical damage? I can always just tune resistance values, I suppose, instead. And leave defense affecting everything. Or we could have defense be reduced efficacy against you could treat defense as kind of like a abstracted like evasion slash the player's physical control over their character, like stepping out of the way, that sort of thing maybe. Would you not just use resistance for elemental and armor for physical, or is defense armor? Defense is armor, or it was in my mind, but I just realized we never actually implemented any specific code that says that defense is armor in the sense that it does a certain thing only to physical. Right? We only previously had damage and defense, so the two just interacted with each other. Is defense lowering elemental damage taken 2? Let's just start with that before we go down this. Should affect everything. Like character is more resilient and tougher than damage time. Yeah, I can come back and add like a physical damage mitigation armor in addition to defense, and have defense be like evasion and other things. Like I'm okay with this idea. We can always just tune the numbers to work with that. I actually don't mind the idea of a bit more here. No, looking at current resistance code, defense only affects physical damage. Wait, what? It does? Oh, okay. Well, never mind. I guess defense is already armor. Really? Well, there you go. I've done so much in 2 days that I didn't even realize we already solved this problem. Never mind. I think I vaguely recall bringing it up now, even. You can just go from a general resistance to having different types of resistance that work the same way but apply to different types of damages. Yeah, we can expand upon this in the future. Add like, now that we know that defense is effectively armor, I could add like a, evasion system or something like that if I want to. Make sure it's telling the truth. I mean, it's giving me the code here. I can see the code, right? Damage type equals physical. Physical damage uses defense hybrid formula. Reduce damage, math type damage. Question though, is physical damage literally a defined thing? Because I just have damage on my player side of things. Oh, well, yeah, it is, because in missions we define it like that. Physical, lightning. Yes. It's not a thing for the player right now, which is weird. That is a bit weird, so this is kind of like a... maybe even a bug, kind of, that we need to fix. Player damage is just... Well, this is maybe an improvement, I guess. It's fine. Damage. Get it using same system as enemies, as missions. Right now, I guess it's just limited in scope. That's fine. Okay, but it's not actually bugged or anything. We're good. Physical portion reduced by defense stat. Fire portion, which is probably making it like really, really low, but that's cool. Fire portion reduced by a fire resistance stat. Defense has 0 effect on fire damage. Fine, cool. That means Fire Fury is really dangerous if you've got tons of defense, but no fire resist though. Yeah, this is good. Okay, I have to calculate damage reduction to return breakdown. Did we do this? Here it is. Yeah, I was analyzing it, and then I had the idea. I was like, whoa, wait a second. Return both damage and breakdown. There we go, cool. So it actually fully calculates it out now so that we can... let's properly comment this. Damage calcs for mission damage. Returns calculations for log. And damage calcs for mission plus log. Fix that double dash. Sorry, to what double dash are you referring? In to do? Oh. The to do is just a markdown doc. It's not a big deal. But yes. Fair call, fair call. Find this line. Replace with that. Is it replacing? Calculate damage reduction, damage roll, exile mission. Const damage taken. Oh, because no, damage taken is now damage result, and then the damage result is this math. It's like adding an extra step there. But we need to find this. Did we find this? Mission attacks in simulate combat. So this is just verifying simulate combat. Great. I'm learning the UI is making things very helpful. Except that's find this line. So we're only replacing that line. There's another line above it, which is the randomization. Yes, cool. We want to keep that for sure. Random's fun. Have I got a note to add the scouting system? I don't think I do. Add permanent tracking of scouting info for missions. Right now it reports it in the log, but the players, it's just on the player to remember it, which I don't want. I want to actually track it. Add more scouting info options. Add scouting stat / skills / class. Have an explorer class or something. Or a ranger, you know, have a ranger be good at that. Add in the breakdown report. In run mission, find the combat report line and replace it with this enhanced version. In run mission, combat report line. So that's because it's already doing the combat report. I would love to bring this together. Is that a thing I can just do here right now? In run mission, find the combat report line. Run combat simulation, combat result, success, award rewards, calculate final life, let mission name be cleared, let message, combat report. So we have, I want to combine them into one singular message. So we're replacing the combat lines. Let's, if we take a look at this and understand it, we can potentially do that. Enhanced combat report. Now that that is done, I should probably verify it's working. A fair and reasonable fight. Passive point. Allocate resilience. I have no fire resistance. Should I fight the Fire Fury? Let's go. I don't see any combat report at all, so that's not working. It says, do you want to implement this step by step? I'm thinking there's another. I completed step 3. Is there another step? The combat report isn't posting. I'm guessing there was another step that didn't quite get there. This log combat report info. Yes, we need a step 4. Okay. You can tell me there's a step 4. The missing link. Yes. Combat report is looking for last hit breakdown. That's what I figured. It was supposed to be reporting something or getting something to report. Last hit breakdown, right, of course, and that's not anywhere. In simulate combat method, find this section. Round raw damage, actual damage. You're not this. Huh? Round raw damage, actual damage. It's not linked with the PoE API? I made a joke earlier about like linking to the trade site to simulate the item market in this game. It'd be pretty funny. Probably be some legal issues with that. Not that I'd expect them to harass me about it. Let's look a little more closely for this. There it is. What it was calling combat reporter was not, well, this is in simulate combat. I guess it's just way down. Oh, it's like here, there it is. Log this for detailed analysis. Log this for detailed analysis code. What are you saying? Huh? Come at me with that? Wait. My code is trying to have a go at me. Okay. Let's have a crack at the Fire Fury, mate. Retreated. 4 rounds, 40 heaviest hit. That is not... Oh, it's not giving me on the retreat. That's a separate issue. On success, that's cool. That's cool. I think we probably want scouting reports on fail, though. Because honestly, that's probably more informative than anything, right? This is important, this one. Add scouting info to log on fail. Very limited at the moment. But look at that. Damage breakdown, 46.9 raw. 1 physical, 80% reduced. 45 fire to 1 physical damage. My defense is doing its job. 45 fire was the heaviest hit there. 0 resisted, which equals 46.9 total. Nice. Cool. That actually means that it's pretty... I was just about to say, it actually means it's pretty dangerous for level 5 Grimjaw. No, my rare belt. We actually beat Fire Fury with no gear though, so that's pretty good, honestly. That's pretty good. We take 2.8 physical and 37 fire damage. Cool. And then die. We're very likely to have attrition deaths to Fire Fury without some fire resistance, but at the moment you get any amount of fire resist, you're we actually got one shot there. Wait, no, that was died in 4 rounds. I notice our emotes are not like... Oh no, it's just the skull. What are you using to learn how to program? A combination of Claude and Chat and Gemini. I've used a bit of Gemini too. And trial and error. Light radius sword. Hell yeah. Do I have any... we need a currency display on character details if we're going to do crafting there. Or better yet, a crafting pop-up for items probably. Crafting pop-up. Long term that's necessary. For items. Lil craft button for window. Needs to show current currency. It's not visible. It's not visible in the Exile screen. Because like I don't have any. Passive point available, increased damage, baby. Give me the increased damage. No errors, that's good. I've found Gemini to be best for my program. I've been back and forth. I've had moments where Claude was like doing amazingly, and then other things where Claude did with Gemini did a lot better for me. I've had them vet each other's code, and that's been really helpful. But yeah, it's I think a combo's potentially pretty good. We need to get ourselves some fire resistance gear, and then we can take on the Fire Fury. Yes, more life. I mean, we're getting pretty tanky, but we died at 200 life before. I found a common belt. 20 life. All right. Bonus rewards, Chaos Orb. Common mail? Oh yeah. Cold resistance, that's not what I need. Okay, well we're gonna Chaos the sword. No. Oh, I think we didn't get to that step. It was being talked about earlier. Uh-huh. Okay. Combat log working. Chaos orb, not. Oops. I'm always alt-typing when I don't need to be. May want to vet Alk Orb 2. How about special encounters or missions that let you interact with some NPCs? Oh yeah, definitely incorporate some events and story little moments and encounters. So it's not like a one-person RPG, so it's not makes sense for that to be the bulk of it, but have that be a thing for sure. Absolutely, like have a percentage chance of discovering things in missions, or even better yet, have that, but also have things like in certain missions, if you have certain things, like if you have a certain threshold of a certain stat, for example, maybe some light, if you have enough light radius, when you go into a delve area, you discover Nico or whatever, and then, you know, that unlocks some system. Absolutely. Hell yeah, do that sort of thing. Definitely. There should be a chance to die bullshit. There kind of is. There kind of is. So the way combat works is there's 5 rounds and your character has a percentage chance of victory based on kind of like your overall power rating. And which is mostly derived from damage. We'll be tinkering with that soon, but and then you take an amount of damage randomly rolled each time. So there's a random roll of damage each time within the ranges for the mission. So that can high roll several times and then you die. That's BS. You can also, let's say you've got like 70% chance of success and you miss 5 times in a row. It's kind of BS. There's a few layers of that this can happen. For sure. For sure. Chaos Orb was trying to access stat base min, but our new stats use eye level breakpoints instead. Look for this section. Should be a pretty quick plug and play. Find use Chaos Orb method. So it should be Chaos Orb here. Yep. Replace stat definitions new start. It's actually just these 2 lines, isn't it? The other one is the same. Stat range and then base value. It's the same as what we did earlier for the combat log. It's like plugging in that extra step to do the calculations because we're now factoring in item levels. So it's just stat def. Well, no, it's the other bit. This gets stat range for item level. Whoa, where is that? Oh. Well, let me find the actual line that's supposed to be replaced then, huh? Is this Chaos Orb? This is Alchemy. It's probably the same thing's probably happening here. This item stats new stat. Well, it's just this line that's getting replaced, so we replace it with these 2. And then I think we're doing the exact same thing, right? Yes. Wait, while you're at it... Oh wait, hold on. That's separate. Do the same thing for Exalted Orb method. This one's Exalted, let's just confirm. Yep, oh yeah, it's up there. I don't actually need to scroll up, do I? I do a lot of scrolling when I don't need to. Use the UI. What's this? Remove rarity multiply. We're at it. Since we moved away from rarity-based scaling, you can also remove this part from both methods. Oh yeah. That's the bottom line. So, math floor baseline value, weight, rarity, item stat, data. Yep, no more rarity scaling for item values. It already adds 2 extra affixes. That's quite good enough. And we need to do that for both methods. So, why do we still have... Remove this line. What did I just do? Oh god, what did I just do? That seems fine. Do I have 3 of those? I do have 3 of those. Why do I have 3 of those? Crafting with Chaos Orb. Crafting subsection, use Chaos Orb. Use Exalted Orb. Crafting, use Chaos Orb. Why do I have 3? Oh, do I have 2 Chaos Orb sections? Like an absolute idiot? I need to ask. Hey, how many Chaos Orb sections do I have? Any redundancies? Or irregularities? Oh god, typing's getting hard. You detect? What is an Exile Manager? You, if you get a chance to play this game, if I make it good. You have 2 Chaos Orb methods. I thought so. I must have just mashed Control V twice at some point. Is it like an idle game? Not quite. I'm trying to not go down the full idle route. There's not going to be like things happening passively, ongoing real time like idle games typically do. Nor do I particularly want to go the clicker game. It is a bit of a clicker game right now, but we're slowly moving away from that as we get more and more in depth. No, think of it more like Football Manager meets Darkest Dungeon, but without combat gameplay. Just gearing, applying passives, managing a guild of exiles. JavaScript will use the last defined method, so method 2 is the active one. Method 1 is dead code. Delete the first, use Chaos Orb, and then we'll fix the second one. Okay. Oh, hold on. Come back here. Why do you jump away like that? Crafting, use Chaos Orb. Why? Crafting subsection? Huh? How did I do this? Oh my god. When did I do this? How did I do this? Oh no. Mate, drunk at the wheel. End of use Chaos Orbs. That was my original one. Screw what Claude says. I want to delete the second one because that's my original one. Feels wrong to delete that instead of the other one. Where's the second one? Crafting subsection. This is some weird shit right here. It might be that this is more up to date though. Add new stat with similar value range. Let me have a look at the other one. Okay. Maybe I should well, that's the alchemy hub there. Add stat using our centralized system. Oh god. Which of the two is more up to date? Or I guess I could just ask it to fix one of them, but I gotta have a look into this TypeScript thing at some point, since everyone keeps mentioning it. Has this character screen if open at the end? We need that. Method 1. Keep method 1, delete method 2. First copy this missing line from method 1 to make sure it's complete. Excuse me, what? Why, if we're keeping method 1, why would I need to copy it? Yes. Delete. Option 2. My original gut feeling is right. That's the true way to vibe code. Full gut feeling mode. I feel this is the right thing to do. Bam. Send it. Use Chaos Orb. Okay, any further... Whoa, hold on. Gonna give you code. Check over this. Any further updates to crafting needed? TypeScript for the new programmer. Congratulations on choosing TypeScript as one of your first languages. You're already making good decisions. Well, you're getting a bit ahead of yourself here, buddy. Hard, going for the full hard sell, eh? You probably already heard about TypeScript as a flavor or variant of JavaScript. Relationship, blah, 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 blah. What is JavaScript? A brief history? No. TypeScript, a static type checker. I think this was explained to me earlier. TypeScript checks a program for errors before execution and does so based on the kinds of values making a static type checker. For example, the last example above has an error because of type object. Here's the error TypeScript found. JavaScript's equality coerces its operands. Makes it sound so malevolent, leading to unexpected behavior. How does TypeScript relate to JavaScript though? TypeScript is a language that is a superset of JavaScript. JavaScript syntax is like, so how do you start using something like this? What does it even mean to start using something like this? JavaScript can be evil. Ask the AI, yep, makes sense. Is there much of a process in adapting over what you have currently? You have to install TypeScript. Learning JavaScript and TypeScript. Should I learn JavaScript or TypeScript? Yes, you can't learn TypeScript. Yeah, same thing. I get it. You use the npm node. No idea what that is, mate. No idea what that is, buddy. You can look at me and think of that Homer Simpson's meme. It's my first day. It's basically accurate. Problem still using unit rarity multipliers. Yes. Wait, I fixed the Exiled one, didn't I? It might have been that I fixed the one that I just got rid of. Yes, okay. That's exactly what happened. There's less letters in this line. That means it's better for sure. Next one. Bam. Done. Also remove these lines since we don't need rarity data anymore. Yes, right. That's what I was starting to do when I was like, what's going on here? Two of two. Bam, bam, bam. Be gone. No rarity data anymore. Be gone. From my site, be gone. Yes, good. Refresheth the page. Findeth the gear. Level up. Resilience. Nice. Grinding, grinding, grinding. Fire Fury, go. I don't have any fire res, do I? No, I definitely need some fire. We still don't have a display for here, but at least we know that it's working now. Well, it's showing up here. We'll know it's working once I get some fire resist gear. Gotta grind. I mean, I could just set my fire resist. I could use a console command, but there's a fun in that. Do we have a notable passive? Juggernaut or Juggernaut? I know what I'm taking. Juggernaut. Check chaos. I do have a chaos orb. Let's chaos our sword. Oh, that's what I was gonna do. It wasn't working. I got fire resistant sword. Stay back, Fire Fury. Don't hurt me. Is it sufficient? Grimjaw retreated. Oh. Look at this. 14% resisted, baby. 71% reduced physical damage. 14% reduced fire damage. Very nice. That's making a 42 total hits, and still a risk of death at this point. But I did get myself an Exalted Orb just now. I'm keeping my fire resist sword. I'm exalting it. We need to verify that item level is working. And so far as you can tell, is item level working? We don't have an eye level display on gear. Can we add some very quick, small, gray text in italics to the item box to display its eye level? Is the damage math correct? How so? 1.1, 2.9 equals 42 damage total. Let's have a look. What do we got here? 42.7 raw. 1.1 physical, 71% reduced. 29 equals 42.7 total. 40. I don't know what this is going on here. Yeah, we might have to find out what it thinks about that. Total damage at the end is the same as the raw damage at the beginning? Yes. Okay, we'll take a look at that in a second. Combat math from log look correct to you. Is the display weird or math broken? Did I re-equip my sword? I did. We keep retreating from Fire Fury. We're gonna die soon. We are going to die. This is I need a real challenge. Mate, you almost got murdered. Calm down. We're getting close to a level. Come on, push it. Push it, buddy. Oh, these deaths though. Oh my god, what is this death what is this fail streak? Not deaths. Retreat streak. Let's just get this level up. That'll help us. Oh god, it's fortune. It won't help us. Try again. Try again. Orbs of Chaos. I'm thinking we, if I recall correctly, I put Cold Res in Prison the Climb as Lightning Res. Let's Chaos this. More Lightning Res. Defense. It's not helping me with Fire Fury much, is it? But the Climb doesn't have a lot of elemental damage, so we could maybe do... Mud Flats? Mud Flats is Chaos damage. 11 Chaos. Yeah, can I survive a Climb? 28 Lightning, 24 Fizz. That's much closer. With 15 resist, it's about 50-50 damage. Could I ask Claude to create a button to open another window where you can click buttons just to spam new items to test things? Yeah, I should probably do that. That would be a lot better. Oh, I gotta start playing through it in a real way too. But no reason I can't have both. Raw damage 42, physical portion 1.1 after 31, fire portion, total 30. Display bug is showing the raw damage instead of the actual damage taken. Combat code, replace this line. Yeah, it is just showing the wrong number. Oh, we don't have that step in the interim like we were doing for the other things. So if we look for this. Whoa, that's a long line. Got a lot of math on it. Not my problem. Let's see if that fixes it. It does clear the log, so. How's that look better? 36 raw, 1 physical, 31 fire, 32 total. Yes, 31 fire plus 1 physical. Amazing. Fixed. Very good. Are you committing your code using Git from time to time? Yep. Before I do kind of like major sets of changes, I should probably commit this current version, I think. Gear drops are feeling very rare. Why are gear drops feeling so rare? We just went glass cannon mode. Let's see how we go. Might get one shot. Mud Flats? Why is it that we are getting so little gear? So that looks fine. We got the item level thing. In Game.js, find the updated... Look for this section. Let's just quickly add the item level so I know that's working. Add the item level display after the item type. Inventory item, item name, item type, item level display, just an extra line to this. Update inventory only if elements exist as the old main screen. In theory, we should update that as well. Update inventory display method. Just add this after item type. Yeah. I'll do it to both. Makes sense too. this? Add to the character screen. Oh, it needs they need its own div classes. Did I not do that? I did. Item type. Item slot. Did I miss the wrong? No. Looks like we're fine. Item type. Item slot. Item rarity. Yeah. Yeah, it's got inline on to the character screen. It looks like, is that the same one? I think it's the same one. Just in case. Is that literally all? I feel like there should be another step. I guess that item's already that's already defined, so it's just has to pull it and display it. Easy. Alright. Just things have been more complicated than that. I'm used to things being complicated. Cool. Item level 1. Great. It doesn't show when it's equipped. That's fine. It's not a big deal. Item level 1. Item level 1. Item level 1 is where I see that everything's item level 1. I bet. I mean, I don't think I have. Okay, here, let's have a look. Item level 5. Huzzah! Huzzah! And we do actually see how much we have on the items themselves. Chaos and Exalts. I just don't have any. I think life is better because I'm fighting a lot of resistances now, whereas defense is better if I'm fighting more fizz. Bonus reward, Chaos Orb. Let's leave that for now. Fire Fury, another Chaos Orb. Great. And an amulet too. 14 cold resist. Let's chaos it. Lightning resist. One more. Chaos resist. Here we go. Let's farm mad flats with chaos res. So mud flaps. I was getting what are we taking in? The moment I equip the chaos res, I die. Sounds about right. Use Fork Forget is very intuitive. It's very good to see past versions. 100,000%. Apparently I can just input like Claude or Copilot or both or whatever into Visual Code Editor and have it do my Git updates for me and other various things, which sounds amazing. View Angular. Everyone keeps saying Angular. What the hell's Angular mean? Am I doing something too angularly? Oh god, Grimjaw's having a bad time today. Level up, go buddy. Go. Oops. Brutality's fine. You found a rare belt? Yo, I did! Damage, fire resistance, defense. That sweet ass light radius that doesn't do anything yet. Oh my good heavens. Ready for Fire Fury. Got an Exalted Orb? I can't exalt, it's already got 4 efficacies. Actually, we should test, because I'm kind of curious to see if this is working. Oh, that's illegal. Exalts aren't respecting the maximum item properties. You know. Do I like that though? I kind of like the idea that you get to Exalt Slam. Maybe I put a maximum properties of 6 for Exalted Orbs. It's a feature, right? I like, yeah, we'll set them to 4 as drops, but I like the idea that maybe we have some drop-only affixes. You can only drop 4 affixes, and then Exalted Orbs can add to 6, and Chaos can re-roll all 6, but Chaos might accidentally re-roll your drop-only affixes. Oh, I like this. This is cool. Look at this item now. We're crafting a legendary. Also, look at my inventory screen. Note that I don't have, like, note that my helmet is down here. I explicitly said, can you please arrange this in a paper doll format? And it's like, the helmet is down here? Also, where did my rings go? It's just jewelry. I never defined rings and amulets as separate things, I guess. Light radius and life. Hell yeah. Oh, I got a chaos for it. Let's go. Life and defense. Oh, mate, we are cooking. It's actually getting a lot more fun. This is good. It immediately got more exciting, which is a good sign. Because I'm starting to, like, actually care about the affixes on my items now. That's a very good step. It's a very good step. Yes, the best thing for me to learn moving forwards is for me to, like, get this to a point where I either can't do anything else because it's too crangled, or I complete and then I'm like, man, next time I do something, I'm going to do it way better after what I've learned. I'm going to go back and reevaluate how I approach this, because that was oof. So I felt this is pretty good. There was a little bit of arduous stuff in the middle there, but I think mostly I'm just getting tired, honestly. I've noticed my ability to not make stupid mistakes and notice things goes down a lot as I get tired. Unsurprisingly. Got an extra council. Got a staff with a very nice 39 damage roll. And that's the item level 5 breakpoint. 5 Fury, that's why you farm 5 Fury for that breakpoint. So farming bosses all of a sudden feels a lot better. I only have 5 Fury and Wardens as bosses at the moment, but I just got a Chaos and an Exalt. Yeah, that's hot. That is hot. Let us go ahead and Exalt the staff. And I will save the Chaos, as that's pretty good. 5 Fury is paying out big time right now. Let's go with Resilience. Bonus Exalted Orb. Let's go the red belt. This thing's giga. Chaos Resistance. Now technically I could keep exalting this, I think, until I have added every single affix to it. But I pretty much have them all except health anyway. Should probably wait for a high item level. That's the best item level 1 belt I've seen. Holy. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I haven't seen any arrows. Looking good. Looks a bit better in full screen. Wait, no, Ellie ledge? Yeah, the climb is kind of my, like, ledge thing going on right now. Let's get on the mud flats, see how we look. Chaos, I have a little bit of Chaos resist now, so 11 resisted. Chaos is just an additive thing that I thought would be hard to mitigate, so I whacked like 20% Chaos damage on there. So it's more of an attrition death risk than a one-shot risk, unless you're already kind of borderline. I'm gonna add like recovery as a thing, so you can heal between rounds based on your like life leech stat or your regen stat maybe, and then we can play around with that as a bit of an axis of whatnots as well. Juggernaut. I need more passives. That's probably the next thing. I need a real challenge. Come on, Mace. Movement speed, Mace. Lol. Let's go into the climb, baby. Bonus Chaos Orb. Extra Chaos Orb. Level up. Lots of XP in here. Gold find. We're getting close to that Keystone passive. How are we going? We're finishing with how much health? Do we not get our health report anymore? I think at some point we lost our health report. Because we had a report of how much health we'd come back with. And I don't see that anymore. So we need to make a note of that. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Bugs. Lost remaining health report on max hit taken. Calc. Total and raw damage are the same again sometimes? Oh yeah. That's weird. 93 raw, 22 fizz, 31 down to 54. That looks good. Same mission. 73 raw, 33, 40, 73 total. Huh? How can it be wrong sometimes and not other times? Is it me? What? That's very strange. Why would the math look wrong sometimes and not others? That's very strange. You're seeing 2 different behaviors, which reveals the issue. Root cause, you have 2 different damage report locations in your code that are generating these messages. Of course I do. The fixed one showing the correct math, another one's still showing raw. Where to look? Search all your code for all instances of this text pattern. Okay, yeah, damage breakdown. Does one have the remaining health report? No, neither do. The hell? Hell? I mean, I did copy Chaos Orbs, so I don't see that. Oh, probably without the quotes. I only see one instance of that. Enhanced damage with breakdown. No, are you sure? I don't know about that. I don't know about that one. What's this? Retreat either early or escape? No. Enhanced combat with damage breakdown. Current version. You have a look while I play. I'll play my game. The climb. Level up, baby. It's Keystone time. Glass cannon, slow and steady. Slow and steady does it. Let's go. Slow and steady does it. Slow and steady into the prison. What have I got resistance-wise? I still don't have a total resist. I have some lightning res. It was cold res in here. I don't have any cold res. Not ideal. Let's chaos this axe. Oh god. Well, I got cold res. I don't know. I don't think we trade off 39 damage though. That's a bad idea. Just don't look at the math. Ask Claude. Hell no, I'm not doing math. All right, into the prison anyway. We're okay. Chaos the axe again. 41 light radius. Whoa. Uh oh. Did I die? I'm okay. Found a rare mace. Cold resistance. Defense. There's no damage on there. It's a damageless mace. I gotta fix that. I should probably add some base damage or something. We found a rare mace. What's our damage breakdown here? Cold. 71 cold damage. Ooh, I'm taking so much cold damage in here. How am I not dead? I've got a pretty good life total now. Oh, prison. Passive point. Glass cannon. Let's go. Glass cannon and slow and steady. The slow and steady glass cannon type, I see. Wait, can we do it? Can I beat my game right now? I haven't beaten it all day today. Common staff, 39 damage. Oh, we just got the mace though. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I think we chaos this. Watch me lose the cold res. I did. Oh my god, this is PoE. I remade PoE. What was it? What am I doing? Why did I do this to myself? Why did I punish myself? Like, why did I make a game where I do the exact same thing? Amazing. Why did I do this to myself? I need to fix this. You shouldn't have to scroll down to see the allocate passive button. Glass cannon, glass cannon. Wait, can I take glass cannon again? No, it's stopped. That's all the passives I have. Sorry, no more passives. Movement speed on a mace. Better yet, it's not even implemented yet. All right, I'm taking on the warden. Let's do it. Bam! I died. Naturally, I died. It does say, "Let death embrace you." Come, let me embrace you. I died. I died after 5 rounds. The heaviest hit I took was 230 damage. Ooh, baby. 232 damage from the warden. It's pure fizz, dude. Not even any elemental. Warden just gave me a big old slap. Dedge. Go again. 382 damage in one hit. Oh, I got one shot 3 times over. This is getting very fun. This is very exciting. I coded for 9 hours and 45 minutes today. I worked on this. Hope you like it. Thanks for hanging out, chat. It's been very fun. I have many things I want to do. It's obviously very ambitious, overly ambitious for like a first project of this, but you know, why do it if you're not going to be excited about it, I suppose. It's been very, very fun. It's a long stream. Oh, thanks, folks. And thanks for hanging out for me. Thanks for your help. Thanks for spotting errors so I didn't have to then go back and bug fix them. It's way more fun to catch it on the first time around. Look forward to adding more passives, adding more mechanics, getting a group of exiles, doing more with missions. I feel like it leapt up in fun a lot from just being like mindless, nothing, watch number go up, clicker. Amy grinded out 50 levels earlier today and it was exactly that. So now there's actually like a little bit of strategy to it. Needs and a little bit of info to even do that as well. Like you can see the reports. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Alrighty, I'll see you later, folks. Thanks very much for hanging out. Indie tryouts is the plan tomorrow. It's the last day of the month, so indie tryouts. I should have went to bed a bit earlier, probably. Can you add a command like describes the game. I should do that. I'll do more work on it on stream in the future. Very keen. Let me do my git commit if I can remember how to do that, because it's currently in a pretty good state. Hey, so we go git add dot, and then we go git commit commit a message, and I say, what did we just do? We got what is the most recent update? We got item level, eye level, and resistances working. Minimal bugs. Damage in log. Sometimes buggy. And then I do a version, right? Tag version 1.3. 0.1.3. Hooray! Git log. Version 0.1.3. Item level and resistance is working. Minimal bugs. Damage and log sometimes buggy. Bogus! Yeah, I'll try and figure out how to set up the Git stuff a bit better. Yeah, the plan is in trials tomorrow.